To show the terribly explosive power of these illegal salutes, we have placed an even larger one right beside the watermelon.
It's 4th of July, y'all. I hope you're being safe. What's good? It's your boy Drew. Checking out that Truther Barbecue too. I see the regulars in the chat. Shout out. Let's go, man. I guess I'm gonna just go over a few things here, and then I'll jump in the Discord and see if anyone's in there. And if not, I'll figure it out from there. What about this one here, man?
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Comrade didn't like that. He took offense to the guy said, "Hey guys." What's up? Early Kyler says Drew Rassick. Yeah, and don't blow your hands off this 4th of July, man. Those are the people, though, that think they're gonna take down the patriarchy or whatever they believe in, and the guy can't even take people whispering in a room, and he says it's sensory overload. That's who you're up. That's who's like basically ruling over, bullying over the society right now. Crazy. The nurse who received the first FDA-approved COVID-19 vaccine will have her scrubs and vaccine card displayed in the Smithsonian. So they had to hide away the Nephilim to put her scrubs and her vax card. Her name's Sarah Lindsay. She moved from Jamaica when she was 18. Now she's going down in history for her role in the fight against COVID-19. Biden announced Friday Lindsay, who was the first person in the nation to receive an FDA-approved CVV thing, will have her hospital scrubs, vaccination card, and badge she wore on that day she received her first dose displayed at the COVID-19 exhibit in the Smithsonian Museum of American History. She was also awarded Outstanding American by Choice Award. So roll up your sleeve, and then you're a national hero. You're getting an awards, and you're in the Smithsonian. The modern day Rosa Parks here. Over the past, I don't believe this, 30 years, she doesn't look 30 years old. She's pursued her dream of becoming a nurse to allow her to do what she wanted to do most, give back to her new country, Biden said. If there are any angels in heaven, having spent a lot of time in the ICU, they're all nurses, male and female. Doctors don't let you live. Nurses make you want to live. I mean, it gets wackier and wackier, it seems like, every day. Here she is. He's leaning in for the sniff. It's gonna happen. Brave. Stunning and brave. Pulled up this. There's this, Reddit's pretty normie, but they have a decent subreddit called No New Normal. memes against this type of stuff. And yeah, look at it. It says they close your business, they close your church, they close your parks, beaches, funerals, banned graduations, made you wear masks and ban dads from the delivery rooms, but they allow this, any kind of government approved so-called peaceful protest. And then they want to blame the people that haven't followed lockstep in line with them for anything else that happens. Yeah, same kind of meme there. No vax after 40 years of HIV research. Common cold. Not for cancer over 100 years. Virus mysteriously appears within a year. This thing's created and we're expected to take it. They had some talk of this Delta variant here. That's also being blamed on the people without it. They're saying the people that don't have the jab yet are they call you a variant factory. This gets into a lot of this, like, oh, you take it and you have a spontaneous abortion, you'll die, and ivermectin can cure everything. I don't believe that. Here we go. We got a world's deadliest virus. Just pop your masks in here to be recycled. Coalition says Drew's one of the realest truthers. Not many people talking about conspiracy going off the rails, just like everything else. Yeah, it's Coalition and I talked. We're gonna try to link up and do another one soon and talk about like the old school original conspiracies. You know, Montauk Project, that type of stuff. That seemed to be based in somewhat reality before. It's like, oh, I was standing near someone with the V and now I think I'm dying or something like that. I thought they had some videos in here. Hold on. Yeah, unV'd are at risk as evolution accelerates the pandemic. This brave young boy is saving everyone's life here. He's got a mask on his, what is that, a tuba? I don't know. I thought there was more videos in here, my bad. Makes me wonder if time travel's real. What was the motive to go back, or to pie this guy Bill Gates in the face in the 80s? I'm sure it was just some initiation ritual or some humiliation ritual. I gotta be careful when playing these because I don't know what they are. I kind of have a feeling I know what I can and can't play. Let's see what this one says.
Into it with that new warning that there's likely an association between these two vaccines and an increased risk of a rare heart condition for young people. So to any parent who hears this news and might be weighing the risk between a vaccine and vaccinating their teen right now, what do you say to them?
Good morning, Cecilia. Thanks so much for having me. You know, we heard a lot of these data, and we've been following this very carefully as we have had reports of this rare but mild myocarditis come in. And we heard about this yesterday at the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices yesterday. But what we do when we do this is we look at the risks and we look at the benefits. And to just put this in perspective, if we have a group of 12 to 17-year-olds who are working to vaccinate over the next 4 months, and we can vaccinate 1 million of them, which would be great strides. Over the next 4 months, we could expect 30 to 40 of these mild, self-limited cases of myocarditis. And for that, if we were to vaccinate all 1 million, we would avert 8,000 cases of COVID, 200 hospitalizations, 50 ICU stays, and 1 death. And so we weigh the risks as well as the benefits, these extraordinary benefits of vaccine.
Did she just say that we'll save 1 death, but 40 to 50 people might develop or will develop some kind of heart thing? If I heard her right, that's pretty much what she said.
vaccines as we make these recommendations, and it is why we at CDC have made the recommendations to vaccinate and had co-signers from so many other medical organizations, including the American Heart Association.
Look at those eyes, Sanpuka eyes. When you can see the top whites of the eyes, that's a psychopath that wants control over you. Oh man, it's just too crazy out here. I saw one earlier that even on their own show, yeah, this one.
Meanwhile, doctors are growing more concerned about the Delta variant. That's a strain that's proving to be more contagious than others. It's been detected in all 50 states, though here in Central Texas, only 3 cases were found in Williamson County. KVU's Molly Oak spoke with a Texas doctor who says the variant's symptoms are a bit different from other strains.
When you hear about COVID, you think you lose your taste, lose smell, things like that. I had heard the Delta variant is having some different symptoms that maybe look more like the common cold.
Most of our knowledge of this Delta variant symptom is coming from the UK. And what we are finding out is the usual presentation of this Delta variant is not really the loss of taste or sense of smell. It's actually headache, runny nose, and sore throat.
Is there concern?
So they literally said it's similar to the usual common cold. They also say it comes from India, but then at the same time they're trying to say the people that didn't take the juju juice are the reason to blame. Could it go off the rails anymore? I'm not sure actually if it could or not. Oh, there's Hillary Clinton and Anthony Fauci there. Who else do we got going on here? Here's a funny one. It said, this is for people that are like Redditors that believe in it wholeheartedly in the narrative. How do you teach people to care about others? This is the missing piece. And this person replies and says, is that what religion is supposed to do at some level? It just fails horribly because the practice is usually so far from the actual tenets. Ironic, right? And this person said, you literally just described the Church of C. They don't even get it. And then they said they banned him right away. Here's your grandma here when she goes out to the store, and you're the crazy one. Man. Benton said he thinks he's got it, man. Hopefully Benton will check in today. I think he's shilling for it. Ooh. Okay, here we go. There's this story here that is... They're telling you it's real. It's in the Sydney Morning Herald. So these people got like quarantined in a hotel, and then they left a message for their son or something. Here, let me read it. When the fire alarm went off in the hotel in Taiwan, Chen Chin Quan, 59, a missionary, immediately thought of escaping, but he was one of 29 people in the quarantine inside the hotel and worried about breaking the rules, which required those in quarantine to stay inside of their rooms. I don't know whether I can go out or not. I'm afraid that we will be fined if we go out, he said in a video that he sent to his son. But if we don't go, we die in the fire. So you can guess what happened. He died in the fire, along with 3 other guests in the quarantine. But this is supposedly the video he sent to his son. I mean, it's all in another language, so, but... So a building is on fire, and these people are more worried about like being obedient to the state than getting out of there as fast. Like your own natural instinct. Wow. Judy Winter says, never yell COVID in a crowded fire. That's funny. Oh, what's this one? Hold on.
I listen to the experts. I only listen to the science. I listen to people like Dr. Tam, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Bill Gates.
Dr. Bill Gates.
Yes, yes, of course. I love. It's because of these people that we keep having lockdowns. It's because of them. I hate these people. So I'm wearing my mask. I'm following the guidelines. I trust the science. I trust the CDC. I trust Dr. Fauci. I trust Dr. Bill Gates. And I want to follow the science. I mean, I'm wearing, one mask is 1% protection. 2 masks is 2%. 100 masks is 100% protection.
Science works out.
I've seen it on CNN. All these people are conspiracy theorists. I only trust the science. I want to thank you, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Tam, Dr. Bill Gates. I swear to God, love you from the bottom of my heart.
There you
I hope you guys are being as safe as this guy right here. You can never be too safe. This guy, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, says daily new cases in the US won't ever go to 0. So they're telling you it's never going, it's not meant to end, you know? It's never, ever, ever. Oh, that's, I'm trying to click the link, but it's embedded in the picture. Here's 79-year-old Dr. Fauci doing a 3.5-mile run after working a typical 19-hour shift. Oh, man. Here you go. Here was another headline in the media: sharing a hug and 9 more activities are allowed without masks once you're fully vaccinated. That's what I don't get. Who are the people that are like, yeah, I'm going to let the TV tell me what I need to say, and then do they see this and they say, oh, okay, I guess finally my children can come over and I can give them a hug. What is this one? I will never take off my mask. Me and my 3 kids, all under 7, wear masks all the time, even in our house. After this past year, I honestly don't think I will ever be able to take off my mask or allow my kids to, as long as they live in my house. I just hope the V gets approved for infants, as I have a baby expected in September and would love to get it V'd as soon as possible. Just too much risk these days. I don't even like leaving the house anymore. It's hard when the weather is hot, but I have to wear my mask. And I have to wear my mask, but sometimes health is more important than comfort. You gotta hope that's a troll, right? I hope so. Now that's a troll, but there's people out here just like that. Oh yeah, this was the one thing I was gonna play too. I put it on my Twitter here. I hate Twitter because I still don't know how to use it. Here we go.
Bush, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
It says this person, it literally says they're an actor and an advocate. I'm just gonna skip ahead to a little bit of what she's talking about. Sorry, it's buffering. What's going on here? Sorry, let me just reload the page. It's going nuts here.
You are now recognized for your
vaccine safety for pregnant women. I drove us home with friends, families. I jumped at the opportunity to take my best friend to get her mRNA vaccine. She was 5 months pregnant at the time and has a clotting disorder.
Watch this lady in the background when she's talking. This lady's like, what the fuck did she just say?
And that made her cautious about receiving a vaccine, but being acutely aware of what contracting COVID could mean for her and her baby, she too jumped at the chance to protect them both once experts confirmed the vaccine's safety for pregnant women. I drove us home with tears in my eyes that day. To be honest, I also cried the day my parents received their second mRNA vaccine. Because for me, vaccines represent love. My grandfather was a United States Navy man. I have his tags on the desk with me today. And he used to tell stories about polio. My mother, too, remembers the relief when her family stood in line for that vaccines. Vaccines are acts of love made possible by innovation. And I believe that in innovation, we have historically seen the best of America. That is where we are exceptional. From skyscrapers to airplanes eventually landing on the moon, we are innovators. And the COVID vaccine, in my opinion, is our generation's shot at a moon landing. This is a step for humankind made possible by science.
What does that even mean? This is our generation's chance at a moon landing? I would like to question her and just say, can you explain what you just said? Because I fully don't understand it. I think she's saying it's like on par with that, but she's saying this is our generation's chance at it. Or does she mean like, if you take this someday in the near future, we will be able to, the citizens, go to the moon? I'm not sure, man. She also said vaccines are love. So violence equals love for a lady that cried when her parents got the second. I don't know how much more. I'm going to skip to the end of her thing. Let's see what she says. Let's play like another 30 seconds or something of her. Look at even the computer. Computer is buffering. The computer's like, no, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to hear it anymore either. This one was from what, last week or something, where Canada it says right here, no longer about health. Canada will prevent groups from gathering in order to stop spread of unauthorized information.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my questions. I'm wondering about the injunction banning public gatherings and whether there
Sorry if it's quiet. Like that's as loud as it goes here.
really is a need for such a far-reaching one, given the trajectory we're on now.
So, I mean, I think it's still there. We still have bringing large numbers of people together. It can present some risk. We'll continue to look at that. But I think the other purpose of the injunction is to prevent groups that are spreading deliberately spreading false information that can actually create risk. The information itself, if listened to, creates risk to the public as well. So, and that certainly is a need to manage that misinformation campaign as well.
Man. Mark says sign language is black magic. I know sign language a little bit. Let me jump in this Discord and see if anyone's in here. If anyone want to jump in there, the regulars, go ahead. Otherwise, I got a couple of the links to pull up here. There we go. Red, white, and blue snacks eating as a patriotic duty. I just saw this headline. I don't know what it is. Basically, I just read it as like eat, goy. You need to eat. Flag cake. Okay, yeah, I don't want to go through that. But here's an interesting one that was Bezos and Gates back fake meat and dairy made from fungus as next big alt protein. It's called Nature's Find, FYND, based out of Chicago. They produce meatless breakfast patties, hamburgers, dairy-free, cream cheese and yogurt, and chickenless nuggets scheduled to hit grocery shelves later this year. The alt food sector grew 27%, up to $7 billion market value. And they got a Chicago site with the former Union stockyards. They call it the epicenter of the 20th century meat packing industry. Now they're calling this thing he's got in his hand here meat. This is meat. Looks like hotel towels. Oh yeah, Bezos and Gates are investing in this food tech company that uses fungus as the primary ingredients to create the alt meat. Nature's Find, based in Chicago, has raised $158 million in funding from investors such as Bezos, Gates, and Al Gore. Beyond Meat, they talk about Impossible Foods have disrupted the $733 billion U.S. food manufacturing industry that has prompted Tyson Foods, Purdue, Hormel, Cargill, and other traditional meat producers to launch their own products in this category. Some alt meat sales slowed amid the pandemic. A recent report from JP Morgan claims that Dunkin' has dropped its breakfast sandwich using a Beyond sausage patty from most restaurants. Still, plant-based and cultured foods project to take 60% market share of global meat sales by 2040. So, I go to, what is it called? Qdoba, and they have like the Impossible meat you can put in your bowl. And when you eat it, it actually does taste like meat, but anytime I eat it, like I just feel like trash the rest of the day. So like, I think with enough spices or whatever it mixed in with other stuff, it's like passable. But definitely your body's like, for me at least, I'm really like sluggish and like just feeling like ugh, after I eat that stuff. Oh, what else we got here? So this Nature's Find was co-founded in 2012, initially called Sustainable Bio Products. Yeah, you don't want to read that on your fake meat label at the grocery store. So they had to change the name. But what happened here is it says they unearthed a microbe called whatever the scientific name from a volcanic hot spring in Yellowstone's National Park. He led an R&D team that formulated the microbe into what the company calls FI, the fermented versatile protein-rich source for Nature's Find products. Fermentation has been used in making bread, beer, wine, cheese, and other products for millennia, and is now emerging as a key alt protein platform with major potential to align science with entrepreneurship, policy, and investment. Nature's Find has some catching up to do compared to the other thing. Yeah, Kiwi Jam says same as McDonald's, and that's what I was thinking when I read this too. I think it's like you know that McDonald's is just some like lab grown meat for sure. So it's probably a similar process. It says, much as cows, chicken, and pigs were domesticated centuries ago as protein sources, the quote says, now is the time for this second domestication. Jonas said in a recent interview, the farming of this microbe is an efficient way of producing protein that is just as good. They call it, it's part of the reducing your carbon footprint, Green New Deal and all that. Quote, the challenge for this and future generations is to learn to do more with less. Because with 8 billion people, the Earth is not getting any bigger, its resources are dwindling, and climate change is making it even more difficult to find land to grow crops to feed animals. The math just doesn't work. So the whole goal of our new protein system is to increase the efficiency of the complete protein chain. Wow. Gary Baxter says fish is the only real meat at Mickey D's. I'd be scared to try that fish too. Customer acceptance, it says, is paramount to Nature's Find business model. They say it's important that we start with retail and to be able to tell our story to the consumer in a way we can control the narrative. It sounds like anything else, right? In that vein, Nature's Fine packaging is emblazoned with a Phi badge a la Intel inside to create brand recognition and loyalty. Here's your meatless patties of the future here. What's with like the topographical Earth design? Weird. It says, not surprisingly, the greatest appeal for alt meat products is among younger consumers. Gen Zers and millennials are the largest purchasers in the plant-based space. As their purchasing power builds, food companies are going to have to adapt accordingly. So, young, dumb, and full of Phi. 63% consumers between 24 and 39 believe their nutritional needs can be fully met with a plant-based diet. I don't know anyone over 40 who is saying I should eat more meat, Jonas said. This other guy, Chris Revis, senior climate tech investor, was a fan of the fungus, saying he was blown away by products he taste tested. Gates was similarly impressed during a 60-minute segment and its nutritional value. The company says the vegan protein includes all 20 amino acids, including the 9 essential amino acids and a good level of fiber, vitamins, and minerals with no cholesterol or trans fats. It says Phi has 1/10 of the fat of a ground beef and 50% more protein than tofu. Twice as much protein as raw peas. Oh, man. So that's what you're going to be eating. It says McDonald's will launch a loyalty program nationwide in July. What is that? Let me peek at this real quick. Oh, what's up? I didn't realize Bong Ripper is up in the house. What's up, Bong Ripper?
Hey.
What's good, fam?
Not much, man. I was just out and about this weekend, seeing what all the fucking crazy Canadians are up to. Everyone's like still masking hardcore out there. Fucking awful.
That's where you're at in Canada?
Yeah, I'm right down in like the southern panhandle of Ontario there. So parts of Canada, they've totally opened up again. They're not restricted. I went into Walmart today, grab a few things, and just fucking the shelves are empty because they haven't been open in like, I don't even know, 2 months or something like that. So nothing's like back ordered. They got no stock. It's just ridiculous. I walked in right away. One of the CSMs just like flags me down. Excuse me, sir, where's your mask? I was just like, I'm exempt. And I ran off.
Is it like an order there still?
Yeah, straight up, like every establishment I go up to, they've got the posters right on the front door. You know, you've got to wear a mask. You got to wear, fucking all these stupid protocol things like doing the hand sanitizer, the 6 foot distance, all that shit. Like they're still just pushing it. Just everywhere you go. It doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter if it's like a restaurant or like, big box store. They're trying to flag you down. I think Walmart, obviously, they try to avoid a lot of those like public incidents where they don't want people causing a scene and shit. And prime example, like even me, I just told my friend, like if they try to really kick us out, I'll just leave. Like I'm not going to cause a scene. I obviously like don't need to get arrested or have the cops called or anything like that. Like even the person I was with, they were wearing a mask and they were like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm outside of my comfort zone. I was like, we got this. Like,
yeah,
so we just pushed ahead and like straight up, the woman who confronted me at the start when I walked in, and then I just said, I'm exempt. And then I went and bought like, a couple items, paid for my shit. The other CSM, no problem. Have a great day, sir. I smiled. I said, have a great day. On my way out, I waved and smiled at her, and she was just standing there tapping her fingers.
Oh, really?
Like, get the fuck out of here. And I showed her the receipt to, like, show you, I paid for my product and stuff. But, yeah, it's crazy. Like, they're still pushing it. And, like I was saying, even my friend, where I was like, I think we could probably get in without a mask. And they're like, oh, I don't know about that. And, it just, people in the parking lot, like it's easily 30 some odd degrees out here today with the humidex, probably 35. And they're wearing their mask before they walk into the fucking store. Like,
I don't know what is 35 in Fahrenheit?
Like when you get up into the 40s, you're looking like 45 degrees. You're looking at like well over like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, like probably like 104, 105, somewhere around there. So like 35, you're looking at like kind of 90s ish.
And people are wearing it outside and everything.
Oh yeah, just like you were saying earlier, or earlier in the week, just they'll take their mask off to like wipe their face, to like remove all the sweat and pat their brow down, and then the mask goes right back on.
Yeah, I just saw
and
that too.
You hear
It's
people
sick.
talking about it like, I can't, it's so hot, it's just so irritating, and then they put it right back on, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's all these elderly, like I can't even believe it. Like you think they would have a hard enough time breathing as it is, being overweight and all this other nonsense, and they're doing like they're wearing it in their cars.
What do you think that's about? Were there the people that wear it alone in the car? I can't even figure that out.
For me personally, like when I was chatting with my friend about it earlier today, I was just saying, I think a lot of it is just, it's fear-based. Like they're really pushing that fear mentality, right? And it's also, I think it has a lot to do with that, like, I'm doing something for the greater good.
Yeah.
I have this like mentality where I don't have to actually go out and be a part of my community. I don't have to, just do things that benefit people in like my
real life.
surrounding. Yeah, in real life, exactly. It's just they can just put on the mask and say that they're helping like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Whereas if they went and donated a few hours of their time to a soup kitchen every weekend, that would have a way larger impact on the local community. So, and you see it all the time. Like these people they're just, I don't even know what it is. Like I'm saying, I think a lot of it is fear-based too. Like they get very scared. As soon as they approach you, they're upset. They're yelling, they're flying off the handle, and it's like, what are you so agitated about? Like, just because I'm not wearing a face covering, it's concerning. And for me, like, I actually do. I have like chronic illness. Like, I have a condition where if I don't take my medication, I 100% can develop blood clots, and it could be anything from a pulmonary embolism to a brain aneurysm or whatever, like a stroke, etc. So I was given this diagnosis like back in my mid to late 20s. So I mean, like I was saying to my friend today, I'm not gonna go around telling people like what they can and can't do medically, because I myself do have like chronic medical conditions. So and that's the big thing, is like you see a lot of these people getting very invasive with their approach, and it's just it's not okay.
That's what I've noticed too, is they approach you when they want to act like they're scared, but then they're the ones that close the distance and get close.
And that's the thing, right? Is like you are telling them like the social distancing thing, like you want to abide by these rules, and yet you're right up in my face, and now you're like you're saying, you've closed into my personal space. And I'm the kind of person where I really don't want that kind of interaction unless I go out of my way to find it. Like I said, I was there to do a few things, and that was it. I'm not going up and like shaking people's hands and giving them hugs and all this other nonsense. Like, I'll keep my distance, you keep yours, and that's the way it's always been for me in like public scenarios. So,
and we're like a year and a half from when this started, and there's no end in sight.
It's getting, in parts of this province, it's getting worse.
Yeah, it sounds like where you're at, it's worse.
Well, that's the thing, is like you look at what's happening in other parts of the Dominion, especially like areas like Australia and the UK. And I don't want to speak on their behalf too much, obviously, because I'm not in that specific area. But from what I'm seeing in the mainstream media, they're going back to lockdowns. They're expecting people to be masking and like all this other nonsense. And areas of the world seem to be regressing, where other parts of the world, they're opening up and they're just going, quote, back to normal. And people here too, like they're toting the vaccine. Like they're openly expressing how all these people are vaccinated, and they're still expecting us to mask and do all the other guidelines and regulations. So it's disheartening, honestly, when they tell you, and obviously not to believe the mainstream media in any way, shape, or form, but they, they feed you this line, right? They throw out this thing, and they get all these people like kind of believing in this idea that it's going to go back to whatever, and it doesn't. Like you're saying, it's just going further and further down the road.
Yeah, I think that's mark of like totalitarianism is where like the rules are always changing from week to week, and then it's just meant to keep you kind of in a state of confusion and just to get the lemmings to follow it even more.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like they just, again, keeping you in that perpetual state of fear, keeping you in that state of disbelief, and what's happening tomorrow? What's going to happen, a week from now? And it's I was getting emails every other day from the school, and I put them on snooze. I was like, I'm not dealing with any of this. Like, you're changing the regulations and the guidelines on a near weekly basis, asking me, oh, is he coming back? If he comes back, he's gonna have to do this and do that. Like, no, like it's too much. It's overwhelming. And like you're saying, it's not just to mentally confuse you. I feel like it's a very spiritual, like it's on a spiritual level too. Like they are attacking you where it's draining at the end of the day, especially if you're like a single parent or you're juggling this or that and you're worrying about another human being's welfare. They then are just piling all this nonsense on top of you. And like, could you imagine sitting down and then gobbling up all the garbage they push through the mainstream? Like having to watch the news and tell you, oh, this variant or that variant that's the next big thing. It's very overwhelming. So it's kind of hard to navigate, but for the most part, I just tune a lot of it out because I know they're just they're pushing a paradigm. They're obviously like pushing a certain narrative. So,
do you know anyone personally that's had it?
Actually, I was talking with my friend about that just yesterday because it was really ironic. Again, with this whole variant BS coming up, and even like Benton chatting in the Discord earlier this week, just talking about some of the stuff he's going with and dealing with right now. It's like I know a few people right before they made it very like blatantly clear, oh, there's like this pandemic going on, etc. And every local I talked to, they said they had some sort of like respiratory illness between either like October and December. Yeah, and I've heard that remember too. Like even myself, like being a cannabis consumer and everything, I was like, oh, it's just this, it's just that. Oh, I quit smoking recently. And then I was like, no, like I can't catch my breath really. Like I'm having a hard time sleeping at night. And then eventually I kicked it. I was just doing my holistic crap and whatever else. And it eventually subsided. But like even the kid got it at one point. He's actually the one who gave it to me because he was going to school at the time. So I feel like he brought it home, and then we caught it, and like it crippled us for a little while. And I had a friend down in the States at the time I was talking to on a regular basis, and even her, like she was a mother of 3 or whatever, and straight up like same thing, like all the kids had this like kind of respiratory thing going on. We just kind of mashed heads and figured out how to sort it out. But sure as shit, like shortly after that, that's when this whole lockdown thing started. So, and it was funny because when we were still talking at the time, I was like, I swear to God, that's exactly what we had. That's what they're saying that we developed. And what I was saying to my friend is it reminded me a lot of like a very weak or a mild form of pneumonia. Because like my sister has had it multiple times, and like a good friend of mine has had it so many times that if he gets it again, he's susceptible to death. And I actually, unfortunately, like my grandmother passed away from a form of like pneumonia after she took a fall when she was in her later years. So, I mean, it's a pretty common killer, and that's what people don't realize. So, and you can walk around with it. Like my sister, prime example, what she had most of the time was like a walking pneumonia. And you'll go around with it for weeks or months at a time and not even realize like your lung is slowly like, filling. It's not a good thing.
That's what it sounds like. Benton may have something similar to that right now, so I don't know if he'll be through today. But also Layla, I was kind of counting on Layla to be here today and do some heavy lifting, and she's got some too with like she can barely talk, and it's all respiratory. So it sounds like it's going around again. Like I heard the same thing you did. Like other people said they had it in like the end of 2020. They had a bad respiratory thing, and well, now we know Benton and Layla both have something similar. I don't know if their symptoms are the same, but right now.
Well, and I mean, it would make sense too, the way that like if they are putting out, and I'm not saying they're putting out a specific thing in relation to the CV or whatever, but if it is a really like if it is a standard kind of like flu or maybe pneumonia variant, it could easily be quote evolving. I hate using that word, but it could be advancing the way that it normally would, because especially with people doing all of this, it's a complete opposite of what we should be doing for the benefit of our immune system. Like all this social distancing and not interacting and like masking and all this shit. So that's going to give it like a really good breeding ground to just start getting back into that cycle of where it can infect people so easily. I mean, but that's getting into a whole stew of different topics.
Yeah, like you said though, like they tell you the exact opposite. Like you should be going outside, getting sunshine, and like
100%.
exercising and all this other stuff, and they're telling you sit inside, eat McDonald's. Basically, is their solution.
Oh yeah, right. Like you'll throw on OnlyFans. You can come to your favorite bathtub chick. Shout out to Legend.
Yeah.
You can just order up the Mickey D's, and like I get none of that out here though. You know what I mean? Like I don't get delivery and shit like that. It takes about a week for stuff to like come out here. So even if I want it like next day, I'm paying through the nose for that kind of crap. So I've gotten used to it. I was used to it well before all this nonsense started occurring. But like you're saying, they don't want you going outside, getting that exercise. Pardon me. They don't want you getting that like the natural sunlight exposure and shit too. And they were saying people, you can't go to the beach. The bacteria that you get from soil and sand and just there's beneficial properties to the elements. Like when we go outside and we interact with the earth, that helps us build our immune system. That's why they tell you like, let your kids like eat mud and blah, blah, blah. Like, because there's a certain level of science to it. Like there's a bacterial quantity that you need that balances out the fauna throughout your body. And that, I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything. It's just based on what I've kind of dived into over the years. But I base, again, like you were saying, just going against their quote guidelines, I was doing better than everybody else. Because I did, like, even when I was feeling unwell, it was kind of in the springtime. So I was able to kind of work through it after the winter lull, which is absolutely awful around here. We don't get like a ton of sunlight during the winter time and it gets very cold. So taking advantage of it in the spring, absolutely. Like I was just going outside and just, like sun gazing and meditating and just doing what I needed to do to get out and like keep my body like physically up to snuff.
Yeah, it should have been a red flag to people when the whole solution was shut down gyms, but leave open McDonald's and all the abortion clinics, basically. But your church and the gym is a no-go. And like you said, it's definitely, there's got to be like a spiritual aspect to it, because it's so obvious when you look at it. Like the things that are good for you are being banned.
Yeah, like they're demonizing it, and they're really, they're going out of their way to make it basically illegal to do those things like we're saying that are beneficial for you, whether it's your physical health and wellness or like your spiritual mental health and wellness. Like I noticed when it first started happening. And I pointed it out to my mom. I said, why, is Walmart open, but they've closed down the McDonald's inside the Walmart, but the McDonald's across the street, you can go across there and you can go inside and order food.
It's insanity.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But she couldn't answer that question, right? I was like, why is that? And she was like, I don't know. They walled off the McDonald's with just an entire wall of Lay's potato chips. So just pop-up cardboard stands full of Lay's potato chips. And I said to my mom, I said, why couldn't they have like a live garden in here? Why couldn't they put up a wall of flowers or a wall of food that says like, hey, take a head of lettuce on your way out? Like, we're growing this with the fucking, panels on the roof and this. No, they don't do anything like that. They give you a wall of potato chips before you walk the fuck out. So what? You double back to buy that fucking family size bag of Lay's potato chips? Like, it's just, like you're saying, it's asinine. It's ass backwards. They're closing down health facilities like gyms where people can interact and go out and, make connections, do something that's beneficial for themselves. I know so many people, like in my personal life, they needed the gym. That was their escape.
Right.
And not to say like it was they needed to escape or anything, but that was their opportunity. Like, I'm going to get away from the wife and the kids for an hour or two, and I'm going to focus on myself. And they deserve that after a 12-hour shift, and they've been sitting on their ass doing the hard thing, and then they're commuting, and then they're going home and helping out. Like, fuck it. Let them work out for an hour or two. No, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, it's about like challenging yourself too. They don't ever want you to challenge yourself.
No, and that's the thing. Like, my one homie, like, the guy is like, he's incredibly talented, makes a lot of money. He's a smart dude. The only reprieve he really finds in his own personal headspace is when he gets to go out and like jog or work out or get to the gym or like spar. So when they deprived him of all of that, I was like, how are you doing? He was like, I'm not doing good, man. Like, I'm not a stay-at-home dad. I'm not used to, being stuck inside 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it flipped the paradigm on a lot of people. And they weren't ready for it. Especially people who have been dealing with like, quote, mental health wellness issues and stuff their entire life, which, like, my friend unfortunately dealt with a fairly abusive background and been on and off like narcotics throughout his teens and shit. So when he was able to free up that time and find outlets, find outlets that it wasn't narcotic related or whatever. Like, he was finding healthy physical ways to express himself. Like, just having that taken away from him, it wasn't good.
What is your like spiritual? Are you like Christian or Catholic or what?
Like, personally for me, I grew up in a very a relatively strict like Roman Catholic background, so I'm not going to get too much into that, but my mother and her side of the family are predominantly Native, so I grew up with a lot of spiritualism, if you will, and just like Native American beliefs and stuff. And even though my grandmother 100% like, she prayed and believed in Jesus and all of that, but she'd tell me all the stories of like our world floating on a turtle's back and all this other crazy nonsense. You know what I mean? So like, she went to a reform school, and they pumped a lot of that Christianity into her, but at the same time she still retained like a lot of her Native heritage, and I got to experience that. So, but at the same time, I was also I'm grateful for like being able to grow up in the Catholic Church, because a lot of those kind of basic morals have definitely been brought into like the way that I choose to parent. And like, obviously it gets bad rap. Church gets bad rap for a lot of reasons. And I mean, I grew up in it for 16 years, and that at the time when I was growing up, all the parents were aware of the assaults and the problems that were occurring. So whenever we did like Sunday school, there were on average like 6 or 7 parents standing there like watching the priest or the Sunday school teacher like talking to all of us. So like they weren't trying to whitewash it like some communities had. But as I started getting older, I saw the push, like the Vatican 2.0 bullshit, like starting to leak in with, oh, accept homosexuality. And yeah, it started getting very, very muddied at that point. And I walked away from my family's beliefs, and like, my old man, he didn't talk to me for like 2 months. No lie, like just not a word, not a fucking word for at least 2 months. And I was reading the Bible at the time. I had borrowed his copy. He took it right out of my fucking room.
Dang.
He didn't give a shit. Yeah, no, he was pretty hardcore Catholic, and he still is, like, actually quite firm in his beliefs. But you know, I've kind of gone back to it over the years, and it's just I find it an incredibly interesting subject, like whether you're going to believe in it or not. But I'm not. I wouldn't call myself like a Roman Catholic or anything, especially with some of the stuff I've done.
You've adopted some of like the morality and stuff from it, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no way that I can say it hasn't had an influence in my life, especially with like I was saying, even with my grandmother, even though she had her like native beliefs and whatnot, she still very much like believed in the Bible, and you had to, you know, be kind to your parents and don't steal, and obviously murdering people is probably a bad idea, but and it was the same with my father's mother, like my granny. She just taught me a lot of my manners. So when you tell me like when I hear you talking about like Grandma Oni and stuff like that, it just reminds me of like my grandmothers, where straight up like they taught me a lot of like my P's and Q's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah,
that's how it used to be. So
yeah, it's your moral fiber. And my parents, like, not to say my parents weren't involved in our lives, but like I remember looking at my parents sometimes like, can you save me? And they were like, mm-mm. Like, we went through this, now you're dealing with it. And it's like, yeah, but you know what? It sets you straight. Like, it teaches you something.
Right. And then do you think then that everything that's going on today, like what we're talking about, like, do you think that's comes from like generations of, it's gone away from any kind of morality at all, no matter what you believe in, you know what I mean? It's basically do what thou wilt. And then for however many generations, and now you look at the backwardsness of the world, and people can't even recognize like what we've been talking about, like the gym's closed and McDonald's open. Like,
yeah, exactly. The duality of it, if you will, where they've switched or flipped the script so much that we almost look at those base morals as like, whether it's misogynistic or homophobic or transsexual, like whatever kind of, you know, buzzword you want to throw at it, they've created this entire lexicon to really just chop down these basic, I call it moral hygiene. And a friend of mine, like he says, people don't have couth anymore. They don't know how to like just kind of go about navigating. They'll hop on the bandwagon with whatever it is that's hot and this, that, and another thing. And it's just, yeah, we've lost sense. We've lost track of where we've gone because we don't have those matriarchs and patriarchs like we used to. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, I feel like a lot of that has, it's died away. And yeah, I mean, they were doing it wholesale last year. How many people didn't get to say goodbye to their loved ones?
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy thing that people allow that to happen. And then, like you said, though, it's got to be a spiritual thing. So you go these generations without any kind of morality, and then this, I hate to say it, but like a satanic spirit just continues to grow and grow and grow. And you can see it, man, when you look at pictures. Look at pictures of people in like the 70s and 80s, and they were like lean looking, they looked happy and everything, compared to today, and they're covered in tattoos, fat, piercings and everything. Just, you know what I mean? Like you can see the spirit of whatever Antichrist spirit, whatever you want to call it, has definitely
Spirit of the Jezebel, something like that. Yeah, no, I totally know what you mean.
Yeah, man.
We were shooting the shit about that in the Discord just the other day. Like you posted that photo. Those guys wearing like Ray-Bans and they're they're crop tops, but like you're saying, they're lean, they're cut. Like yeah, it's kind of faggy and whatever, but like they're handsome gents. Like they were
alpha chads, man.
Exactly. And you know what? Like, I'm not going to lie. There's a picture of my old man, my age, like where he's 32. He's cut as shit. He's wearing a crop top. He's just doing the football tackle pose, holding the football. And my mom, every time she's just like, look how handsome your dad was. You look just like your dad. And I'm like, oh, well, thanks, Mom. But Dad was like cut as shit. Because, like, yeah, like you're saying, people took care of themselves back then. I used to ask my dad, like, what drove you to do that? And he was just like, I wanted to be fit. Like, I wanted to take care of myself. And all of his friends took care of themselves, and they were jocks. You know what I mean? Like, they all played football. They all played hockey. They all played baseball. It wasn't one or two things with these guys. They were doing, like, 4 or 5 things. So, and, like, how many grown men do you see nowadays? Like you got your beer league or whatever, but they're not doing judo on the weekends on top of like everything else, boxing or Greco-Roman wrestling or anything like that. Like even my dad, he did gymnastics. I was like, why? He was like, it's good for flexibility and like circulation. I was like, well, true. So like, that's the thing. Like people swim, like they did so much back then. And now we can't even go to the fucking gym.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How much of that then I wonder is like based on, did they work the same amount of hours back then, I wonder? I'm assuming they did, because it seems like it's just so hard to even find time to work that stuff into your routine, because you work so much, you got to get ready for it, come home, you got to decompress, feed the kids, all that. That's like a 12-hour day, just all that stuff alone. So I wonder how they found the time to even...
Well, I mean, like the way my homie did it, because he was, at one point, like I said, he was doing all of that kind of shit. Like, so it wasn't just like MMA training. He was also doing like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he was jogging, and he was doing boxing, and he was doing Greco-Roman wrestling. And what he did was like, he found about an hour every day of the week. So he was doing something like 4 or 5 days of the week on top of like his workout, like regimen and all that other shit. And then the way he beat the clock was he's a tattoo artist. So he gets to go into work at like 12 in the afternoon, which if he gets up early enough in the day, he can sort the kids out, and he could go to the gym and do his training and go to work and do the commute and come home and do more gym work. Like some of these guys don't sleep, man. Like they do. They get like maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And like even my old man, I remember him, he would sleep like on average 4 hours a day, if that. Like he was pulling 16, 18-hour shifts.
Damn.
And like that's the thing. And I remember my old man coming home after doing like an 18-hour shift, and he'd be out there mowing the fucking lawn. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? And of course, when I came of age, he was just like, you do it. You do the lawn work. I'm going out. I'm making the bread and butter. You can mow the lawn. I'm like, okay, sounds good to me. Cable's free. Food is free.
Right.
Roof over your head.
Mark in the chat said the days back then were longer, and I wonder if there's something to that too. Yeah, it definitely feels that way, because it's like we were saying, how did they have time to do all this stuff? And then nowadays it's like
that seems like the days are like fingers.
Like I pay the rent, and then it seems like it's like a week, and now I got to pay the rent again. I'm like, how is that a month? There's no way. And it seems like it's increasing like more and more. So I don't know the reason behind that, but it definitely seems like there's got to be something to it, whether it's through the screen, through the internet, or something changes your perception of time, or I don't know.
It's the Mandela effect.
Yeah, Mandela.
No, actually, it's funny because I was just chatting with my friend about kind of all this stuff today. I was just troubleshooting a few concepts. before the live started and whatnot, because it's just kind of good to go through those things. And they said the exact same thing. I didn't even have to bring it up. They were like, there's not enough time in a day. And I casually look at them like, oh, what do you mean by that? Like, it just feels like we got up, we did this, and now, like, it's the middle of the afternoon. I was like,
Yeah.
And you do, like, you start noticing those, like, those weird kind of alterations. And I find myself staying up throughout most of the night because I get more done kind of at those hours, even though I'm up, like, all day. But I'm doing stuff on a personal note, like, for myself throughout the nighttime, and if I don't do that, I don't get anything done that I want to do. So it seems like things are accelerating in a certain way, and I have noticed that.
And even when you look at the pictures of those guys from back then, like, they looked older too. Like, the high school senior guys looked like they were, like, 25 or something like that. And then you look at them today, and it's like, man, they look like they're like 15.
Well, no, straight up. And it's funny because you see those memes where it's like, you look at someone in the NBA or the NFL from 1985 and they're 20, they look like they're 37 years old. Yeah. Like, straight up, like, that is a grown ass man. Like, he's done some shit. Like, yeah. But now, like you're saying, you look at in today's contrast and you see these 20-year-old, 21-year-olds, they look like they're fucking 14 years old. Yeah. Because they're in skinny jeans and they're doing this and that and another thing. And it's like, ugh. Like, I was never that tiny at that age. I couldn't do any of that at that age. I didn't have the physical capability. But I don't know. You were bringing up the soy, like, alternate meat BS and this, that, and another thing, and, like, you're seeing it, like, it's happening right before our very eyes. Like, people aren't getting the same kind of diets that they used to have, and not the same amount of physical activity. I think a lot of it has to do with, this might kind of agitate a few people, but you get into the Discord like we do, and you get that, we're gonna bully you, we're gonna give you a bit of the fucking shop talk. It's that stuff that kind of puts hair on the chest, you know what I mean? Like, people don't get that anymore. They need that safe space. They need to, buy into the soy, this, that, and another thing. It's like, you're creating this very effeminate culture. And at the same time, they're also putting down people who are trying to bring that, like, alpha energy, where they're saying, like, that's abusive.
Yeah, it's been a long-term plan for that, where they targeted the man, they targeted the dad, and they started the promotion of the divorce, and the whole goal. Looking back on it, and it happens in such slow motion that these guys probably couldn't see it back then, but to get the kids into, like, they're like raised by women all day. They go to school, it's like all mostly women teachers. And now they come home and it's like a single mom environment. So you have these young men being raised mostly by women. And then that's probably part of what we're seeing today, too. I played that clip of that guy that was like, hey, you guys, can you stop whispering? Because I have sensory overload. I can't pay attention or anything like that. Like, but yet he thinks he's going to topple capitalism, but he can't even handle somebody whispering.
No, and, like, that's the thing, right? Is, like, it's just, there's almost like an excuse for any kind of frailty, if you will. I don't want to get, like, too coarse with it, obviously, but it's a lot of that, like, SGW rhetoric where you've got to, like, kind of piss around the bush in regards to what people do and what they say. And, like you're saying, how are you ever supposed to do anything beneficial for not only your community or yourself if you can't handle a few people talk? Like, you've got to be able to speak publicly. You've got to be able to hold yourself in a certain decorum in order to get your point across. Like, if you're just devolving into nonsense, like, you see these people on YouTube doing it constantly. And it's hard not to when you're passionate about something. We'll say passionate. But they start barking the same way, like, it again, it's just this divide and conquer thing. Like you were saying, they want to divide people, whether it's getting dad out of the house or, you know, creating this effeminate society where men are predominantly surrounded by women, and then anytime a man tries to be a male, it's looked at as like, oh, that's abusive, and it's creating this like toxic masculine culture and blah blah blah. But how are we ever supposed to stand up and defend ourselves? Because if you look at other cultures throughout the world, do you see this effeminization other than like K-pop and shit like that?
Yeah, no way.
No, like you see all these other groups of society, like they're still very masculine. They still abide by certain like kind of standards, and it's only within this kind of westernized mentality where we've got like, oh, you've got to accept everyone and you've got to do this. But you go to other parts of the world and you try to push that bullshit, it's not going to fly.
Yeah, they don't even try it. These corporations that try it here, like for example with like the Pride Month, and then on Twitter they change their logo and everything to the rainbow flag, but when they have like the same company has like a, you know, Middle Eastern or whatever division, they don't do that there. They don't even try to push it there, and they know.
Oh, absolutely not. Because like you're saying, that's not socially acceptable. They're not appealing to that market, right? Like it's not going to fly in that hemisphere. They know that. So, and it's twisted, and it really is twisted that it's the same sword, but two different edges, where they're going to penetrate this fucking portion of society and you're going to get this and they're going to get that. And it just creates this turmoil and this animosity, and you see it. You see people defending it every day for what purpose and what reason? Like they don't even know, because like they've been told that's what the socially acceptable thing to do is like you have to stand up for X, Y, or Z, otherwise you're a bigot or blank, like whatever. You know,
the whole thing seems based on like bad, like someone's gonna say something bad about you. Like that's what conservatives are scared of. You know, conservatives are like, well, we don't want to be called a bigot, or they'll defend Trump. The reason Trump didn't get anything done is because, oh, well, the media would have crucified him. So rather than stand on his principles and what he told you he would do, defend America and everything, he just didn't want the media to say some bad words about him.
Hey, bent the knee, because at the end of the day, he's a businessman, and like a good friend of mine, like his father worked in finances for a number of years, like even during the collapse of Wall Street, and he had to reconfigure his entire lifestyle through a horrible divorce, bear in mind. And like I think to myself some days where I'm like, damn, I got did by this crazy bitch, and I'm like, no. Like it doesn't even compare to like some people that, like this motherfucker, like he lost out on like close to 75 grand.
Damn.
Like in total. Because like she just wanted to take him to the cleaners. Like I remember walking into their house and half of the fucking shit was gone. I was like, what the fuck just happened in here? Like, and like I'm saying, this guy was like, he was a Wall Street, like, yeah, he was a fucking, he had money and shit, but when that crap happened, it was just like a complete fucking rehash. And it's crazy, man. Like you can approach it from so many angles, but it can still get you at the end of the day. But like I was saying, with the whole like with the whole Trump thing, like I've known about that for a long time, because I had my homie and his father worked in finances, and I would just ask him, because like this was during the time before he was getting elected. I was like, what's his deal? And he was just like, I don't know, he's another fucking shady businessman. Like, he's a perfect politician, actually. I was like, well, there you go. And sure as shit, he turned around and he got fucking elected. So, like, I mean, it doesn't take much to be, quote, in the know. Like, he just knew. He had the marketing for it. He had the finances for it. And sure as shit. Like, and
what do you think? What do you think is? Do you got any ideas for any kind of solutions to what we're seeing right now? Like, the way the world's been flipped upside down, I don't really know what we can do. As far as
I don't want to.
Not in a short-term sense. I mean, the only thing.
Definitely not going to be short term.
Yeah,
it's going to be something that's going to happen. Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, and I guess I'll get slightly personal at this point, but if you've got kids, invest in them. That's going to be our future. Yeah, we'll fight as hard as we can for them, as long as we can. But at the end of the day, in my opinion, if we aren't guiding the people that are going to eventually take over our positions in society, where is that going to get us? Do you want to be left in fucking, a halfway house when you're old and withered, or maybe do you sort of want one of your kids to, or maybe all of your kids to be able to kind of help you out?
Yeah,
but at the same time, they're going to be able to. They're going to be able to. You see it constantly, and it is sick. They'll put their parents into hospices and then just forget about them.
Well, but think about it this way though: their parents just threw them in a school for 20 years.
Yeah, that too. But that's the thing, right? Is it's up to the individual at that point, in my opinion, to break that cycle of toxicity where, oh, I'm gonna get back at mom and dad because they threw me into the cycle for 20 years. No.
Yeah. I mean, they
How
might
about
not
you take
even
care of them and you prove to yourself that, yeah, you know what, I spent 20 years giving myself and providing myself the opportunities to pull all of us out of this cesspool. Not that you deserve it, but I want to do it for not only for you, but for myself.
I think that people might not even realize that's what's happening, but like you said, maybe subconsciously they're trying to get back on their parents for abandoning them in their whole life. And then there's a lot of. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No, like you're saying, just that kind of spiteful and vindictive behavior, and why would you want to do that? Why would you want to get back at them? Why wouldn't you want to prove that you can supersede or excel beyond what they had to go through? And even though they maybe put you into a system that they weren't aware existed, why do you have to go back and literally the duality of it, right? Why do you have to go back and repeat that cycle? Would you honestly, no matter what your parents did to you, would you honestly want to have them suffer in that level of degradation? And just, I'm going to forget about you. Yeah, I think it's sick when you sit back and think about it, just to throw them in there. And then when you've seen everything that happened with COVID in New York, and I'm sure everywhere else too, but where they just basically left these people to die.
Oh yeah, and they were pinning these elderly patients down with Alzheimer's and dementia, and they're like, no, don't do it, I don't want to die. And I'm grinning because that's kind of the way to cope with it. But yeah, sad part is a lot of those unfortunately, a lot of them passed away. I was I couldn't imagine that. When my grandmother, when both my grandparents passed away, I just distinctly remember we were all there for them. It wasn't they were ostracized and they were off by themselves, and I couldn't imagine doing that. Couldn't imagine having to say goodbye to someone behind a shower curtain, basically.
Yeah, that thing was sick, man, when that first started, and then they came out with that hug sleeve thing or whatever.
That hot glove that they filled with saline, where they were we warmed it up in the microwave and pumped a glove full of fucking salt water,
man.
Gross. Here, hug a chicken breast before you die. Gross. It's just gnarly.
It's literal insanity, though. It's trying the same thing over and over and getting the same results.
There would be no abiding by that for me. I would be getting locked up at that point. You know what I mean? I'd be losing my mind. What do you mean? I can't hug my my grandmother or my mother or my father goodbye. Get the fuck out. Get away from me. That's a YouTube moment, obviously. But yeah, it was sick. It was really sad watching a lot of people have to deal with that. And they were like posting that shit on the internet.
That's the other part to me that I don't get is they don't even understand how crazy that looks. I think they think it's cute or something.
The amount of just nonsense that's been posted in correlation with all this BS is just, you know, the nurses doing their dances and like people openly, you know, posting their V cards and whatnot, like they're being proud of it. It's insane. Like you're saying, it's actually insane. I've read enough, like I've seen enough of history to just be like, no, this is what people did when like the Communist Party started like popping off, and like it's a very slippery slope.
Well, that's really what it all is to me. It's just like basically a communist takeover, and then people get like caught up in the semantics of it. It's like, oh, it's socialism, oh, it's fascism, and this and that.
Same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Two sides of the same coin.
What you call it, you get caught up in the minutia of it, but it's really just basically like a communist takeover, like a full, you know, full totalitarian power grab.
Exactly, and like you were explaining earlier, this is like a very insidious form of communism, and we're like, you can argue semantics, oh, it's this, that, it's Fabian communism as far as I've researched, which is it takes a very long time, but they slowly corrupt the society. Like, what's his tits? He, like the 1980s video, the ex-KGB agent, whether he's like, you know, bullshitting people or not. Yeah, and he's more or less telling you the truth. They weren't going for the full-blown Bolshevik uprising of 1917. They knew they couldn't attack Western society in the same aspect, so they went about it in a very slow and methodical way. The point where, you know, like we had the chat the other day where that guy's getting his balls tased, y'all.
Oh, man.
Like, come the fuck, and that woman just standing there with her eyes bugged out of her head, like that should be the common reaction. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is this? And
it's
like you're
right
saying, the
on
other
the
guys,
street. It's right in the open on a American street. A guy chained to a. If you guys missed it, it was basically like there was a guy chained to a street light, like during Pride, and he had his wiener out. He had like those some like nipple clamps that were like tied around to his wiener and everything. Woo. And then people were like taking turns tasing his balls.
There was like
I saw a YouTuber there. There was like a YouTuber watching it.
Oh, probably live streaming it for
yeah,
all the fucking weirdos at home who didn't want to go out because of the sea babes and all that crazy shit.
But the craziest part is then there's a big part, I don't know how big, but there's a vocal part of the online people that say that, yeah, we should be bringing our kids to this, you know? And there's a guy getting tased in the fucking balls.
No, and like, you know, I was kind of chatting with a friend of mine earlier. I was talking about an episode of Robot Chicken. And I was like, okay, if this was done live action, if I had like child actors acting this out, I was like, do you think that would be aired? They were like, no, absolutely not. So I was like, so we have literal, like open sexual exposition happening on the streets, and children are supposed to be getting exposed to this? Like, that's, like, it just, no. As far as I'm concerned, that would fall into the category of child abuse. Straight up.
Yeah, I mean, literally, yeah.
I'm sorry, if I walked a 45-year-old man into my house right now with his cock and balls hanging out, tethered to his neck and his nips, and I chained him to my fridge, and then I had a, quote, gay pride parade and my child was here.
Yeah, you'd be in prison.
Yeah. Like, but because there's 70,000 people all cooperating in this nonsense, like, it's like some Babylonian ritualism or something. It's like right out of the fucking...
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah is what Mark said in the chat, literal Sodom and Gomorrah, and it's the same thing. I'm sure a lot of the people in here have probably seen it. There was that viral video like last week of a lady at a salon, and she threw a fit because there was like a man in there, supposedly called transgender, and he was parading around with his dick out, and there was all women in there and
Ooh.
some kids. So the lady was mad and went and she complained to the desk, like, no, this is a man. He's got a cock and balls. She was mad, which rightfully so. And then there's a guy kind of coming up trying to check her, like, oh, you mean a transgender? So all they got to do basically is say that I'm this, and then I can go in there and I can expose myself to these people. But if it was just a regular guy that wanted to go in there and pull his dick out in front of all these people, the same people would be crying to arrest him. But if you put on this transgender label, now all of a sudden it's acceptable.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, again, like the very slippery slope where how are we able, as parents and as leaders of our community, how are we supposed to differentiate between legitimate pedophiles and members of the trans community? You can't, because all they have to do is cry wolf, and now you've got a super predator basically going around hunting at their will. It's not good.
And the people's biggest concern is they just don't want to be called a transphobe or something like that.
Yeah, fuck all that. I don't give a shit. Like, you want to throw a label at me, go right ahead. If you have 3 children and you want to take them to a park around trans who's got their boobs and their penis hanging out and you think that's kosher, there's probably an issue with that. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, that wouldn't fly around here. Like, it's not going to fly in this community. Straight up. Like, if you went to a park and there were 4 or 5 dads like us sitting around, you're probably going to get shot. And that's not even me trying to, get spicy or anything.
That's how it used to be, I would assume. That's what it sounds like it used to be.
Well, yeah, especially around here where, it's a traditional lifestyle. Like, people they're all twisted over the CV thing, but it's stuff like that, like, it's just not gonna, it just doesn't float. Like, it really doesn't. We don't want it around our kids. And I brought it up when they were trying to pitch crap at the kids with the online school in terms of the sexual orientation and whatnot. I was like, yo, nah, like, he's not being exposed to that. He doesn't have the mental capacity to comprehend any of that. How old is he? He's going to be 8 in a month.
So they're trying to teach that to 8-year-olds?
Oh, brother, this was when he was in kindergarten.
Wow.
Like, they were trying to push the gay trans thing, and I was just like, this. I got so upset. Like, I legitimately got upset. I was like, this fucking, he doesn't know his ABCs, y'all.
Yeah,
right? You
right.
can't be asking him these questions. And he does. He's got them, he's got a few conditions and shit. I was like, he puts his shoes on wrong. You can't ask him if he's a fucking bisexual. Oh God, man. It was insane. Very upsetting, actually. And then, like you're saying, they target you. They want to target you.
Yeah, they're targeting you. And then, oh man. But they're the ones pushing.
Oh, you're a toxic male.
Sex. They're pushing sex on children and everything like that. They shouldn't even be talking about that till, at least middle school, at least, And you're saying kindergarten?
Oh yeah, straight up.
And now I heard it's not even just sex education. If you've seen those things, it's straight talking about anal sex and pegging and double dildo literally. And all anything you've seen in the craziest porn. They're talking about it in school to the kids. It's not even birds and the bees anymore.
Well, no, and I remember growing up as a kid, and this was the advent of internet exposure, and we jokingly brought up anal sex, and our vice principal was in the room. He had no part of that. He straight up was like, this isn't a how-to. We're not teaching you how to go about doing any of this. He's like, you want to learn that? You go ask your parents. He's like, this is a safe sex course. He's like, because the curriculum told us we have to teach you about it. He's like, but I'm not going beyond that. And he wasn't joking, man. Like, he put his foot down. And you try doing that today, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And now
where would that get you in your career?
Yeah, you'd be done.
He'd be fired. He'd be sitting in a break room for the rest of his days. But straight up, we all piped down, and we were just like, how do you put on a condom? Good question.
And
like,
that's how
what
it
he was
starts,
there for.
though, man. Like you said, slippery slope. That's how it starts.
Yeah.
I bet people back then were probably like, hey, the school shouldn't be teaching about safe sex. I'll teach them. And then they just convince you we're only going to teach them to put on a condom, and then a few years later, 20 years later, it's, here's how you blast out somebody's ass with a dildo.
Dude, you also got to step up, though, as I'm saying, as a parent. You got to go into those fucking, PTA meetings and shit. Like, you got to step up and you got to speak your truth. And I've done it with my kid, where I'm just like, this is unacceptable. I don't believe it follows in our Christian guidelines. I don't believe it follows suit with our Catholic teachings. I have a problem with this. And the teachers are just like, okay. They just let you back out. I'm not going to buy into evolution and all this other bullshit. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck? Like, we're going to sit here. Like, I couldn't believe it sometimes. They were just, some of the just absolute rhetoric. They were just blasting out of their, just assholes. They literally, it was just like verbal diarrhea. I was like, no. I'll shut the computer down. Like, I'll teach you.
Yeah, somebody in the chat...
Because that's my responsibility.
Sorry. Infinite Corridors in the chat said, anybody still having children at this point is effed up, or in this effed up realm is either crazy or just doesn't care about avoiding suffering for themselves or other. It's not... I think it's the opposite. I think we need to outbreed these people, but you can't be putting them in the public school and everything like that. No way.
Like, I gotta be honest, I was kind of pondering this throughout the week. Actually, I was going through some of Pink's Pink Elephant's, shout out Pink Elephant, doing some of his videos. Yeah, man, no,
He's
like
funny.
he's got some good shit. Like, I'm not gonna
funny.
lie, like, and the way he approaches things too, it's very methodical. He knows, like, I've got this, I've got that. Like, I'm gonna feed you this, and if you want to accept it, you can. If not, like, the breakdown of Spirited Away that Dang offered him. Shout out to Dang. Dang-a-rang.
Dang's trying to get in here. He can't figure out how to get in here. I'm trying to get him in here.
Oh, no!
He doesn't have the role. We'll figure it
out. Where's Legend or EBT? Can someone get him in there? I don't know if I can get him in there.
I told him to go on radio, and then I can just pull him into the room. But
True.
yeah, wait, what were you saying? I forgot now. It was...
Sorry, I was talking about Pink Elephant.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And just, fuck, I forgot what I was talking about, too.
He makes fun of Matt. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, no, he does that. That's the funny thing. Shit. I'll cycle back to it. As they said, if it's not...
I remember you were saying he's
probably
real methodical with how he, like, breaks everything down.
Oh, children. Bringing children into the corporeal realm. Bringing in these, quote, karma debts and this, that, and another thing. I put a lot of thought into it. I feel like, yeah, maybe sometimes I'm not gonna explicitly say that they're accidents, but sometimes miracles happen. And I personally, like myself, I sit there and I ponder a lot of the times, like, why the fuck am I here? Why am I forced to, like, play this game? Why do I have to cycle through Dharma? I don't want to pass go. I don't want to pay $200. I don't want to be on board. All this stuff, all this, like, weight of existence and bringing these other human beings in. And like he was saying, oh, you should apologize to your children and shit. No, I'm not going to apologize. Because I personally feel the same way that I invested into their existence to benefit the well-being of others. I think they're going to be able to do that for a number of people. And I've been told that. I've had tarot readers tell me, like, you're going to have like basically like just lots of kids, and they're going to go out and they're going to benefit society, and the weight of like your spirit isn't going to be measured, like the wealth of your spirit isn't going to be measured in physical cash, like, oh, you've got castles and Lamborghinis. It's going to be measured in the weight of the benefit that your seed and your existence and your spiritual like just focus has brought to this corporeal realm, where maybe you can pull a few people out of the mud. And I know like Pink Elephant says like you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to sit in a hospice, and you're not supposed to, because people have their entire lives to figure that out. But I feel like if enough of them encounter a few people along the way, and they're able to pull them out of the mud right before they sink, and they're able to help pull a few more people, like that's, like you're saying, that's going to have a positive effect.
Yeah, that's like the only thing you can do, right, is kind of plant some seeds. You can't even make somebody see the light or whatever you want to call it. You can just kind of show them the way, and it might even take a while for them to process that enough to be able to know what you were doing.
Like on my journey, it's still the same thing. Like you're still learning something new every day. At least you should be.
Yeah, you should.
And you should be questioning things as you move along. It maybe something that you thought was like a foundation, like maybe you're gonna have to chip away at that to build it something larger. And that's the thing, is like that's what you realize over time. And like whether you study scripture or you look at like philosophies and stuff, like your hands never empty out because something is trying to take away from you. It's because it's trying to afford you new opportunities. So that's the thing, like why would you want to be set in the same foundation for your entire life? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it seems like everything that's happening right now is to shake the foundation, whether it's by design by the controllers or whether it's like God or whatever you want to call it. It seems like everything's going to be shaken down here real soon. I feel like we're almost to the point where people are going to be almost mass migrating. Like I did that video on like the divorce of the United States. I feel like you're close to the point where you know that you're going to have mandatory this and that in one state, and the people that aren't down with that, they're just going to have to go to another state that's not down with that, which could be a honeypot in itself to get all those kind of people together. But at least it would buy you some time to kind of get to whatever you need to do next. But it does feel like everything's being torn down. They even call it themselves. They call it the Great Reset.
No, and exactly like you're saying. So, I mean, in those situations, like, again, this is another topic I was discussing earlier today, is just I want, not to say I don't love this area or the region that I live in. I just know that the politics and the people controlling this area are just, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So why the fuck do I want to stick around when like you're saying, where I can migrate? But not to honeypot myself, like not to put myself in a position where they know like, oh yeah, all of blank are going to situate in this area and we're going to be able to, quote, cleanse a certain degree of society or whatever. Yeah. So that's the thing, is like just being able to make those moves for yourself and determine where you want to go based on like your intellect, your intuition, your wisdom, base it off of what you want to do. Not what everyone else is telling you to do, or the media is telling you to do, or et cetera, et cetera. Like,
yeah, it's just, I've been in Minnesota for 42 years, and I feel like the writing's on the wall, man. I got a GTFO. It's like got to be one of the most liberal places. That's not, New York or California, but it's got to be right up there with Chicago and everything. Like, I gotta get the hell out of here.
No, like, and I see a lot of the reflections, and like even when Davey talks about it, like with him being up in New York, I'm not gonna lie, like Ontario is basically a macro, like microcosm, whatever. Fucking, it's a reflection of California, New York, all those like super liberal states. Like just ass blast all of that directly up one sphincter. That's Ontario. It's bad, man. Like it's about as liberal, socialist. Like even my uncle who came from California, he was like, "It's too liberal here."
Dang.
I was like, "That's bad." like the fuck.
It's like a cancer that spreads, man.
Like I'm saying, you get into small pockets of these communities where, you know, people still have kind of quote traditional values and mentalities, but as soon as you go into a major metropolis or like a hot center, everyone's they're right on board with all that socialist bullshit. Like, dude, we didn't need a BLM movement here. There's no reason for that.
They had one where
people
you're at.
were legitimately protesting that shit.
That's funny.
Like,
yeah.
why?
We had
Why?
that. I saw like small towns in Minnesota were having like marches too. Like you're in the sticks in Minnesota and there's like 30 people marching in their town over it.
They were laying on the road and shit.
Oh my goodness.
Like, I can't breathe. Like, oh god.
It's sick
like,
how they have that narrative. They have the I can't breathe narrative, and then at the same time they have like a respiratory illness going on.
Yeah, it was there's just like a shit ton of like occult symbolism that goes like into all that shit. And like Davey spent the entire winter breaking that shit down. He did a good job on that, actually. Like, just fucking
Davey Crocco, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Let's get Crocco in here.
I was gonna say, where the fuck is Crocco?
He hasn't been
around
around
a few days.
Yeah, he hasn't been around. I'm gonna ping him and see if he can get in. I told Benton to. Come in.
Do his new job.
Benton says he's stuck with some boomers. He's also shilling the Rona. Trying to get Dang in here. All the people trying to get in here, no one's coming in. But Bong Ripper's holding it down, man.
I'm trying to.
Man, it's you're doing great, man. Oh,
I mean,
man.
I've just like I get a lot of kind of downtime during the evenings, obviously, once the kiddo goes to bed and all that. So just doing my best to keep up to snuff with what's going on. Obviously, don't watch any of the mainstream media or any of that. So I ask a lot of my friends, you know, what's going on? Like, what's happening in the real world? And got picked up, like I was saying earlier this week, and went out for the first time. No lie. The first time I've been like into a major city since January, and it's still fucking bizarre world. In my region, at least. So it's kind of disheartening. Just try to get out there and enjoy yourself and do your thing, and you still got people doing all this whack ass shit. Like it was sad, man. Like, I was trying to grab my kid a couple toys at the store today, and I was seeing kids his age, like, fully masked. Their parents giving me dirty looks because I wasn't, and I was like, why are you giving me a dirty look? Like, why are you giving me a hard time? Like, you're the one forcing your kid to wear a mask. Like,
I hate when I see that, like, small little kids in a mask. It's nuts, man. And where I'm at, like, the mask is pretty much gone. And then I just went to Target yesterday, and there was, like, I was, like, in and out, like, real quick. But just that little bit I was in there, there was, like, 3 moms with their little kids that were the mom and the kid wear masks. I'm like, man, that's just too much, man. And then I saw some soy boy with like his girlfriend, and he was masked. They were both masked up, but no one else was wearing it.
And like, from what I've been able to discern, certain parts of Canada have gone maskless. So there's this weird blend of things opening up again, but not opening up again. And prime example, I asked a friend earlier this week, I was like, when is Ontario going no mask, and they said they don't expect us to go maskless until 2022.
Dang, man, that's just what they tell you. It'll probably be pushed back till after that.
The thing is, though, you go on the YouTube videos, they shut the comments off and all this other nonsense because people are literally like, we have to put the Prime Minister, or sorry, not the Prime Minister, we have to put the MP of Ontario in prison. Like, he needs to go to jail. So, like, that's where the gen pop is at. Like, even the common individual realizes this is not good. So, I don't know how the government keeps getting away with it. Probably because no one's actually standing up to push back against it.
Yeah, they need a leader type figure, I think, to tell them, and they call it, the silent majority. That's kind of what Trump represented, in theory at least. But to be honest, I think if Trump came back and said to these people, "Hey, do this," I think they would just do it. Because I watched his most recent rally, and it was crazy, man. It was the loyalty those people have to him. I think they would do anything.
I caught that too, actually. Where was that? Arkansas?
Yeah, I think that's the one I watched. I watched the one I watched was in Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So that was like his most recent rally, right? Like since
I think the one I saw was the first
insurrection?
one. I saw the one that was the first one. I think he's had another one since then.
Oh, true.
So
yeah,
the one I saw, he was like, he read the snake poem, but it was just crazy where it was like a WWE fans, and he's like, oh, the fake news is back there, and they all turn around and boo the fake news, and I'm like, man, this is it was like watching like a movie or something. It was almost not real.
Yeah, it's so funny though, because like they'll boo the fake news, like, oh, CNN, oh, Fox, the narrative, blah blah blah, and they're all there front row and center, and that's who's feeding you the narrative. Like, that's who's got the live YouTube feed. That's who's like broadcasting it to you on the cable television, on your satellite. Like, the fuck? Like, how do you think he's anti this when everyone is broadcasting it?
Yeah, I don't
It doesn't apply. That makes no sense. Like you said, it's almost like a WWE fan base or like a WWF fan base. Ironically, actually, I saw a bunch of retro wrestling dolls at Walmart today, along with some retro He-Mans, like in their OG packaging. Same with Star Wars. I was like, yo, they're pushing the nostalgia like hardcore, and that's what Trumpetto reminded me of, like very Reagan-esque in his approach. Like, this is like, he's got the comb over, he's the slick businessman, he's the actor. He's got the accolades. Like, you can trust this guy. He's, we've got Space Force. We've got lasers on the moon. Like, Reagan was pushing the same shit in the 80s. Like, you're saying with the wrestling paradigm. And then you've got Trump, who's just turning around with, like, Space Force. And then you see the revamp of, like, all the shit that we grew up with as kids. Like, they're revamping Star Wars. They're revamping, like, everything that... like all the Marvel and everything. Like, they've totally revamped Marvel with the Disney Plus. Like, none of that shit. I think the Black Widow is one of the first ones to go to the theater since like the big lockdowns has started to occur, because like they had Loki and all this other shit, and like you're saying with the whole trans paradigm, like Loki coming out as like non-binary, all this other bullshit. It's incorporated into everything. Yeah,
I didn't see that. He's non-binary now.
He's bi/non-bi. So like he's a bisexual. So he's like down with men and women, but he's not like, you can't call him like a him or a her or whatever. He's like they. I don't even know, man. Like I don't want to get twisted up in any of that shit. Because like we were saying, like there's like, it just feels like there's like a demonic level to it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's
I just
what
don't
I'm
want to tie any
interested
of that into my life.
Yeah, there's definitely some satanic force or whatever you want to call it that's just been growing more and more powerful. It seems like to me, I mean, I can't prove it, but just watching it over the years.
We were kind of shooting the shit about it in the Discord earlier this week, or maybe it was last week. It's hard for me to correlate everything, but yeah, like we were just discussing like some of the satanic ritual abuse, so like SRA, and that ties in with like the MK Ultra bullshit and the like Tuskegee experiments and all this other crap, like especially with the reform schools, like we were talking about kind of earlier in the program or whatever. It like my native ancestors, they had firsthand experience with that shit. So whether that was actually happening or not, like we still have to consider that to be like a psyop at some level. So whether these kids were actually being abused or whether they're like being tricked into being psychologically abused and physically abused, like that's still a level of abuse.
Yeah.
And like there's so much that ties into it, especially with like Montauk. You were getting into like kind of Montauk earlier, I think.
Yeah, and then that's what I was talking about with coalitions, how it's like, yeah, that's what conspiracies used to be, and now the conspiracies are just like, oh man, Mandela effect. I can't even think of some of the other ones that are just so off the wall.
Oh,
you know, Trump.
Yeah, just wishy-washy BS, right?
Yeah, like
where
stuff
you're going to be chasing your tail all day, every day.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, you get into the Mandela paradigm. Like, we could talk about Mandela all day. Can we quote The Matrix 1,500 times? Of course you fucking can. There's 3 movies, all of which are almost 3 hours in length. We've got 9 hours of footage we could fucking hack apart and go over. But we can also discuss all the philosophical paradigms that the Wachowski sisters, well, brothers, took all of that information from. We can go over all the fucking, you know, the graphic novels and everything else that they pulled those narratives from. So that's the thing. We can just hash it out about this, like, Hollywood bullshit. And like you're saying, pissed on breadcrumbs and blah, blah, blah. Like, dive into the thick of it. Get into Plato. Like, get into the actual philosophies that they are discussing in those narratives. Instead of just rehashing the same shit over and over and over again.
Well, that's what it seems like the truther not the community, but the whatever the ones that they push out now, like exactly like you said, like it's to get you to chase your tail and everything like that, and you never get anywhere because you're just chasing these like silly.
Well, you're chasing the
like
dragon,
that.
right? The same way, like with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, just say like heroin to bring that up, but like straight up, like you're chasing, like you said, chasing the tail, chasing the dragon, where you're just looking for the next high. Like, what gets me here? What gets me there? Like, what gets me to the next elevated level of this or that or another thing? And it's like, you don't even pay any attention to it after a while. You just start absorbing all of it, and it's just...
And then and then at the same time, just like with drugs, it gets like further and like bigger and bigger things that you need a bigger hit to get a dose of, so that then it becomes there's no trees on flat Earth and every tree is a mountain, and then
I mean those are cool concepts though. Like I
love it too, you know. But I know what you mean. But then these people get so caught up in it, and it's like every piece of land is a building and stuff like that.
No, and that's the thing is like it gets ridiculous after a while. You know what I mean? Like where you can't like just go up to every single point on the planet and just be like, this is a conspiracy, and like just people buy into it, or like we get it. Like there's certain points like. If you go to the fucking pyramids of Giza, no one's going to turn around and be like, whoa, there's no ley lines there. Oh, there's no significance to that. Like, we get that, right? But like you're saying, you start getting into the thick of it and you start breaking all this shit down. It gets really ridiculous at some point to where, I mean, and this isn't even me trying to be an asshole, but like just the plasma fire bullshit. You know what I mean?
You're talking about the plasma fires?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's like anything, though. It's like even Tartaria, even and everything, and then it becomes they tie it in with, giants, and I can't even really get into this stuff anymore. It's just so hard for me to stay on top of it because there's more and more and more always.
No, and that's the thing, right? Is like I was saying, even like we were joking around with the plasma fires and like all that shit earlier this week, but like it gets to that point where you can't invest it, like you can't invest into it, like you can't give it that much momentum because it's gonna get to the point where it starts getting super ridiculous, and it gets like really, really out of hand.
Yeah. I think it's definitely got to be by design wherever they're coming from. They kind of started with flat Earth. I think they dropped the flat Earth on you, and around the same time, or slightly after, it became like Tartaria, and there was like more and more controlled releases of these conspiracies, and then part of the problem I think is like YouTube itself, because these people have a YouTube channel and they want to grow the YouTube channel, so then they got to go more and more outlandish than the last guy to get more people into their channel or whatever, and then it's like a snowball down a hill just spiraling out of control. It seems like I think it needs to be checked. I mean, but it's hard for me to say that too, because personally I love to watch it, and I'm able to like watch it without getting like sucked into it. And what was the other one that was like, I don't know if you saw the one, it was called like Iwaranan or something like that. It kind of combined like all these different theories, and they had like a history of the Earth or something. I didn't watch the whole thing, but it was kind of one of those things where it combined the plasma moon or whatever, and then like flat Earth and pretty much everything, and it was creating this like narrative about the Earth and hidden lands and everything like that. And I loved it, but I could see somebody that maybe hasn't looked at stuff as long as me or something, or somebody's just getting into it, and I could see them getting sucked into it and like taking it like it's like it's a, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like infallible truth.
Yeah.
Where they just,
like
this is the answer I've always been seeking.
Yeah,
like,
this YouTube channel has solved all of history and every hidden.
And that's the thing, right? It's like when you do start diving into the thick of this information, you'll realize you're never going to come across every single answer on a fucking YouTube channel. The algorithms don't work that way. Like they're going to pull down certain amounts of information. They're going to force people you got to do the work for yourself. You can't just Google all of this BS and that's the shape of the world. Like, yeah.
All the hidden secrets of humanity.
Google. Just right at the fucking tips of my fingers. And like you were saying, you pointed it out so many times in so many of your videos. You're just gonna, I broke this pedophile ring from the seat and the comfort of my home.
Yeah.
Like, no. No.
Yeah, you didn't do anything.
No, you didn't go and bust the Nigerians who were channeling these kids into Asia and all this other nonsense. You didn't get held at gunpoint. You haven't been held for hostage and all this other shit. I was talking to members of Interpol on Instagram before I got off of there, and that was a big part of it. I was just like, how can I help? And they were like, here, investigate things. And I was like, no, thanks. Like, it's bad.
Were you going down like the Pizzagate thing or what?
So yeah, no, not really. It wasn't more or less like the PGA, like the P-gate shit. It was like ties in mostly, like we were talking about earlier, with like that satanic aspect. Like there's got to be a dark aspect to it. So as a lot of these people have pointed out, like there's a ritualistic aspect to it. So whether you want to tie it in with like Satan or the demiurge or the Nilpont or whatever the fuck you want to call it, there is a legitimate like sacrificial element to all of this shit. And it's not just saying like, oh, dispensing of people. It's getting into like the assault realm. Like, and I'm not going to dive into any of that. Like, it's a lot of dark territory, obviously, and it is saying certain things are just not gonna. It's just not good for the algorithm and stuff. But yeah, man, like.
Don't you think they want you like just thinking about it, like the tortured kids or whatever? They want you in that state of mind. They release that video of like John Podesta, and they call him, you know, Skippy, and it's like a video you can't even see anything what's happening, and then it's like
definitely, like, and I'm not saying those like mainstream videos are the ones that like you want to get attached to or like really focus on. Like the guy that I was in personal contact with, like he was an Australian Interpol agent, and as he explained, like Australia is actually kind of a portal for a lot of the like the international sex slave trade. And the one child who went missing, and like it's a documented thing. Like you can just what people don't realize is like most court documents, unless there's some sort of like legal retainer on it, you can go and look all of it up. Like you can go and call a courthouse and you can get information on anyone at any given point in time. Like if they've got standing warrants and all this other crazy shit. Like there's a lot to the law that a lot of people don't really get to investigate because they don't have to actually explore it or deal with it on a first-hand basis. But when you get into those aspects of the international sex slave trade, like this child had been missing for almost 2 years, and when they found them, like his teeth were rotten, like they were falling out of his skull, like he'd been passed around, like because he was a Caucasian in like an Asian territory. So it was like very easy for him to like just be passed around and like slip through all these like fail safes and shit like that. But it took them almost like 8 months to catch up with this poor kid. And by the time they caught up with him, they couldn't take pictures of the kid. He'd just been exposed to so much. And like I was saying, you try to like contact them and like get involved because they tell you like, yeah, we can use help within local communities to stop and prevent like this kind of trade from happening at the shore, because that's where it does predominantly occur. But yeah, it started getting like, it just got really heavy.
Yeah, it's dark, huh? Just to be.
Yeah. And especially like with again, we can kind of toss it up as a psyop and whatnot, but the sex trade that occurs with the Native American community in this country is actually, it's quite bad. And the last count, like the RCMP gave, was somewhere around like 4,500 missing Native American women, like in the age range of like 14 to about like 30. So that's bad.
Yeah, that's definitely bad. Just want to say shout out to the chat real quick. Sorry, I haven't been.
Oh, no worries.
There's been a lot of good comments. I'm also on here. I'm on trying to like get more people to like come into the Discord too. Like I said, I was kind of counting on Layla to do some heavy lifting today, and she can't even talk now. Her voice is gone.
I'm raspy. Been destroyed.
She's bad. Benton sounds like he's bad too. It's a spiritual attack, man. The Vatican doesn't want you to know this information.
Exactly.
Pope Francis hit him with the ray.
Uh-oh. Where is Poppy? Where the hell is EBT?
He's a hologram. EBT said he's looking for.
He's a hologram.
EBT is looking for an RV. He said.
What the hell?
Where's Tin? And Dee Dee?
Damn.
Get in here, Tin. Dee Dee. Oh wait, Dee Dee's not allowed around you, is she?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't do anything.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
I know you are. I was trying to incite violence.
That's right.
That's my.
Everyone hit the thumbs up, man. I'm trying to remember what other. I had other topics like links up that I wanted to talk about, but I can't remember what it is right now. I'm trying to get Monk in here too. Let's get. I sent Pink Elephant an invite the other day too, or yesterday or something.
It'd be really nice to get him in here.
I think it'd be funny.
I know for a fact, like, he does not have a super large following on his YouTube. Like, he's got like 160 followers or something. But that guy, straight up, man, like, he spits some fucking facts. And I was posting a lot of links in the Discord, pardon me, earlier this weekend. Because, yeah, I think he brings a lot of, I honestly do. I think he brings a lot of pertinent information to the discussion. I think he's diving into a lot of topics that if people want something like, oh, I'm bored, oh, there's nothing to look into, like, dive into his page, dive into the philosophies he's discussing, like, pick up the Bhagavad Gita, like, go ahead and fucking dive into the Wheel of Dharma and all that fun stuff. Like, you're gonna be in for a treat, y'all. Like, don't be, like we were talking about, don't be a boomer. Don't be a fucking, I've got this belief and I've got that belief. It's based in this foundation. Like, no, just fucking dive into it. Explore it. Have fun. No one's holding a gun to your head. No one says you have to fucking believe in none of this bullshit. Check it out.
Yeah, I think it's funny the way he says stuff too, because he'll say like, like he just has the most information and everything like that. Like, just the way he says it to me is super funny, but I could see other people getting triggered by that. But I think it's fun. I don't take it like personally, like some people do.
That's what Dang said, man. He was like Dang said, don't walk in there with your ego.
Yeah.
Don't walk in there with your ego. Take everything he's gonna say. Yeah, you don't have to accept it as fucking truth. Again, no one's holding a goddamn gun to your head, yeah? Like, take it with a grain of salt if you want to. But it's still worthwhile to dive into it, to examine it, to explore it, challenge your own beliefs. Like I'm saying, like, push yourself into those, like, uncomfortable positions. Why not? That's how you grow. That's how you expand. Like we were saying with, like, working out and all this shit. Spiritual workouts, physical workouts. You got to push yourself. If you don't, you're gonna get stuck in a cycle. You're gonna fucking get stagnant. And that's what that's what fucking Pink Elephant talks about the most too. Is like getting rid of that like stagnant energy. Get rid of that fucking neuroses. Don't just sit there and pool in it. Oh,
yeah,
life sucks.
People get caught in
rid
that.
Of it.
Yeah, their comfort zone, and they don't ever want to push themselves out. And then it's like, and then like you said, then you become a broken record, and you're just saying the same things over and over again. It's like you gotta.
Why be a blip? Why?
Yeah, you gotta.
Why?
I couldn't imagine. Like, if you guys see my channel, I'm all over the place on the topics I'm talking. I couldn't imagine like just having a channel on like one topic. Like some of these channels are where they just talk Tartaria or whatever the topic is. It'll be the one topic, like 100 videos, and I personally couldn't do that. It's like I'm scatterbrain, kind of ADD or something like that. I could never do that.
No, I mean, it's not even like being all over the map. It's just you wanting to connect the dots, because it really is. It's a spider web. You know what I mean? It's not this like straight line of bullshit. It is all kind of interconnected. So being able to explore all of those avenues, that's what we need to do. Why get stuck on one portion of the web? Why get stuck on one aspect of the paradigm when we can look throughout the entire thing? Fucking explore it. Check it out. If it doesn't sit right with you, no one says you have to fucking accept it. No one says you have to fucking believe in it 110%. You don't even have to leave a like or a negative comment. Just walk the fuck away.
Yeah.
That's half of the fucking bullshit I deal with half of the most of the time too, is like, if I come across a video, if I dislike a comment or I dislike something, what the fuck? Like, why do you have to fucking interject? You don't have to.
Yeah. I think it's funny when I get the people that I like, they'll point out something that I said that they don't agree with, and then they'll be like, unsubscribe. like I'm supposed to be
it's
like
the biggest punch in your gut.
I'm supposed to be like, no, wait, come back. I will change my worldview because one person left or whatever.
Oh, please, for the love of God,
Yeah,
I
please.
will re-describe my entire agenda.
That's weird to me when
you.
some of those people do stuff like that. I think that's super weird. But like you said, man, you gotta sift through everything, man. I'm willing to bet, man. I don't know this obviously, but I'm willing to bet I have to be in like the top 1% of people as far as like hours of information that I've looked into things. Now, I don't know that for sure, but I feel like that. I feel like I looked into stuff even before 2008, but then like from 2008 on, it was like just countless hours every day looking into all kinds of stuff. And then like, I'll even still to this day, I'll spend, the other day I spent like 3 hours on a rabbit hole that went absolutely nowhere, you know? And I was like, okay, well, to me, it's nothing to just blast through it because I'm able to separate it.
yeah, exactly.
But you got to just be able to separate, you know, look at it from kind of
but how many times did you fall off your bike before you learned how to ride it? You know
exactly.
And guess what? Like, even when we mastered the art of bicycling, how many times have you fucking wiped out since then? Like, you just can't experience those. Like, sometimes you can't anticipate those experiences. So, like you're saying, you're gonna get a curveball now and again where it's like, yeah, you know what? I went down this fucking 4-hour rabbit hole. That was pointless.
Yeah.
We've all been there, man.
You gotta love it, though. You gotta love it.
Yeah, it teaches you something, though. And that's the thing at the end of the day. Like, you gotta find the silver lining in that shit. And if you don't, like, what is it gonna do for you at the end of the day? Like, nothing?
Yeah, and hopefully, like you said, don't get stagnant. And if you're on the same thing looking into you were on like 3 years ago or something and you haven't made any personal life changes based on it, like what's the point of even looking into it if you can't apply the knowledge directly into your life?
No, and that's the thing, is being made privy to all of this stuff. And that's like, I've had so many people, that is a very general assault too, is like, oh, you know all of this stuff, how did you change your life? It's like, well, doing the basic stuff, right? Like just being able to shop appropriately or invest appropriately, do things like that.
Your diet. I think if people haven't changed their diet when looking into this, you should realize like the weaponization of the food. Like I said earlier, you know, in the 80s or 70s, they were lean, and then that's when they brought out the industrialized food and everything, and you can easily see the effects of it just at a glance.
No, and it, like, when they made that really big push for people to start getting, and I hate to say it, like they got unfit, they got very unhealthy. We saw this influx in fast food. The agricultural
fast food and
industry.
boxed dinners, yeah. Hamburger Helper.
Straight
and
up,
stuff
where
like
it was like,
whatever.
oh, you could just fuck it. You've been working all day. 5 minutes. That's all you need. And it's like, well, your kids are getting no nutritional benefit from that. Like, it's filling them up, yeah?
Yeah.
But you can fill your kid up with cardboard.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, except they're putting cheddar on it. Neat. Like, fuck, man. It's bad. Like, it, like you're saying, you saw the way that people were. You saw the physique. You saw the mentality.
You don't
You
even
saw
need
the bravado.
it's not even a rabbit hole. You can literally look at a picture from 70s and 80s and compare it to today and figure it out in 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, straight up. And like getting back to that mentality, but here's the thing, being able to hold that too is like that's hard to do, man. Like it's hard to just be like, yeah, you know what? Like I'm a guy, like I'm gonna behave a certain way. Like this is my fucking like my male bravado. Like you can deal with it or not, and you get attacked for it like constantly.
Oh yeah, it's the demons in the people. I think you aggravate their
Well,
demons.
like you're saying, these like 400-pound tattooed turds, and like don't get me wrong, like I'm a tattooed turd too, but like, dude, like I still go out and do shit with my like. I'm teaching him how to catch a ball. I teach him how to ride a bike. Like it's just basic shit. Like he knows how to start a fire. Like I'm just trying to teach him basic manly shit. And like even that for a lot of people are just like, wow, he knows how to do that. I'm like, why wouldn't he? Like he, again, in my opinion, at some point is supposed to supersede me. Yeah?
Yeah.
To like, because that's the whole point of procreating and pushing on with it. I hate using the term evolution, but pushing on with society, pushing on. Like you want them to be better than you. That's just the way it should be. So it's like, why would I try to hold them back?
Yeah, and even me as a kid, I was like what you'd call a latchkey kid because I grew up with my mom or my grandma or whatever, and then we would be if I was with my mom, I'd just be home alone while she's at work. So I had to like, I was cooking on the stove and everything. I was a little ass dude. And nowadays, like, I guarantee these kids aren't like cooking the way I was cooking and everything like that. It's like people would probably be calling CPS on you if you had a kid cooking a grilled cheese or something on a skillet.
Oh, absolutely, man. And like that was the thing is I was kind of the same way. My parents taught me from a very early age, like, you need to know how to cook. And it wasn't them like trying to pass the buck or anything, but they knew, like, again, my parents and my grandparents grew up in a time of war where it was like, if anything were to happen to us, we want you to know how to survive. Because how many times have you picked up a history book and heard about kids who just put their nose to the grindstone and they end up surviving when like it would seem beyond all odds? They know how to go out and boil water because you can't just like drink like straight fucking water. You've got to like kill the bacteria. I know that this is safe for gathering and I'm going to consume it. I know how to keep a house warm if the energy dies. I know what to do X, Y, or Z. Like those skills are so like few and far between. And like you were saying, you would go into a home nowadays, if you saw a 7 or an 8-year-old kid cooking their own meal, you'd be like, oh my God, like they're not being looked after. Like, no, if anything, they're proving to you that they're acquiring the skills that they need in order to like continue advancing within our society. And that's what you want to see. It's not a negative thing.
No, it's a great thing.
Absolutely.
Or you'd have the kids would be like the brothers and sisters, the older brothers would be in charge even if they weren't that much older or something. And now somebody be calling CPS on them or something today. Too many tattletales, too much snitching, too much of that.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah, it's like these people think they have some control. The same people too that tell you to wear a mask or whatever, like the people that confront you. That's the same person that's going to be, calling the police or something if they knew your kid was home alone. If they knew your kid was home alone for an hour or something like that.
And it's like, that's just, it's not a good place to be within our society, because again, like, if you pick up a history book, you fucking kind of study a few incidents that have occurred throughout the decades, you realize when you start getting kids to snitch on their neighbors and on their parents, and you've got everyone fucking nipping at each other's heels, we're not going to end up anywhere beneficial. You pick up a history book, you fucking...
That was
Uh-oh.
EBT.
Yeah, you pick up a history book and you're fucking... What happened? You started eating cabbage soup?
EBT's being a troll. He jumped in for a second. I'm trying to, like, I'm sitting here sending invites to everyone else. Get some...
Yeah, well, tell him to talk to me. If he doesn't want to fucking agree with me about my history books.
Who, EBT?
Yeah. The whole reason I'm even in this goddamn Discord. Fucking out of here.
He only believes it if it's Catholic canon or what?
That's fine. We can talk Catholicism all fucking evening if he wants to.
All right, I'm
have.
Inviting Croco. I sent Croco an invite.
Send him the intro to the fucking Spooky Sunday. Maybe that'll lure him in.
Who else can we get in here? I got Ralph.
Where's Dang? What's Dang doing?
Dang's been talking about he was going to come in for like an hour. He's fucking around, man.
Tell him to fuck up.
Come on, Dang. We're treading water just for you. Get in here. We'll get shot.
We'll do a Naruto-verse breakdown for an hour if he wants to. I mean, we can tie all that in with everything else that's going on. Of course he would.
He would be all about it. All right, I'm sending tons of invites to these people since no one's coming in, and since Layla's out sick. 1 second here.
EBT coming into troll, but he can't even talk for 5 minutes.
Yeah, EBT's he's being EBT. That's how he is, man.
The fuck is he even? I'm gonna get back in here.
Yeah, where's Ben?
Doing intermission. Cut the music. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad to get a little fucking... Yeah, where is
Get
Ben?
a breather. Hold on, guys. We're trying to get... All these people wanted to get in, and now it's going down. No one's jumping in.
I was talking about it in the Discord earlier. I was like, yo, I'm looking forward to it. No, that's what Legend's been saying all weekend.
Where's Legend? Get Legend in here.
We can at least get, like, Tub Girls in the background or something like that.
He'd be all about it. That's what I was talking about earlier, too, is, like, the... social. I said the social media industrial complex, and then you got TikTok is like the pipeline into OnlyFans, and they're trying to like bring these little girls, straight from Instagram IG thought to TikTok thought to OnlyFans thought. Where's that going to lead eventually, though? Just into some basically sex worker or something, right? Is that where they're trying to bring them? I guess at OnlyFans point, you're already a sex worker, but I mean in real life.
No, definitely. Like, if you start seeing, like, the TikTok connection, it's not just TikTok. Like, they're on every platform. They're on the Snapchat, Instagram.
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot about
anything
Tinder.
that they can link to. Yeah, Tinder, all that BS. Like, oh, God, I hate being on Tinder.
So... Oh, you're on it? See, I've never been on it. I'm too old.
Oh, yeah. No, Canadian Tinder is, like, awful, too, because, like, everyone's just, like, flashing their V cards, and they're wearing masks and shit, and they're just, like, fully feed.
They want to date.
Wipe, like, oh, my God, get out of here. And, like,
Zombie said they talk about, like, they're COVID conscious. Have you seen that?
Oh, they do. They do, man.
I'm
they
looking
do.
To date,
They're like...
I'm looking to date somebody that's COVID conscious. Could you... What if you go on there and say, hey, yeah, it's a Jew hoax? Would they be mad or what?
Oh, brother, like, yeah.
They'd hunt you down.
I gotta tell you, like, in this province, not gonna lie, like, in Canada, actually, just throwing it up there, you start throwing around like J-isms, you could have the police knocking at your door.
Oh, really?
Straight up. Oh yeah, no, there's anti-Semite laws here.
Oh, dang.
So yeah, straight up, man. That's why I got rid of a lot of my social media and shit like that, just because of like old comments and whatnot. Like, I gotta be careful. Like, I want like 6 cops showing up my door
Hell
because
no.
I fucking said something on the fucking
especially if it's something off the
Jay
cuff,
this.
you know, that you're just kind of joking
No,
about.
and that's
or
what I'm
something.
saying. Is like exactly like I'll hop in the Discord, and maybe I'm a little lit or something like that. Just fucking popping off, and it's like, you know, I'm gonna have fucking a bunch of jackbooted goons sitting in the driveway, just like, oh, you're breaking international law.
Oh,
like,
man.
what the fuck? Like, whoa, no, thank you. Like, fuck that shit. So yeah, it's pretty shitty, man. So if you ain't got the VPNs and all that crap,
Oh, here we go.
you gotta be
We got
careful. Oh, there's Dang.
Dang's in the house. What's good, Dang? Finally.
Dang or rang.
Can you hear us, Dang?
What up?
What's
Yo.
up? What's up, fam?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's good? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
How's the Corolla?
We got our boy Dang here. He's
Pretty cool.
he's living in the Corolla, but that's nothing to him.
Yeah, dude.
He used to.
This shit's hot box. This shit's so fucking hot box.
He's hot boxing.
So I know.
Dude,
hey,
it's so
I know
fucking
you.
lit.
We talked about this once, but it was on D Live, bro. You
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Fucking EBT. I'm about to mute his ass. But
I hear you guys.
Yeah, what up?
We talked about it on D Live before, but we should talk about it, like your experience in the. Where were you in China, in the jails in China, or was it somewhere else? I can't remember. Taiwan or something.
China.
You did hard time in China.
I was like, what, a year in China?
No, 5 months in like a detention center.
Damn.
I gotta turn the stream off if I want to talk in here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, that's better.
Yeah, can you tell people like your jail experience in China? I think that's crazy. Sounds wild.
Yeah, I was living in China for like a year and a half, and then I got fucked up, and the ATM ate my card, and I punched the shit out of it, and then spent 5 months in a Chinese detention center under investigation because they thought I was trying to like steal the money from the ATM. But I was just like retarded.
Did you break the ATM? Did you break it?
Yeah, I smashed the screen.
And so they thought you were trying to like steal the money.
Yeah, it was like the 3rd time in like a month where the fucking Chinese ATM ate my bank card. It takes like 2 months to get a new bank card to access your money because China's fucking retarded. So yeah, like I just smashed the shit out of the ATM screen and spent 5 months in a detention center.
And what's it like in the?
Oh,
the
fucking
Chinese?
sucks. Like the first, because I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know how long
jail is shit.
Like, I thought I'd be out of there in like a week. I was like, yeah, they'll bail me out. I got homies or something like USA, and like 4 weeks later, as I'm like fucking just not agreeing with any of these people that don't speak English. Like I was in a 12 yard by 4 yard cell with like 12 other Chinese people that didn't speak English. So it was like fucking.
Did you speak Chinese or no?
At first I didn't, and like I totally like fought the whole system, and I was like pissed off and shit for like 2 months. And then after like 3 months I started just like learning Chinese and speaking with them and like kind of like hanging out with the crew. It was just like kind of fine after that. But I didn't know. After 4 months, I finally got a date on how long I was gonna have to stay in there, which was 5 months.
So the whole time, it's all the guys are in one cell.
Yeah, like everyone's in one sort of space. There's like 2 feet of walking space, and the rest is like elevated board. And from like 6 to 4 p.m., you have to like sit there on the board, all like lined up. There's like cameras and like speakerphones and shit. There's like a nap time.
About, like Japanese prison too. Like you just have to fucking sit there and like the submission, like just sitting there for like 8 hours a day, and like the submission.
No, yeah,
like
that's exactly what that's exactly what we have to do. And like, in the morning when the speakerphones come on to wake everybody up, they play like fucking Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Yeah, you get your exercise and shit, but then you're like marching around the yard.
No, they play like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star music. They play like Titanic music like during the break times and shit.
Creepy.
What the hell?
What up? Yeah, like the Titanic soundtrack. Like they just like randomly play that shit.
And that's your break. You gotta shit right in the room with them, right?
There's like a separate area where there's like a hole. You gotta do a squatter toilet. There's like a always flowing water, and you just gotta like fucking. There's like a plastic sort of like Tupperware thing you can prop up so they don't see you like shitting in the hole.
Oh man,
that's your privacy. But there's a camera up in the corner.
That sounds miserable.
Yeah, it's humbling.
So basically, the point is the Corolla is nothing to you now, right? To live in the Corolla.
No, fuck no.
I don't really care. Like, I couldn't really explain the story well because I'm pretty fucking high and drunk.
What you smoking on, gang?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Getting high.
Like the first time I got high in a year, and I just like feel like I just hit like.
You can't blame me for that shit, though. It's not me.
30, 20 degree Mason.
20.
You got to shit in the room with them.
No.
Oh.
What up? What up, dog?
What up, EBT?
No, because it's too tall and it'll burn it up. Stop it.
What?
What
the fuck?
I think his old lady's yelling at him or something like that.
You get off of that live stream, boy.
Yeah.
It's fine. We'll kill it. Yeah.
Did you see what he did?
It's like EBT 15 minutes ago.
No, it's what up, duh. It's not EBT.
What up, EBT? It ain't EBT. It's the fucking EBT with the Anon mask.
No, it's not. It's me, brother.
What's good, fam?
What's going on? Smoking that ice cream.
You know, well, I've been swimming all day, barbecuing, eating, drinking beer. What's up?
Nothing. We're just talking shit about truthers. Who do you want to talk shit about?
Let's bring in anybody that brings up cryptocurrency.
You don't fuck with crypto?
No, I think that's all a farce, dude.
It's all retarded. I agree.
People made a bunch of money on it, though.
Well, watch when it disappears when the lights go out.
Well, that's the trick. You got to cash out before that.
Doomer.
Sorry. Who is the biggest Bitcoiner or cryptocurrency billionaire? Do we know?
Elon Tusk.
Elon Tusk. Oh wow. I think I don't even know, man. I don't trust that shit. If I can't hold it in my hand, what? I mean, I can't go to Walmart with it. I mean, I know Walmart's like the biggest store that you go to.
Yeah, boy.
I can't go to.
That's a good rule of thumb.
Fuck
yeah.
Walmart.
If you can't cash it at Walmart, you're fucked.
Hey, I'm not shitting you. no matter who you are, even if you go on vacation, if it's Hawaii, Iceland, you're looking for a Walmart, while you're there at least one time, I guarantee it.
Motherfucker, I went to Walmart today. I haven't left my house since January. I went to Walmart, like, just to buy my kid a stupid ass toy. You know what I mean? And like I was saying,
Me
at the
too.
beginning, just a fucking chick right at the front door, like, "Where's your mask?" Like, "I'm exempt. Bye." Like, just dip the fuck out.
Hey,
Oh my
like,
God,
where I'm at right
Canadian.
now, all the Walmarts are telling you, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask, and if you don't, wear one. But it's just a sign at the front door. I haven't worn a mask since the whole shit started.
Where are you from? What up, BBT?
Southern Missouri.
Missouri?
Southern Missouri. Yeah, I'm about...
representing Canada. Southern Missouri.
Yes, Southern Missouri. I'm about an hour away from St. Louis, and I'm about an hour away from down in the Ozarks, depending on which way you go. Or I'm about 2.5 hours into the Ozarks.
So how many people, when you go into town or you go shopping, how many people do you see are wearing masks on a percentage level?
Well, I went to Tennessee it was about 2 weekends ago with my wife, and nobody down there had a mask on. I seen thousands of people. I did see about 10, but you're like laughing at them. Like it's 80 to 90 degrees. What are you doing? But I went on vacation down there, and nobody was wearing them. So
I'm in Wisconsin, and it's about 10% maybe, and it's about the same story.
I can't believe they wear it in Wisconsin.
You can't pinpoint it to a demographic like super old people or super young people or middle age. No, you see all those groups wearing those masks, and I just walk by them laughing.
And that's been my thing lately too, is I make sure I give them like a weird look so they know.
No, it almost makes you want to confront them, Drew. You know that.
Well, I know.
Like, you want to tell them.
Then you're no better than the people that want to confront you when you don't wear it, when they're got everyone wearing it.
See how that works? It's like a double play.
Yep.
Just gotta smile at them. Just treat them like another fucking normal person. It's not worth your time.
Hey, but I'm not shitting you. I know people that's died from this. Whether they died from it, they had underlying conditions. But I know some people that's died supposedly of it. I know people that has died and got the vaccine and then died. My dad took it. He's 78, and I was scared as shit. He took the 2-jabber. He's still good, but it's like I can't argue with him. I don't want to bring him down or throw this shit negative on him, but I worry about my dad. I really do.
Yeah, you can't really push the idea on them if it's going to stress them out either when they're that old.
Yeah, when you're old, like our thinking would probably change, because I'm pretty sure that all the older generation has been so traumatized with everything, then this just seems normal to them. They went through polio, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, they went through like decades of all of this programming, and now the internet's here, and so we can't really like make fun of them for whatever this is now.
I used to think my biggest problem was trying to tell people that Republicans and Democrats aren't real, but now they've jumped it up to a new level.
Yeah, it's not even worth discussing.
No, it ain't. It's a waste of time, and that's what I said. I can't, like, I would love to change people's minds, but you really can't. And then the people you do change, that might fuck up their whole world by changing them like that. Maybe they're supposed to think that way the entire time. I don't know.
That's a good
All
point.
I know is
that's what Pink Elephant was getting into, honestly. Like, where it's not up to us. Like, it's not always up to us. Yeah. As, like, the people who are supposed to pull certain individuals out of that muddy water. We, as much as we love our mothers and our fathers and everyone attached to our family and our bloodline, we don't have a responsibility to rescue those people. We don't. Like they've had, like he said, they had their whole fucking. No, I'm not saying rescue, but what I'm saying is like, you don't have an obligation to enlighten all of those people. Like you really don't.
Gotta let people have to approach you with questions, and then you can answer accordingly. That's all there should be.
For like the last 20 years, my dad's heard how to do a job, and he thought I was nuts. I mean, he really did. He was like, man, you're off the rails, man. Like, people don't want to hear this shit. They just want to read their newspaper and eat eggs in the morning. And I said, look, I'm just telling you, this is real. I don't know if you believe me or not. Well, in the last 8 years, he's on the chemtrail. He'll call me and go, man, they're spraying hard over here. And I think I won it in an aspect, but I couldn't change him on the vaccine. How about that?
That's the whole trick. Like, you getting stuck into it, and then you're discussing all the different aspects of it when really doesn't really matter. Really should matter, and it shouldn't. You shouldn't pay any attention to it.
See, where I think my wife brought up a good point. We were swimming the other day, and she goes, look, if we knew everything about everything, you'd want to change everybody. And you know a lot of shit most people don't. But why would you disrupt their life trying to save them? Like you said, it's not on us to do that.
Yeah.
Or to act crazy to your family members. You can give them a suggestion, but then just leave it alone.
I could lie. I've like legitimately grabbed my mother and like shaken her, where I've just been like, "Fucking wake up to the reality of this situation." And she's just been like, "No, no," like, and yeah, like not to be an asshole, like where I'm getting physically confrontational, but you get to that point with your loved ones where it's just like, I want you to come to this realization. But the thing is like, it doesn't matter how hard you shake them or try to push them or focus their attention on whatever it is that you're privy to, they won't accept it if they're not able to do so.
Yeah, if they're not willing to change, then why waste your breath and just let them be happy? How about that?
It works out better that way most of the time.
Oh, I would love to shake my dad and tell him the truth, but he's a retired Teamster, and he's going to do what he's going to do. And I've heard people, like in unions, they would like, I will give you $200, like retired old men. Come out of retirement and come get your jab, and we'll give you $200. And these guys are running for it. They're like, oh, it's free money.
They're calling retired Teamsters and offering them money.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I know. There's a guy that I know that lives out where I do, and hey, you guys have a good Fourth. Thank you, sir. Anyway, what I was going to tell you is there's a retired laborer. He's 68 years old, owns a brewery in the city with his son-in-law, and he told me that they sent him a letter from the laborers union asking him to come back to work because they can't find people to go to work. He's 68 years old.
Dang.
Yeah.
I see that everywhere I go. There's everywhere around my town, and I've seen other people online talk about it, is there's just now hiring signs everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Like, dude, when I went to Tennessee, I told you guys, on vacation, every store we went to was hiring. I didn't care if it was a t-shirt shop, gas station, everybody.
Yeah, what's up with that? It's
in the past 2 months, living in my Corolla, I had to get a new starter, so I had to get towed from my fucking Walmart. I got towed to a mechanic. They're like, "Oh, we only have one specialist. We haven't been able to hire anyone else." So I asked the guy, told me to another fucking mechanic. It's the same story. There's always like 3-day fucking backup. And like the dude stayed after hours to help me put a new battery in on my second tow time, which was like 3 weeks later. And he was like, yeah, I would train you as an apprentice to like start like changing oil and like doing basic stuff. Like that's what they're looking for. Like I just had a conversation with him and he's like, yeah, I would hire you as like an apprentice to do a trade.
Do you know, I know why everyone's hiring. It's because everyone died of COVID.
Yeah, that's it.
Everyone's on like
all the doctors,
EBT.
nurses dead. Come on, Drew.
Yeah. The TikTok dancing nurses.
Yeah, why ain't they dead?
I don't know. That was one of the weird. That was maybe the weirdest thing of the whole thing to me was the TikTok dancing nurses.
The weirdest thing is like once you get out of the city, like nobody actually gives a shit about it. Like no one acknowledges it. Like at least where
I
I'm
wish that
from,
was
like
so true, dang. It's not, man. I live in a village of like 400 people, and these like boomer cougars are just they'll straight up fight you over this shit, man. Like they're so afraid of dying.
I blame Trudeau. I blame Trudeau.
I do. Well, I mean, you mean Castro's
Castro's son.
Yes. Let's dive down that
like,
rabbit hole.
Once you get out in the middle of nowhere, like at least in Wisconsin,
it's a fucking 400 person population in this village, and half of them straight up believe this shit is gonna like murder them. I'm like, yo, like that is not the reality of the situation. Like you're gonna push me, a basic person, to the point where I'm just gonna like knock you the fuck out.
You're like, gonna murder him.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Where it's like, it's not even me trying to be an asshole about it. It's just like, I don't want to have this conversation anymore. Like, it's ridiculous at this point, man. Like, it's ridiculous.
Some of these people need to be put down, man.
Where's EBT?
I haven't been confronted. I've never been confronted in.
Well, you're like 6'6".
Yeah, I've seriously never had one. I've had one confrontation.
Dang's like 6'6", so no one's got the balls to come say something to you. You did hard time in China.
What's that?
You did hard time in China. They
I've
could
been to
tell.
China prison, bitch. No, it wasn't hard time at all.
No, I know.
Oh, it was probably hard.
China prison, bitch.
Something was hard, I bet.
What's up, E?
Oh, wow.
What's happening?
What's good, man? Cast some pearls to us, man. What do you got?
It's hard.
I don't know. I was just listening. I was just listening to stories there about travel or whatever. But I would just chiming in where What's Up Doe chimed in there. Like, yeah, Tennessee, it was like zero mask, and when we got down to we went down to Florida to go visit my mom, and my good cousin down there, she came to visit us as well as when we were down there, and she's a doctor. She's a year younger than me, and she's like, in Florida, it's like the pandemic never happened.
Yeah, because they're all Puerto Ricans.
But in Florida, it was literally it was not a thing. Like, it wasn't like there was old signs on the doors or, it was literally it never happened compared to the Chicago suburbs where it's still full retard.
Yeah,
but it's building this weird, because now when you go out, and it's some of these stores just reverse their policy overnight. Literally overnight, they reverse their policy, and so it's mask recommended now, right? But so a lot of people are still wearing masks, but it's hard to tell if the people that are wearing masks are the vaccinated or if they're not. It's this weird feeling
creating dissent.
Yeah, exactly.
That divide and conquer bullshit where it's can I trust you? Are we working on the honor system? How do I know you've had the vax? How do I know you haven't? Like, that's
Right.
what we're dealing with here, except everyone is still wearing a fucking mask.
See, yeah, that's why I still feel like it was just prepping us for like the next
totalitarianism. Like Drew said, it's like a totalitarian grab for control.
Right.
Like,
Like
just,
they're making mistakes. They're making mistakes on purpose at this point.
It's bad on purpose.
Just to trip us up, just to fucking have us at each other's throats, like, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And we're policing ourselves.
Right, right. And this, this is obviously a symptom of communism, but yeah, I mean, it's obvious at this point that they're just making mistakes on purpose so that they can correct them later. It's just...
You didn't do this, and that's why that kept getting worse. And now we have to push for it even harder. Yeah. And it's like, yep, let me sacrifice everything I have at this point.
But it was kind of weird though, and because we did a road trip from here down to Florida, so we went through Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Georgia, Alabama, and it was strange that Alabama was actually pretty strict on the regulations. Especially the mask. We passed by the University of, man, I can't remember what university it was, but we passed by this huge university in Alabama, and they had this huge billboard outside with two what are they called? African Americans? Can I say it? Or two black people on the billboard?
Yeah, it's not even
with masks on.
It's black now.
Yeah. Black, okay. So two black people on the billboard, both with masks, and it said that the school was mask mandatory. Like, no exceptions. If you want to go to school here, you have to wear a mask, regardless of what the actual medical authorities are even saying. Like, it's just masks. So, like...
Yeah, same here. No, literally. It's like, fuck what the science is saying, even though science has been dictating, mandating what you're going to do for the last year and a half of your life. We've proven masking is bad, and this, man, like I said earlier today, I saw like 6-7-year-old kids wearing masks, and I'm just standing there like, what the fuck? Like, the fuck? Like, it's bad, man. It's bad.
Yeah, and we're just looking at the complete destruction of all logic at this point, because it's not even like...
Dude, how's that kid
It's not
ever
even
supposed
technically
to know
authoritarian because, like, because it's not even like they're following what the authority is actually even saying. So, I mean, it's like, it's a diversion everything's flipped. We're in the upside down world. Really, this is Stranger Things as we're living
world.
through
Everyone
this
calls it
bizarre
clown
world.
Yeah, clown world. Like bizarre world. Like it's the upside down. It really is at this point. Like especially if you. Oh no! I'm gonna drop a truth bomb. Stranger Things. With the upside down, man. Like it is kind of like that, where we're in this parallel reality of like everything has this nostalgia to it. Everything has this haze to it. I pointed that out to my friend earlier today. I was like, "Do you not notice this haze, this like corporeal haze just surrounding us?" And they were like, "Yeah, actually, weird." Now that you pointed out, and I was like, "Well, there you go." So, like, how many of us are just walking around doing this mundane shit without realizing like what's actually going on?
Yeah, it's really hard to say, but I mean, it was kind of interesting to talk to my cousin, like, and like I really grew up close with her. She was a year younger than me, and she was real dedicated in becoming a doctor for whatever reason. And she went to University of Pennsylvania. She was kind of a big shot there. Like she's wrote like a bunch of like medical papers and stuff, and she's actually been in some kind of like weird like doctor organizations that I found out about, like that they really focus on like blood. Like there's all kinds of weird stuff when you become a doctor. Like you kind of have to like belong
that, like,
to these.
Hippocratic oath, and you get into those like secret societies. Like I
Well,
talked to a
yeah,
lot of
they all
lawyers
have
about
to
it.
belong to these. They have to write these papers, and to write
They
these certain
do.
papers, they have to like belong to these certain groups,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
like
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, you know. But and it's funny talking to, because she's like, she hates her job, like she hates being a doctor, like even though she excelled at it, like going through school and everything, like, and she just got to the profession. She's like, I hate this, like. I don't want to take care of people, like sick people all day, you know, like, and she's a foot surgeon, she's a foot surgeon, right? So she does surgery on feet, and she's like, it's terrible. Like, why would anybody want to do this job? And she's just like done with it. And then even though she's saying like compared, because they just recently moved back down to Pensacola, and she was actually involved. Her dad got really sick a couple years ago, and I don't remember the exact disease that he got or whatever, but there was no real remedy for it. But since she was in these high level medical groups and schooling, she was able to get into this like experimental stem cell experiment, and she actually donated like stem cells to be put into her dad so that her dad could recover from his disease, and it worked, and like he fully recovered from it, even though they said he was basically done for. He had some kind of advanced cancer of some kind, but
right,
yeah. And then she's saying after moving to Florida, she's like, you know, like it's like the pandemic never really happened down here, and then in the same breath still talk about the vaccine,
like she believes it.
No.
Well, she would. I didn't get to go in deep talking to her about it, because she literally just got off work from they fucking doing something to somebody's foot, and like came over because we were there, you know, like, and so I didn't want to open up a can of worms, but she did mention something about it, because I was talking, because they forcibly vaccinated what I would call my mom, which is technically my grandma, but because I was adopted by my grandparents and they took care of me. And then like she got sick, she got the COVID, and she went into the hospital for a while or whatever, and then they ended up letting her come back to the house, but then she's still just having nurses come around to the house, you know, every couple of days to do checks and stuff. And they sent over somebody and vaccinated her for CV after she had already been hospitalized for it. And so like I kind of brought that up, but fortunately she was fine from it. But I mean, like, honestly though, like interacting with her, it was very strange interacting with her. It was like she got like a partial lobotomy almost, but not though. Like she's still very coherent and everything, and not like had any dementia or whatever, but there was some kind of spark that was like not quite there anymore, which I thought was missing. That was missing, and it was quite odd. But yeah, but you know, I wish I had gotten some time to talk to her some more about it, especially after that comment that she made. But yeah, she was just wants to get out of the whole medical industry. Even, you know, she's just like, it's terrible. And her husband's a doctor too. They met at the University of Pennsylvania or whatever, and he moved down there too, and to be close to her dad after the stem cell therapy, she wanted to be close to him. But so it's not out of her idea to think that this vaccine, even it's cell therapy, which is similar to what her dad got. So in her mind, it worked that, you know, she was part of an experimental test, and it worked personally, like directly personally between her and her dad. So it would be kind of hard. It would be kind of hard to argue with her about, you know, because for me, to some extent, I think that it's almost like they're selling us science fiction at this point. Like, I believe perhaps. I mean, to believe the technology exists in general is kind of far-fetched, because it's stuff that you can't see, right? Like, you're entirely dependent upon the source giving you the information on what it is. So there's no like third party on any of this stuff.
Like, except for us, though.
Well, even with us, I mean, how are we gonna know? You know, like they can tell us nanotechnology exists all day long, but
yeah, but we're still willing to debate it, though. Like, even with like us talking about it right now, like Drew's brought up, like, yeah, we'll bring it up for discussion, but we're not gonna sit here and say like it's 110% truth. Like, we could talk about gray matter theory all day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where nanotechnology has already taken over the world and it's already replicated everything, and we're just an existence of an echo of everything that's already happened before.
Right,
like, the Futurama discussed this. You know what I mean? Like, with the Bender gray matter theory. Like, they pose this shit to us. So, like Drew was saying, even though, like, we have all of these things that help us question and kind of discuss all of these things, like, at the end of the day, we don't have to believe any of it. We don't have to fucking buy into it 110%.
Right, and that's where it becomes making the distinction between what's coming through the screen and what reality is, and not thinking that per se the screen is reality to some extent. And I often hear another channel that seems to be confused about that, seems to think that the screen is the same thing as reality.
Yeah, and we don't have to bring up that like particular individual, and I totally agree.
We
like,
can.
It's
what the people want.
Okay, like if we really want to break down to it, like I got onto it earlier today. We could sit here and we could let's shoot the shit about the Matrix for the next 9 hours, because all three of those films, they were 9 hours long, and we can do this and we can do that. We could break it down. We could talk about Agent Smith syndrome and all this other fucking stupid shit, or we could talk about the actual philosophies and the things that tie into all of that.
Right.
The Wachowski.
That's what I see a lot of people missing.
The Wachowski brothers anymore.
No,
like,
it's
the Wachowski sisters.
Right.
Right.
And it fits into the narrative of the theology that's being
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, right,
and that's
into that tranny paradigm bullshit like we were talking about earlier.
Right, and that's what most people are missing through their decodes of these kind of movies or whatever. They're
you're gonna buy right into the thing that these people that were openly saying, hey, we should maybe like kind of consider where they're coming from because of this, that, and another thing. And then we're going to turn around and accept everything that they did prior to all of that as infallible truth. No.
Right.
Like, no.
Well, and it's really hard, it seems, for people to like separate from the visual cues or the filmography of these films from what its actual intended, you know.
And who these people are, and where these narratives come from, and where they actually fucking derive the screenplays and all this other shit. Like, they didn't fucking concoct all of this shit on their own. You know what I mean? Like, they did not. They absolutely did not.
We've been talking about for a long time, even on the earliest episodes of outlining our enslavement. Hit the card that pops up here to watch the playlist, but. Basically, like the public is being
buy a t-shirt.
Yeah, buy a t-shirt. The public is being initiated into this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it seems like it's all about.
Well, yeah, because you get into like that base level truther shit, like we were talking about earlier. Like you get into that base level shit, and then you just go down these like 4-hour long rabbit holes, and you don't know you don't know when to hop out.
And most people have zero foundation on anything, really.
Exactly. So when do they know to hop? Like, when do they know how to hop out? Like, when do they know to call it quits?
When they find the Jesuits.
Yeah. That's the bottom of every hole.
Yep. The Jesuits did it.
They control everything, but they conveniently allowed this internet thing so you could figure it out.
So you could expose them.
They're very nuanced.
Yeah, but at the same time though, like Pink Elephant was discussing that. Like he was saying, it's a certain amount of like they have to excrete a certain amount of neuroses, right? Like they have to give up a certain amount of like karmic justice to like justify everything that they're doing.
I don't, but to me, like these are deists. Like they don't, none of that matters to them.
Yeah, I don't know where that.
Yeah, especially if you get into the like chaos.
They believe they are God.
No, I know,
Either
and
way,
that's what Pink
always a
Elephant says
choice.
too. Is like he says they're like they're under the impression that they're gods, but they're not.
Well, no matter what system you believe in, you have a choice. No matter what happens. So, just apply
Well,
it.
I mean, some systems that's the whole ideology is that you don't necessarily have a choice. That it's determined, and to some extent, that is kind of the deist view to some extent. But like,
Well, yeah, it's just no. It's
but
all,
you're able to influence that, influence it. Which it's you have nuggets of truth through
it's a
all
paradox.
these things. Right. To an extent, yeah, everything is. We live, everything's a Mandela effect, right?
You
That's
live
the duality,
inside
though.
of a
like
Mandela
when you
effect.
get down to it, like when
It's a mandala.
When you
Your
look at the
eyeballs
Wheel of
are
Karma-
mandalas, and it's the double slit experiment. It's the mandala effect plus the double
Your
slit experiment.
Your eyeball's a different
Eyeball
dimension, dude. I
No,
want to go
like,
to your
wasn't even fucking Pink Elephant talking about that the other day? Like we're in the decaying eyeball of a god.
Yeah, your reality is as your mind renders it.
Exactly. Like I interface
To an extent,
with a certain
but then
amount
we
of
have to
shit
accept
to a
that
certain degree.
to a certain degree, right? There's nuance through all this. You have to accept
There
that
is.
at some point you're experiencing the same
Jesuits
reality that I'm experiencing.
made those
Yeah,
words
whether it-
that you said.
No,
Right.
and I'm assuming you're experiencing the same reality I'm experiencing, right? Like Dang's experience of reality is not the same like corporeal existence that I'm basing my reality off of. Even though we share experiences, yeah, like we shoot the shit about anime and Naruto, but Dang's sitting in a Corolla, I'm sitting in a house. Like there's a certain level to it, right? Like you're saying, there's like a level of nuance, I suppose.
Let's get into some semantics
I mean,
here.
conceptually, they're the same thing. Conceptually,
No,
they're
and that's what I mean, right? No, and I totally agree because like my very limited space is like it's the same box.
I'm in my
But I
trap
have
house in
kids.
Indy right now.
You're in a trap house?
Chapo trap house.
How many kids do you have, Bong Ripper?
3.
How many kids do you have, Drew?
I have 2.
No way. Oh, you got one coming?
So in EBT.
I've got 47 like McAfee does. 47 genetic children.
I'm about to eat some chicken wings, so I need to like keep my face away from the mic, but feel free to. I'm waiting for EBT to. You know he's gonna start calling out other channels. That's what he does.
Do it up.
I'm out here roasting. I'm roasting my hot dogs and some pizza over my plasma fire right now.
Oh, the plasma fire. Oh shit.
Yeah. I stocked up on that plasma gravy.
Oh my god, I was like cackling all night last night. Those memes, like, they had me in stitches. Holy fuck. My friend kept asking me, like, what are you fucking laughing about? I'm like, you don't even know? You don't even know? Like, the fucking...
I just think,
shit,
and I think that in itself is an interesting, like, kind of thing to look at from a bird's eye view, thinking, like, how such a small little clique can create, like, memes like that. that would only make sense to like a small little clique.
No,
then
and that's
extrapolate on
exactly
that,
like I had to show them, like I had to expose them on like here's the metaverse behind all of this. Like this is why we're mocking Jeff. Like this is why it's so funny to me. This is why I was cackling.
Don't include me in
Pardon?
your guys' degeneracy.
Well, I
completely believe in plasma fire.
I want to say one thing.
I'm not gonna lie, like so. Like
Zinvalis.
What?
Zinvalis. R.I.P. Zinvalis.
Yeah,
Did
rip.
you say you showed your penis again to Zinvalis?
No, he said rip.
Yes. Yes.
Zinvalis had the memes, man.
I wish he would come back. I miss him.
Dang, scared him away.
Where you at, bro? Dang, you always fuck everything up, dude.
Dang is a fucking reprobate.
We can't get fucking Tin back. We can't get Zin back. Like the Tin is Zin.
I
I
don't mind Zin back.
Who?
Yeah. Yep.
Good man.
Yeah, no
Hard hitting stuff. What's the truth drop from Naked Gun 33 1/3?
Wait, is that the one OJ's in?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. There it is.
I want to know the truth drop behind it.
I have to rewatch it again. You know what the funniest thing though is that they painted the George Floyd white statue face black, and then they got upset that they painted it black.
I saw that. I thought they painted it white.
They were cleaning the black. They were washing the black off of George Floyd's face.
Yeah, what? That's like a complete inversion that has to be intentional.
Oh, it is.
Right.
It is.
It's one
like
big
they're saying,
strip.
like, they gotta scrub it down. They gotta fucking whitewash history. Literally whitewashing history.
So funny.
Because the statue, yeah, if you guys don't know, the statue was
the
white.
black of George Floyd's face.
Yeah, the statue was white, and then
They painted the motherfucker black, and they washed the black off of him. They called the police for vandalizing their statue.
They called the police.
This is the pinnacle of society. Oh god damn it!
Oh, I saw
That's
the fucking.
so fucking funny.
No, it's like even Drew today with his fucking with his clip for the fucking live, like he had him up in the fucking oh shit, what's the name of that stupid
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Mount Rushmore. Thank you so much. And I was breaking that shit down for my friend, and they were like, "What the fuck are you even talking about?" I was like, "You don't know. It's like some cryptic esoteric shit." But yeah, it was funny, man. Like just seeing that shit, and you got the fucking Washington Monument like poking up behind Trump and all that crap. Like it's good stuff.
It's deep.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm chewing on chicken wings here. I'll give you some mukbang here.
Yo, but that was so.
Oh yeah,
I could not believe that Trump was in the Serpent Mound state with the serpent flag, and he read the fucking serpent speech again in Ohio. Right. I was just blown away by that.
And they loved it.
Like, damn. And then, it's just like QAnon is getting so inflated right now. Like, everybody's saying it's dead, but at the same time, it's just getting fueled. Like, the mainstream media running all these hit pieces against it. Like, QAnon is on the damn ticker on fucking CNN now, every day,
I think he's coming back. You think he's coming back?
With McAfee, and then they're literally wiring this fucking condo for demolition on the 4th of July right now, and there's a live stream of it right now.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
USA.
It's the
USA.
It's the same demolition company that took down the Trump Plaza.
Yo, you know what though? Like, EBT ain't lying, man. Like, they push this fucking narrative so hard on these specifically on these dates that, like, they tie in with ley lines, they tie in with all the other stupid ass shit. Like, why the fuck would they be doing anything like this on a holiday? Like, any other day. They could do it any other fucking day. You know? Where no one's ever gonna fucking notice.
The hurricane's not even come, like, and the people don't even, if the people, you know, obviously these are
some weather dominator shit, man. It's not even like, the hurricane's coming. Like, I straight up just see Cobra, like, ha 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 ha.
These are millionaire pigeon peckers that own places in this condo.
I pointed it out to my friends.
It's so fucked that the media is selling it like this is like poor immigrants or some shit that live in these like apartments. These are the penthouse sold for fucking $3 million this year.
Laughing. They're laughing on camera.
And they have a GoFundMe.
I showed my friend.
And the government's paying for the whole.
I tried to run out of the hotel. I tried to run out of the condo. I couldn't even grab my wallet in time.
What? Like, that's your first concern is your wallet?
Right.
Oh, I couldn't even grab my wallet in time. Like, Crocco broke it down really good, man. Like, he did
But what happened in the last like 24 hours is just fucked because I don't know, the woman that's been the head of the conferences, I don't know if she's the mayor of the county or the mayor of Miami or whoever she is, but she said, well, it would take weeks. This was it last night or whatever? She said it would take weeks before we'd be able to rig the building for demolition. And then the mayor of Surfside had a secret meeting the night after she said that, and then the next morning they said, well, we can have it ready to go in 36 hours. Actually, let's just stop looking for any survivors, and we're just going to start rigging it to blow up the other side of the building.
Jesus.
And that's going to happen tonight? That's tonight?
Like if it was legitimate, and you had your family that possibly could be in a little... Maybe they had a little spot where they haven't done anything there. Like, if you watch the videos, the excavators are, like, knocking down a tree that's not even, like... They're just doing pointless shit. Like, they haven't done anything this entire week that this building's been collapsed. There's nobody
in the building. Why are you so focused on this stupid fucking story?
I'm just looking at the meta narrative of the whole thing. It's like, it's not like it matters necessarily.
No, I see where EBT is coming from, 100%. Like, they do these, like, false narratives where, like, you see this pop up a lot with, like, Missing 411, where they will just create these false narratives to explain missing inhabitants out of nowhere. And it's like, for what reason? To what end? And then they're just going to, total a building?
The Evergreen ship is still sitting in the same place that it was after it got unstuck.
Right.
It's still sitting there with all the containers on it. Like, how is that?
JFK Jr. is probably chilling back there, just waiting to fucking blast through one of those containers.
I'm just seeing. I just like to look at.
He's gonna start biting people, and then everyone's gonna start turning into Democrats.
I like looking at the plots.
You're just gonna regress. Whatever you're at, you're just gonna regress straight to Democrat level. When JFK Jr. blasts out of the Evergreen container ship and starts fighting fucking Middle Easterns.
Hey, look,
he's saying he's gonna turn into a floating zombie that just infects the entire world. Dang.
It's JFK.
Look,
okay,
stop.
This is the Q. This is the Q. This is the Q narrative. JFK Jr. is in the Evergreen ship container, and he's gonna break out one of these days. And he's gonna start infecting Middle Easterns, and this is where the war on terrorism is gonna turn around.
No,
the World War III.
We gotta reel this in.
Hillary used the particle accelerator lab at Brookhaven Laboratory and the super advanced plasma weapon and she shot JFK out of the sky that night.
God.
The same thing that she did to
disgust
TWA
me.
Flight 800, okay? The same thing she did to TWA Flight 800, she did to JFK Jr., and he's dead. Hillary got him, a.k.a. Carol Baskins, hashtag Carol Baskins did 911.com.
Bam.
You son of a bitch.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, I'm the truthiest truther in the game right now.
Truthiness.
You didn't tie it into a movie, so I gotta call bullshit on that.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, fuck, dude. Toy
Carol
Story.
Well,
Tiger King was a show on Netflix. It is tied into a show.
Lion King. Lion King.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm still eating. I'm almost done. So, what was I was gonna say something about the building. Now I forget.
Anyway, it's a crazy narrative. Like, there's literally a live stream right now. The company that took down the Trump Plaza building, that one weird looking one, and now all of a sudden they got called overnight and they said, yeah, we'd take it down in 36 hours. We'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I was fucking McAfee's dead man switch.
Right. See, there has to be, like, I don't think there'll, I don't know, I'd like to see something come out of that. But, like, I think in this, we've been talking about this forever, is that there's going to be a moment, and this is part of QAnon, there's going to be a moment where all this shit's going to get leaked, and it's going to be on every media outlet that there is, and they're not going to be able to stop it. It's going to be on TikTok all day long. It's going to be on
the aliens are going to come.
Probably.
Yeah, they're gonna do aliens or what? I'm ready.
I don't know. It feels
dude.
like
I got some dank ass weed to share with some aliens.
Nice.
That's some fucking MIDI ass shit.
That's some mids.
No way, dude. Cookie. It's called Cookie.
That's just what the best
What up, EBT? You were calling up What Up, EBT all week for his mids. Call him out again.
Yo, EBT.
He gets mad.
No, not EBT. What up, EBT?
What up, EBT?
Where's your fucking weed? Where's that ice cream cake? Show us.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone. The Jesuits got him.
Yep.
No,
he's up in Tennessee.
What is this?
He's up in
What's gonna happen for the 20th anniversary of 9/11? It's coming up.
Absolutely nothing.
I agree.
I don't know. This is like we're in the period of like jellification. Like we're in the shaky period of the 20-year cycle.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like we're in that 19-year rotation. We're in that like 20-year cusp. They're going to be pushing a lot of shit the same way they did with 9/11, right?
Every 19 to 20 years, every Saturn Jupiter conjunction, it gets weird.
That would be absolutely like the time for them to push that like alien bullshit, and everyone just buying into all that crap. Like,
and it entered into a new sign. So
well,
it
they've been
literally
prepping us for
it's
it
the
too,
end
man.
of the
Like,
curse of
with all the
Tecumseh.
fucking bullshit we've
Like
seen.
Biden's in there for now, and they're trying to make they flipped the script on Kamala. Like at this point, it's almost like Kamala's going to get fired.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Who cares?
Because we're analyzing the metascript.
No, like they just did. They just did. Okay.
Fucking philosophical truth. We're talking about the narrative that's going on in the story.
Yeah.
We live in this system, do we not? I mean, why can't we?
So you think they're just gonna pop something like 1 year on?
You don't understand.
No, it's not going to be like a year from now. Like he's not saying.
No,
it's
it's
going
gonna
to
be
like a
3
fucking year from now.
So like, right now they just did the COVID, and now everyone's vaccinated or trust system. So they're just gonna like keep milk. They're gonna milk for like
now it's
they accomplished that draining system. So like, they're not gonna like double tap. Like they don't want to like murder everyone.
I don't think
I'm
that
not
is.
saying they're gonna murder everybody,
I don't
but like,
No, I mean like they don't want everyone to get to the point of like rebellion because they're starving. So it's gonna take like another few years for them to like get used to the universal basic income, and then
Well, that's why they're starting with these payments that start this month to people that have kids. Is whatever it is.
How much you get in EBT? Like 900?
I think so. Yeah.
Damn, that's tight. I like Biden.
Yeah. Right. So that like they're gonna have to sell. They're just gonna have to keep selling it. And that's what's weird. I when I was down in Florida, we stayed for a day or two with my birth mother, and like she didn't have cable or whatever. She had the antenna TV, and she would watch like the regular mainstream news channels or whatever. And she's like somewhat woke, quote unquote woke or whatever, but like like she's got like Elaine Pagels on her shelf and shit. Like she reads all these Gnostic stuff, like been into Kabbalah and all these kind of different things or whatever. But she like watches the mainstream news, and like she was totally like hated Trump, thought that Biden was like fantastic, thought Corona was totally real, like 100%. Like she just totally bought into the mainstream narrative, like so much. Like even the 1/6 thing she kept on bringing up. She's like, well, what about all those QAnon psychos that stormed the Capitol?
Oh man!
And I'm like, seriously? Like, she's like, yeah, I watched the entire I watched the whole thing live. I'm like, yeah, I know, so did I. Like, like you really thought that was like not theater? That was 100% like an actual organic event happening?
No, dude, watching that from watching it from a third party perspective, though. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan.
It reminds me of my friend used to go to this farmer's market, and she was like proud of her free range, non-GMO like chicken, eggs, and like pork and stuff. And she never like vaccinated any of her cattle or livestock. And then she, when he went there to buy some produce from her, she like asked him about the vaccine. And she like got the vaccine, and she was unironically selling free-range, unvaccinated livestock at the farmer's market while she was vaccinated with the COVID vaccine.
Okay, I just want to say this. I just want to put Matt on blast right now after you say that, because like 3 years ago, he put out a video and he said that injecting cow pus into a human is a sound medical practice. I just want everybody to understand that he was agreeing that injecting cow pus into a human to protect that human from smallpox was a totally sound and logical medical practice. I just want to put that out there.
Well, that's
my handicapped son just told me. Like, ew.
Get wrecked, Matt.
Get wrecked.
Pam probably told him too.
Got called out by an autistic girl. Fucking asshole.
So, like, yeah, fuck if you... No. Like, that's the whole point of fucking anti-vax, you fucking retard. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No,
fuck
no.
that dude.
Like,
fuck
I'm
that
sorry,
dude.
man.
Like, that's it. That's
like,
he lost. He's fucking done. Fuck that dude.
How many kids does he have? Straight
He's
up,
a fucking
bro.
Gnostic.
So
he doesn't think that you should bring kids in the world because it's evil.
No,
so of course he's not going to have any kids. He has the same mentality of the people that would inject poison into somebody.
We had this conversation earlier, and it wasn't even me like trying to justify my mistakes or anything, but I was like, how do I know these people aren't going to achieve more than I can achieve? How do I know they're not going to overcome the toxic cycles that I've tried to perpetuate through my existence? Like, why am I going to sell my children short just because I brought them into this world?
You got a link for that video, EBT? I want to see it.
Yeah, hold up.
What's it called?
It's Let me look.
Where's my tissues?
Well, he believes in COVID also. So.
I'm gonna post in the show notes.
Okay. We're gonna. What does he say? Do you like?
He literally says that
paraphrase it.
injecting. I'm not even. Not even really paraphrasing. He literally says, when the Freemason invented the practice of taking cow pus from a cow and injecting it into a human being to protect them from smallpox, is a sound medical practice. That's exactly what he says.
Nice.
You got a timestamp? I want to see this.
No, I don't. I don't know how the fuck to do timestamps yet.
Did you watch?
I got my 4th of July buzz on right now. I'm not trying to timestamp shit. He says anybody that watched the video will know. They fucking seen it. It's
how old
totally,
is it?
It's 3. It's his recent. It was like 3 videos ago.
Oh, okay.
He did
I
one.
thought you meant
He
it's
did
like
one today.
old.
He did one that promoted the new one on Free Voice. There was the one with his fucking quasi-luminous fucking diagram about the screen being reality, and how if you just like analyze the screen but think the screen isn't real, that you're somehow gonna transcend your next reincarnation or some bullshit. And then there was the one after the Hamilton one, which that was pretty good, because I think Hamilton fucking sucks. I don't care what Pink Elephant says. Like, Hamilton is fucking garbage. Like, as a play.
I would never even watch that shit.
Yeah, it's
Or
terrible.
buy it.
It's garbage.
It looks
It's garbage.
horrible.
And then Hamilton is garbage. Like, but the actual historical character. Like, but yeah, that's fucked up. But I agree with him on that one.
Let's get Pink Elephant in here then.
But I don't.
Do
I
it.
heard somebody saying in the chat earlier that the Vatican is gonna turn you into a locust, and the locust looks like a bug that wears the N95 mask or something like that. I saw in the chat earlier, but
That wasn't me.
I didn't see that.
What? Someone's getting turned into a fucking cosmic bug entity because they believe in the Catholic Church.
that was part of the. It was a reference to Matt when he said that locust. That the locust, the brood X locust, looks like it's wearing an N95 mask.
Okay.
But I just tell anybody to
Sorry, go ahead.
Google man-faced bug, and it's like almost exactly. It's a beetle, and it almost exactly has the same mask that Matt uses as his logo.
Let's look. I'm gonna pull it up.
Pull it up.
So that video is called the one where we discredit ourselves.
Yeah,
that's the one that's
exactly. Wow.
Yeah, that's the mass centipede character. And what does he say? I want to play this, but I don't think I can. He says that putting cow pus in someone is he being like ironic or what?
No, dead serious.
He says it's a sound medical. I gotta play it, but I don't.
I don't know what the timestamp is.
I think he would. He's really sensitive, so I think he would hit me with a copyright just to get it down.
Can't you just get the transcript from the video?
I don't know. Is that a possible? I don't know how to do that. If you can.
Pink Elephant does that shit, I think.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And he has it robo-rid.
Yeah.
Why would he say that then?
Why would who say that?
Why would Matt say that that's a sound medical procedure? Because he believes it, you mean?
Because he kidnaps people and has fucking crazy insurance. Fucking fraud. Like, we went over this shit, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay,
if you have a child and you think that injecting them with cow pus into their veins is a sound medical practice, then fuck you. You're a fucking retard.
No,
I don't need to
totally
hear
mental.
anything you ever have to say again.
Yeah, past that. And dude,
I don't give a fuck if the COVID vaccine alters your DNA. Whatever who the fuck cares? If you're gonna apologize for cowpox vaccinations, you're not on the same fucking page here, dude.
And he again does not have kids. He doesn't have kids. He's got his he literally just lets his fucking cats flash their assholes on camera.
The chat's simping for him.
Oh
yeah, I'm sure they are, because there's a bunch of retards in the
Suck a
chat.
big fucking cock, you fucking stupid. Oh my god, I was popping off earlier today because it's so funny. Straight up. I'm not gonna lie. Jeff,
You wonder why this middle-aged man sitting in his house making fucking videos all day long and doesn't have
with
any
his
income,
cat.
somehow he can do that?
No.
What fucking reality do you live in?
Not only living in a basement, he's living in a nice fucking place. As far as I'm able to discern, whether it's fucking black screen or drop screen or not, this guy, he's got shit sorted out, man.
Look, Jake from State Farm don't sell fucking kidnap and ransom insurance.
That's what I mean.
See, Jeff Snyder was on point with the
He was on point on that.
No, he was.
That's why I'm
That's
saying
what I'm
he's
saying.
disinformation. He's a disinformation agent to make us look bad. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna pop off about fucking plasma bullshit all day, every day. But yeah, okay. So touch.
I love you, Jeff. I think plasma fire is real.
No, and you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Jeff got me going down a bit of a rabbit hole earlier this week, but I went beyond what Jeff had to say.
Listen.
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Jeff knows quite a bit of shit, though. If you actually,
He does.
Listen, Jeff. I'm riding with Jeff. You can burn these guys' houses down. Leave me alone. I'm not getting involved in that shit.
Jeff's starting these fires 100%. I'm on.
Yeah, he can burn my house down. Come over here.
We got.
It's all good.
The memes, man. Put up the. Let him ride after Matt. They have a good beef going right now.
No, but he did bring up some. He brought up some legitimate points.
No, he did.
Kidnap and ransom insurance is some serious shit.
No, dude, not only that.
You're not in that unless you're a majorly connected with the military-industrial complex.
No, and
bottom
like
line.
Saying if you start looking into his dad's connections and you start looking at water, there's.
And he hasn't addressed it. He just said, "Yeah, I tried to sell insurance." No, you're not.
Blackwater.
No,
Blackwater. That's
he
all
needs
you
to
gotta
address
say.
it. I think it would be cool if he did address
he-
it, because it'd be like, damn, you're pretty legit. I want to hear more about your experiences. Or
dive
you're
into
hiding
it.
your experiences
saying.
and you're some kind of subversive agent.
No, he is at this point. If he's not willing to address it,
You're spreading anti-intellectualism to where you don't need to do your own research. You just sit and listen to whatever the fuck he says.
Okay, the chat
I
is. Hold on.
Hold on. That exact same shit earlier to my friend today. You walk into a fucking classroom and they spoon feed you that shit. That's what you expect from this YouTube mentality. Is they're just gonna keep spoon feeding you information. No, you got to go out and find it for your fucking
The
self.
chat's simping for him again. Listen, I saw the one.
Oh, I knew.
They
I
haven't
knew the chat was
Listen.
fired up. They prepared.
I
just
watched the
topple that
last
top.
one. The last one I watched, and I'm not kidding when I say this. Somebody in the comments asked, "Hey, what about this movie?" I don't remember the movie, but it was "Is there truth drops in this?" And Matt wrote back. He said, "Some movies are just to sell tickets. There's not necessarily truth drops in them." And then in the same video, while I'm watching it, he says there's truth drops in Caddyshack and Step Brothers.
Pissed on breadcrumbs, man. You're gonna get those pissed on breadcrumbs. But I'm gonna
I just think
expose
it's what
the
it-
truth
So
drops
he's
every
saying
single time.
he's the only one that can determine
Fuck
which
off.
movies have the truth drops in it. The one you bring to
Oh, yeah,
him, no, but
absolutely.
Caddyshack, yes.
Yeah, but you know what? How many times have we posted in the Discord where people post that shit, and then a month or two later he's doing the same fucking truth drop on those fucking, like, I'm gonna break down this movie because, oh, it's got truth bombs in it. And that guy's turning around going, yo, I said this to you like 3 months ago, and they're like, oh, well, you're a fucking, some of them are pissed on breadcrumbs. Fuck off.
Okay,
what?
Another,
I'm not opposed.
Another EBT hater in the chat says, my channel's not exploding because of EBT. That's funny shit. And hey, somebody else said,
EBT's fault your channel isn't exploding.
Listen, somebody else said, if we have to accept EBT as not a Jesuit, then why you riding so hard on QOC? You don't have to accept
me as a
anything.
Jesuit. Accept me as a fucking Jesuit then.
Man, I've been trying to hop in here all day just trying to get the point across. Like, what are you gonna shit on my fucking non-existent channel and say I'm some truth rider?
Go get some fucking cow pus injected, you fucking.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Why don't?
And
you
there
have a
goes
couple
the
kids
chat.
and
This
then
is
go
sound medical practice.
Pump some fucking cow pus.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say the F. I'm not supposed to say the F word.
No, now the chat is forever gone from this thing. You're just like Davey. When Davey gets fired up, he drops the same bomb. Exact same bomb.
No, he does. He just, and that's when, like, when he was telling us last week, is like, I'm gonna debate this guy. We were like, no, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it, Davey.
No, don't do it, Davey. Like, you're gonna drop a bomb.
He was gonna
like, no
debate the Trump stepping dude.
Yeah, no, straight up. He like wanted to debate like this, like hardcore Trumper.
My founding fathers were Christians.
Yeah.
Fucking guy. Yeah, fuck that. Like,
no, it wouldn't. It just not. It wouldn't have gone well.
George Washington was a Jesuit.
he did. There is a Jesuit story that he did convert on his deathbed by a Jesuit priest.
I bet so.
And if you've ever been to Mount Vernon, there is a picture of the Virgin Mary in Mount Vernon.
King Kill says Matt is based. I would say no, he's not based. Somebody else tried to say. Somebody else tried to say
Don't even bring the Virgin Mary into this.
He's
She
not
was a Jesuit too.
Somebody
The
tried
dude's
to.
not even experienced in life. How could he be based?
He said he's not. Another commenter said he's the realest guy because he would never call somebody out by name. Because he would not call someone. Hold on, shut the fuck up. He said Matt was based or was whatever the realest dude because he would not call anyone out by name. I would say that's some fake shit. If you beat around the bush, that's fake. That's not real.
No. Yeah, he has this passive-aggressive bullshit that he uses. The fucking guy from Skokie and the truck-driving grifter and all these other kind of terms that he might use.
But that's real, I guess.
It's like the male version of Love That.
I'm a traitor. Why am I a traitor? Someone's calling me a traitor. Am I supposed to deep throat Matt or what? I'm tired of that narrative.
Yeah, Rob from his new channel is totally legit too. Freevoice.io? Yeah, Rob's totally legit.
You gotta wait till everyone's on the ship before you sing.
Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Anyone got a mixtape?
I just plant my mustard seeds. My mustard seeds.
Somebody would say, I think someone wants to come in just to simp for Matt. I'm gonna send you an invite if you want to come in here and simp for Matt.
Do it.
I'm doing it.
I'm trying to get Matt up in this bitch.
Welcome to the jungle.
He won't do it.
He won't.
He's a playboys.
Oh, but he got the new Mac. Rob sent him to the new Mac.
It's Davey in disguise.
You don't know it's the new Mac. It's new to him. He says new Mac.
New to him, right.
Oh, it's a new Mac? Holy shit.
But it's the same old webcam in 480p, but that doesn't mean he has the brand new Mac.
How many times does it blink per minute?
He just figured out how to flip it.
He doesn't, man.
Because the real Mac, if he has the new Mac, it has a built-in mic and 1080p camera. So if he's not using that, then... I don't know why you wouldn't. Why is he holding the mic? But again, maybe he doesn't have the newest Mac. Maybe it's new to him.
Real question.
Was
Real question
he
is,
holding a
why
microphone?
is y'all still watching him?
I mean, what microphone doesn't come with a stand?
It's pretty funny that he's holding a microphone in general.
Yeah, it's just another grift. It's another weird.
That's what I mean. Like, why is he doing something? From,
That's
like,
why he
the
always addresses why
1980s?
everything's weird. Oh, well,
Yeah.
my t-shirt in reverse, what that actually really means is this. So don't worry about anything else. Oh, there's going to be some troll in the comments is going to say, shut up, dude.
I knew EBT was going to go down this rabbit hole here.
And he does. He writes it off. He does it constantly. Where he's just going to write it off.
The cover of his book is a mirrored. It's some kind of mirrored cryptic symbol.
Okay, not going to lie. The only mirrored image
Golf
I've ever...
Academy. Golf
Yeah, that's all.
Academy.
Yeah, Kung Fu Golf Academy. Just watch it.
If you watch like the first 10 episodes,
we need to save that blonde girl. She is in Matt's basement right now, and we need to save her.
No, she's already dead, and she's in a 55-gallon drum.
Oh,
somewhere
if she
buried
isn't
in the
dead, she's
desert.
going to be dead tonight. I'll tell you that. He's going to be pissed.
No, he's going to sacrifice her just because of our fucking us divulging
Kidnap
information.
and ransom insurance.
Oh,
No.
shit.
Yeah, actually, just like Drew pointed out, his finishing move, kidnapping. What the? It's true.
I'm more scared of Jeff Snyder than I am of.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, he does have, like, a hardcore serial killer vibe.
No, yeah, four-wheeler dude is fucked, dude. Like,
Oh, no, like, I was legitimately
he's literally
laughing
gonna
when
drag
he
him
voiced-
behind the tractor trailer, dude, to
Oh,
where
yeah.
there's like no way to identify his body anymore because it'll be spread out
You
like
lying son of a
between
bitch.
Iowa and fucking New Mexico will be this four-wheeler.
This
dude's
guy,
body.
this guy claims he's coming in. He says he's installing Discord right now.
Oh shit!
Who's that?
You got a real
He's gonna
Matt
simp,
fan.
He's gonna simp for Matt, I think. Let's see. He's
Who's
gonna
that?
be. His name's Longreach1 in the chat, and he called me a traitor.
Yeah, it's
Traitor.
fucking Ruthless.
I've seen that name
Probably
before.
Ruthless.
I'm a traitor. Because I
Dude,
didn't.
you just invited Ruthless back into this fucking server.
At this point, bring him in. Let's go. Come on, Ruthless. Come on, Ruthless.
Scorched Earth 2021. Plasma fire apocalypse.
Hey, when this guy comes in, though,
I
let
like
him.
to troll occasionally.
Let this guy talk when he comes in, because I want to hear what he has to say before you guys.
Mute me if I keep talking.
Okay, I will. He says he's installing the Discord, so
I was working on the buzz and I was successful at it.
I'm eating watermelon, so just mute me. If you got to mute EBT, do the same thing. What?
I'm a traitor. I want to know why I'm a traitor.
I've been watching Drew's lives from Instagram when like I was literally the only guy that was
Since
watching
the first
Drew's
one.
live.
So you're the reason
Are you
my channel
simping
doesn't
for Drew,
explode.
EBT?
Yeah, I'll simp for Drew like shit. Drew's my dude.
Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like when these people say that, it's like, dude, I asked like 100 people to do a podcast and nobody said yeah except EBT. So I'll ride with EBT. EBT is
I'm
funny
down with that.
because people can't handle like the truth, man. It's too. They want some
Oh, they
science
can't.
fiction bullshit. They want to hear some fucking abstract shit where they can never be wrong, and they just want, some feel good shit, and that's not what truth is.
No, it's a diluted paradigm that like fits their perspective. And as soon as I don't want to say the things that EBT has said over the years, but you drop a couple things occasionally, and yeah, people they find it very like, I don't know, corrosive, I suppose.
I mean, truth is a standard.
Yeah.
I mean, to make something true, you have to make it to a standard.
There's just too much like gray area right now because of not one particular YouTube channel, but just I think the whole like truther community or whatever in general. And then these people that are coming right off of the TV, they believed everything on TV, and now they want to just turn on a YouTube channel, and then everything from that channel is,
right,
gospel.
Well, and there's the whole Venn diagram, like on one side is truth, one side is belief, and then in the Vesica Pisces in between is knowledge, right? So, I mean, at some point you have to, accept that.
All right, this dude's in here. He's gonna come in here. Let me send him an invite. Hold on. Oh, it's Shouting at Clouds. Yeah, he must have a different name on the. I remember that.
Oh,
name.
I thought he was in the Discord.
Krakow. Probably a long time ago he was. I remember that name.
It's from Krakow.
Yeah, it is from Krakow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to send him an invite. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I'll fucking debate Matt any day of the week. Bring it on. Schedule sucks.
This is a different dude. Now Long Reach 1 just showed up.
No, I'm going through the chat now.
Shouting at Clouds is not Long Reach 1. It's a different guy.
Oh.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not even, whatever. Matt makes a lot of content on YouTube. I'm not saying I used to make a lot of content on fucking Instagram, like whatever.
But you can sit on the toilet and take a shit all day. It doesn't mean it's worth anything.
Right.
I feel like Matt thinks that no one could debate him.
I'll debate Matt.
I think he would get eaten up by he could probably eat up a normie, but anybody beyond normie, I think would just eat him up.
Not normie, man. I've talked to fucking Buddhist monk.
Yeah, he wouldn't even be able to accept to the rules of a debate. He doesn't even understand the constructs of a debate.
No, he doesn't. Where it's just, I'm going to colloquially bring something to the table. You disagree with it, present those facts. If you can't, don't do it. But we've always got the sycophants who are backing him up and, he's infallible and you can't do this.
And they're coming in the chat just to defend him. Could you imagine that?
70,000 followers. I'm sure
80.
He's got 80,000 now.
80? What?
Almost.
That's a fucking joke.
But I mean, most debates are fruitless, but at the same time, it's really good to.
No, it's a good exercise. It's a mental exercise. Absolutely, it's the same as playing a game of chess, man.
It's intellectualism, and it seems that Matt is against that because don't do your own research. Who the fuck would say that? Who the fuck would say that?
No one worth a grain of salt.
Who would try to come in and defend that and call themselves a quote unquote truther? Get out of here!
I told you
get out of here!
Stop investigating everyone.
Get out of here! That's my First Amendment right.
Hold on, I'm trying to get this dude's in here. Hold on. I can't get him the invite for some reason. He's here though. Hang tight, guys. I got this. Hold on, I'm gonna figure it out.
Do we need to change the permissions or what?
No. I got it now. Here he is. I sent him the invite now. He's in the pond right now. I want to hear this. It's gonna be listen, you fucking cunt. It's gonna be ruthless.
Bring it. Me and Ruthless were pretty tight though, so I mean, let's go. Not pretty tight, but I think we were pretty cool for a minute.
Fuck that guy.
I don't know. I don't understand why you guys hate him so much.
Because he's a bitch. I can't stand
he
that
was
son
always
of a bitch.
He was always great with me though. It's I don't. That's why I don't. It's you guys are in a Mandela affected reality, and I'm outside of it.
No, he's still grooming you. He tries to groom people.
Yeah, shit. I don't get groomed by nobody.
Shit. Maybe you are.
There he is. Can
There
you hear us, bro?
Yeah.
All right, man. What's up?
Yeah. For a minute. That guy.
Hold on. Can you hear us?
Fuck that guy. Did you say fuck that guy? There he is. Fuck that guy.
Long Reach 1. Can you hear us?
Asshole. That fucker. He's such a dick. Man, I can't believe that fucking Long Reach 1 is such an asshole. Yes.
Well, we didn't know you were a female. What's up, though? You got to turn down, if you have the stream or whatever playing, you got to turn that down and just listen through the Discord. Okay.
Let me see here. Wait.
Why am I a traitor? I want to know why I'm a traitor.
Does that work? Does that work?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Because you've been supporting Matt for years. What's up?
What? I can't change my mind or what? I think
It
he's
just kinda
he's devolved.
I mean, it's very sudden.
Supporting?
In my mind. I mean, if you're going to support somebody for years, why are you just give up on them within weeks? How's that work?
Why do you have to water dead plants?
That you
Bro.
asked me why I called you a traitor. Like, if somebody supported me for years,
That wasn't me.
they dumped
Like,
me
that's
within
not
a
true.
couple of
That's
weeks,
me.
I'd be kind of like, well, what's with the backstabbing?
I'm not affiliated with this person at all, so I don't. That's the problem I have.
But
Is
you
I feel like
supported him.
people say
Drew,
because he shouted.
I'm sub to you because he recommended you.
Okay,
to me.
that's the thing.
Everybody
Yeah,
says
yep.
the
Hold
same
on,
script.
EBT. Let me get. That is the thing that everyone says. I didn't ask for the shout. I didn't pay money for. I didn't do anything. So if he went and gave a homeless guy $20 that was asleep, and the homeless guy didn't even know, I mean,
Yo,
would he be
how
able to
many
take it
shout-outs
back
did
or
I do
something?
today? How many shoutouts did I do today? Who's giving
I
me
just don't
Who's giving me a fucking
understand
bonus?
because I haven't seen any change in Matt's
Well, that's the
logic,
point. That's the
behavior,
point.
arguments.
You can't have the same.
He's not stuck anymore. He's progressing. And his logic.
He's regressing.
I
He's regressing, yo.
see regression, but
Why?
Because he's spitting the same narrative over and over.
I'm not even attacking that. If he wants to say the same shit over and over again, that is what it is. I mean, if it's valid.
Well, he was stuck for a while, and I was on 444's chat one day, and we were talking about Matt being stuck, that he'd been stuck for a while in his kind of chain of logic, but, nobody held it against him because he admitted that he was stuck. He didn't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
He admits it when he doesn't know where he's going with what he's talking about. He admits it. So I don't see. I mean, I just don't understand because I've never seen him try to sway anybody to any kind of dogma or doctrine or religion or anything.
That is kind of the point. My whole thing is it's not about him. He's able to go on there and say whatever he wants. But when I'm presenting, okay, he was on Fox News, he was on InfoWars, he had kidnapping and ransom insurance and a list of things, and then the people we call the sycophants just refuse to even look at these points when they're good, valid points of why you should look at this and reconsider it. And then, so to me, it's not about him. It's about the people that hang on his every word more than him at all.
He's also a fence sitter. He sits
Right.
hard on the fucking fence.
He doesn't take anything off the table.
There you go. No stance. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say blank. And it doesn't get you anywhere.
Golden age.
But that is what it is. None of that really matters, though.
None of that matters, but that's why people latched onto him and they're stuck to that sort of what he was.
Because it doesn't hurt nobody's feelings. They don't get their feelings hurt there.
And I think he
Well, that's true.
It's been revealed.
Not confrontational in that way, like a lot of people are, but he's not.
Right.
It's not his personality.
We're saying that the mainstream media is controlled, and that people that are trying to project themselves into this community that are transparent about necessarily who they are.
Well,
but if somebody Matt is transparent about who they are, and then the transparency about who they are is exposed, and they don't necessarily tackle that, That's suspect.
Well, I'm going to dovetail with his argument here in that not everyone in the media is in on it.
That doesn't. Yeah, whatever.
That doesn't hold any.
So why
validation,
you
though.
think they're all in on it? I mean, that is, I guess that's the point of contention,
No,
right?
I would say that
Everyone in
because
the
there's
media
necessary
in on it.
idiots.
Hold on, one at a time.
If
One at a
you're
time.
in it, sorry.
Somebody.
There's useful idiots.
Yeah, I'm just
open
saying,
realm, in an open realm of debate, in terms of legal structure, I can go and look up anything, in regards to your background in this country. So if you're going around skirting certain subjects, I will, like they've said, I'll consider that suspect. Because I can go and look it up for myself. And people have done it. And they did. And they proved he had these... I'm sorry, they're nefarious connections.
He wanted people to find out what he wanted people to find that information. Bottom line, he wanted people to find that information.
We've got one where Matt is going on mainstream media, and the
Did you
other
watch Kung Fu
argument
Golf?
where Matt is skirting.
Hold on, let her
Did you
talk.
watch Kung
Hold
Fu
on,
Golf?
hold on, let her talk. Hold on.
No, yeah.
I want to hear what she's saying.
I'm just saying that we've got two arguments that are getting mixed up. One is where Matt's going on mainstream media and therefore he's untrustworthy, and another one is Matt skirts certain subjects and therefore he's untrustworthy.
No,
so I mean, if we mix those two up, we're just gonna. Really
No.
Both be valid.
Matt had a great idea in like 2017, and it was like before people were actually reading books on this shit, and it was basically just like a new age Kabbalah shit. And he coasted on that with the what would happen before you were born or whatever that fucking video was. And that was like his peak. And after that, he just plateaued and just started repeating the same shit. And then people started finding stupid shit out about him having like kidnappers insurance or whatever, international whatever.
Hold on, someone
in like this fucking
kung fu.
So are you guys saying
golf.
that he's like controlled opposition, or are you saying that he's incompetent?
Both.
Yeah, both. Straight up, like.
And also, we're just starting shit. Truth fears no investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
someone can go and do a deep dive on me right now. You're gonna find a bunch of shit on my legal record. You can find a bunch of stupid shit that I've been into over the last years. Like, it's
Dude,
not.
I'm a linebacker on the Green Bay Packers.
There you go. You can make up whatever you want.
I wanted to be anonymous on my Instagram for the longest time, but at the same point, I wanted people to know that I was a real person.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Matt peaked in his content. He peaked in his content, and a lot of people grew from that, and a lot of people surpassed that with whatever they wanted to study, and he just kind of plateaued on his idea, and then it just went downhill from there.
the way his argument's going, I think he's a little bit resistant to the conclusions that he's coming to.
As of now,
you know what
he
I'm
lives
saying?
with,
And
like,
it's not that
himself.
he's a bad guy or that he's incompetent.
How do you know that though? How do you know he's not a bad guy?
I just don't think that he is. I mean,
So you don't
look
think
at the
it,
guy.
so
You can't see that guy like creeping around the neighborhood, like picking up on kids, like or nothing. Like
just
he's mad.
He has an Andy doll. He has an Andy doll that he makes YouTube videos with.
Hold on, man.
I've seen all his
Maybe
videos.
that's a deep dive. Hold
There's
on.
too many people talking. Hold
I'm
on a second.
probably the only person that ever watches to the very end of his fucking video.
No, I watch
I watch
them all. Listen.
I listen to them all.
Listen,
All
first,
these
hold
retards
on.
watch these fucking videos.
Hold on.
Digital osmosis. I get it
But
all.
that's just personal attacks, right? I mean, I have no argument with his train of
Hold
logic.
on, I do. Hold on. Look, can I
do.
Let me talk for a second. First, let me
Okay.
adjust the chat. That's crying. The chat's crying.
Are they?
Because-
I can't. Do
Because
the chat right now.
they're Matt Sims, so they're crying. But anyway,
I love Matt.
they're saying we were like talking big and tough until she got in here. I'm trying to like let her talk and let this thing. My biggest thing with his theory or whatever you call it is that it's you can never be wrong. If you live in a Mandela effect and something just changed, then if I can point out inconsistency, then I'm just from a different universe. So if you're never wrong, then you can never further investigate. And he does say don't do your own research, but then with according to his own theory of the not milk, whatever promotes people without them knowing about it. Well, why doesn't that work with him? With his success for his channel, why is his channel not leading people astray because he has 80,000 followers?
No, he's null and void automatically because he's aware of it. And I'm sorry,
nobody's null and void until they die. Come on, but I mean, to address your point, like
you're already null and void.
Hold on, let her talk.
Hold
on. I'm gonna mute you. Hold on.
My attention span is pretty short.
I'll mute myself.
No, I wanted to hear what you have to say.
The second point about him telling people not to do their research, and that's because he's telling people, like, don't follow down the rabbit hole, you'll just get stuck down there, kind of a thing, or you keep falling. And I'll give you that is true in a way. He is saying don't do your research.
No, because he wouldn't need to make the video in the first place to tell someone to do that. Like, it's like a double negative. Like, you tell a kid not to do something, he's gonna do it.
That's true.
So what's the point of saying that in the first place?
Yeah, it's self-refuting.
I don't know that that's suspect enough.
Well,
I mean,
it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous
it's
thing.
Not logic.
Reality's not real is self-refuting, like EBT said.
Well,
so
I mean,
you don't have an argument. Not you, but him. I mean,
I do disagree in part. I think we should do research. I think we just shouldn't get stuck on one topic. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna do a transvestigation, spend a few days on that and gather what you can and just move on. Don't spend 2 years on, transvestigations.
Yeah,
That's just lame. That's lame, right? Because you're not adding to the knowledge.
That's just low hanging fruit, though. Really, I mean, like
it is low hanging fruit. It's just an example.
In the chat, they say no. They say no. He's saying Google isn't going to give you the truth, but his exact quote is, "Don't do your own research."
DuckDuckGo might though. If you're woke, you use DuckDuckGo, right? It's totally subverts the Illuminati control mechanism, and you can find the truth.
I guess really the point of contention in all of this is, like, how big is this group of people that's controlling everything? Is it a really big group, or is it a smaller group that's like
all-encompassing?
Pyramid structure.
All-encompassing. You don't need a large
low-level
group
influencers.
of people controlling everybody. You just have a very select few of influencers who create the, quote, trickle-down effect. Like they're saying, the pyramid. I don't have to subvert you in a million different ways. I just have to corrupt one individual, and it just goes down the ladder from there on and there on and there on. And
that's why we shouldn't get stuck in one thing, right? We should never get stuck in one thing. Exactly. That's exactly why.
I agree. You shouldn't. And it just seems like that audience is stuck on some one thing.
And the
because that's
thing,
the idea that he's promoting, though. That's my issue, though, is that
he was on Fox News like years ago, right?
Okay, well, I was never on Fox News.
Yeah, but how many years ago? How many years ago?
Listen,
because I
want to hear more about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I agree. He's got the video. He's got it.
That's interesting to me.
Was he on Fox News on Sagittarius,
how do you get to the point where you get on Fox News
on Orion?
What was that?
How do you get to the point where you get on? How do you get on Fox News?
Let her ask her question. What was your question?
I'm saying, was he on Fox News before he moved to Orion?
Orion.
I don't know what Orion is.
Before he got Mandela affected.
Okay, I'm done. What the fuck are you talking about?
You have his
see, this is some Mormon fucking bullshit. It's a cult.
That's what I'm saying about the Mandela effect. It's like a situation where you can never be wrong because then just somebody's from another dimension. But the other thing I would say about him
It's
is
your memory. Yeah.
he always talks about Satan, but I've never heard him talk about God.
That goes back to where I say like where he got stuck, because that's actually where he was kind of going with that, and I don't think he really wanted to go there.
Well, then he shouldn't be leading 80,000 people in the wrong
Why
direction.
not?
Because
He's
you said
freaking
freaking
he
CNN.
can if he wants to,
Yeah,
but
I agree.
it
Yeah,
should be
he can.
allowed to have pushback in this community.
If they follow him, then
Because the whole idea of this community is that it's supposed to be opposed to these kind of ideologies.
Yeah, especially the subversive kind where you can stand up and be like, I disagree with you, without having 80,000 sycophants like hack you down because you want
Like,
to
you literally
disagree
were-
with one aspect.
Yeah, you were triggered enough to join,
That's what
to
I mean, to
defend
hop
him.
in
yeah,
here.
that,
and
yeah, actually,
to,
that
like,
did
talk.
trigger me, because I've been following Matt for a long time, and I'm not seeing anything like subversive there.
But his whole theory is that these people can subvert you without them knowing it.
Well, then he's a really good actor. I mean,
But
he's
maybe
one
he
of the
doesn't
best.
even know it, according to his own theory.
best.
That the reason YouTube pushes
Why,
him is
why
because
is he doing YouTube videos? Why doesn't he work for fucking AMC or something? You know, why does he need a Marvel movie? That guy's a pretty good actor.
On YouTube every single fucking day. He's got 80,000 fans on YouTube
80,000.
following his every single fucking word every fucking day. And he can say whatever the fuck he wants about some stupid ass movie. He can talk about the fucking Matrix, and we're gonna get into this conversation we're having right now. And whether we want to acknowledge it or not, we're having a conversation about cock. We're having a conversation about quantum conscious.
Cock.
And it's even it's pushing that subversive narrative, whether we think it or not. Because we've sat here for the last
How
hour?
is it
For the last
subversive?
fucking
How?
hour?
What?
Because
What
we
is
could be talking about 80,000 other fucking things right now.
What? Who cares how many followers?
Because
No,
you
I'm
don't.
saying what
Who gives
we
a shit?
could
Why
be
can't we
talking
judge him
about.
on him? Why can't we just? I don't look at the number of followers. I fucking watch the guy and listen to the guy and see what he has to say.
Then go and
Maybe
watch
that's
Pink
why he
Elephant.
got
Go
that
and watch.
many.
Go and watch Pink Elephant. He's got 160 fucking followers.
He
Go and
says,
watch Pink
here's
Elephant.
another
He talks the
thing,
same shit.
is he says,
That doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Just because someone has a lot of followers, or
I'm not saying he's a bad person.
That doesn't make him a bad
No,
person.
at no point
It
did I
means that
say.
they were trying to succeed in this
No,
world
yo,
before everything
this is
went all
you're
fucking-
gaslighting. You're gaslighting at this point.
No, I
At
am
no point
not.
Did I? At no point did I say he was a bad person. At what point did I say, "Oh, Matt,
This whole
he's that"?
conversation is whether or not people should listen to Matt or not.
Well,
I
no.
wait,
I listen
now wait,
to
if you are saying that he is subverting this community, then he's a bad person.
No, we said that
That's
he
what
brings
you
up.
were
No,
saying
he
that
said
he
he
subverted
brings
this
up
community.
subversive. He brings up subversive topics.
On purpose?
It's passive aggressive.
It
He
doesn't-
brings this
Yeah.
passive aggressive
So he's a
narrative
bad
to it.
person. That makes him a bad person.
Hold on.
That would make him a bad
Shout outs,
person.
and then
Hold
people
on.
like you saying that Drew's a traitor because he's not gonna buy into everything Matt says because Matt shouted him out in a video one time.
And like I know, like I owe no.
Is he under the domain of Jeff Snyder now?
I
Because
don't
Jeff
have to
Snyder
shout
shouted him out on a video? Like, I don't
Hold on.
understand that logic.
Hold on.
Yeah, the logic is if you think that he is a subversive person that goes on Fox News and complies with the enemy's demands, then yes, you are saying that he is a bad person.
Hold on.
We're
Look
asking-
wait, let me talk.
We're
You're-
asking for an explanation of why he was on Fox News.
Look how emotional you are over this right now.
How much money did he get?
Well,
I
that's
am
true. Who
I am
knows?
emotional because I get fucking sick of this judgmentalism, EBT. Whose side
So-
are you on? Because
I'm not
you
being
are the
judgmental.
one. It's people like EBT that is dividing this community.
I came to bring the sword, is what I came to bring.
EBT
You
is
don't
the
have
entire reason.
any
The
idea.
entire reason I'm in this.
Hold on.
community.
Okay. But you're saying, I'm saying, according to his
Do you
own.
think
Wait,
that
hold on.
I'm sorry, Drew.
No, just let me say
I'm
one
sorry,
quick
Drew.
thing.
I respect you.
No, you've been really cool, but you're getting fired up. Let me just say one thing. According to his own theory, that the only reason you would reach the success that he's reached is if you were subverting humanity, whether you're intentionally doing or not. So that's according to his own theory.
What success?
80,000 subscribers, and even though he acts like he doesn't work for YouTube, he basically, I'm not saying he works for YouTube and that he gets paid. When you're making a video every single day, that's your lifestyle.
So-
then you're
At an
you're
hour
a
and a half.
YouTuber.
He's probably got just enough money saved up to, if he met someone that he really liked, he could get married and have kids. Is that what he's doing, you think?
How much money do you need to do that?
Just go
I
and
don't
have
know,
kids.
EBT, but what the fuck? Why
How much
are
money
you
you
so
gotta?
suspicious?
How much money you gotta have to
Just
retire
because
at that
someone
point
is
and not do anything?
successful. You know, when you attack someone just for their success,
Kidnap
that
and ransom
just
insurance.
that just
Let's
sounds
hear
like
some
jealousy.
stories. Get him on Jocko. Put him on
Let me,
Jocko's podcast.
give
Let
you
him talk about
80,000
kidnap and ransom
subscribers, and
insurance.
let's see how you change
I'll
your
talk
tune.
about what? Say again?
I said give you 80,000 and let's see how you change your tune.
I got money in the bank, honey. I got money in the bank,
EBT's
honey.
never had to work for Blackwater to fucking extort people for fucking insurance policies.
I'm not hiding anything
he
about
works
myself.
for Blackwater now. He worked for Blackwater.
I didn't say that.
Just watch the.
Nobody-
just
no, I
watch
didn't
the
say
Jeff
that either.
Snyder. No, I'm saying watch the Jeff Snyder.
No, Jeff
fucking
Snyder was
video.
bringing up subjects that are relatable at that point.
Jeff
yeah.
Snyder
No,
had-
and that's what I'm saying, right?
People
It's
that
like-
were contractors would have had kidnap and ransom insurance. That's it.
That's what I'm
Mercenaries get kidnap and ransom insurance. Therefore, he should know quite a bit of mercenaries.
He does.
Yeah, we better watch out.
Because that's when they defund
I'm
the police.
scared.
What are they going to
I'm
bring
real
in? They're going to
scared of
bring in
Matt.
mercenaries.
Matt does not scare me. Why does he scare you?
You're just going to sit in your house and take cow pus injections and be like, okay, well, I won because I got cow pus injections.
Matt doesn't scare any of us.
I never had any. I don't even know what that is referring to.
Okay, then don't apologize for the man if you don't understand
I
his
didn't
logic and the things that
Telling
he
us
is
to
saying.
take cow pus
Don't.
injections
You better
and all
fucking
this
not
other-
clip that. I never goddamn apologize for nothing, EBT.
Oh,
Not
you
one
sure
thing
did.
Now it's getting
have I
good.
apologized for.
That's right. I love it. I love your
right.
passion. You have great passion, but I think you're
Thank
that's
you.
the point.
Wait,
that
is this Sunflower? Long Reach one? Are you Sunflower?
it's
Sunflower. I don't know who
No.
Sunflower is.
Okay, then.
I'm Long Reach
Never,
One. I've always
never
been Long
mind.
Reach
Why
One.
would-
Disregard.
You will
Disregard.
always find me as Long Reach One.
why
Yep.
would
You won't
why
find
would
me
anyone
under any other.
why would anyone be offended for bringing up the exact points that we talked about?
I mean,
Yeah.
if we all get shot in the face tonight, we know why.
I'm strapped, so
I
I'm ready.
can't. I
Yeah, there you
cannot
go. Click,
see. I can't see Matt for one. I
Fuck
just
around
can't
and
see
find
him
out.
being good of an actor. I
I'm
don't
not
think
saying,
he's that good of an actor.
I'm not saying he's an actor.
I wouldn't either until you would see the background, and then you're like, wow, that's weird.
No one said he was an actor. We just brought up a lot of fucking suspectual shit where, like,
And
he's
then-
doing
and
then
What's on your
weird-ass shit.
T-shirt? Look down at yourself and tell me what's on your frickin' T-shirt right now.
Mine's a John Deere. John Deere
I'm-
logo.
Oh,
I'm
that's a Mandela effect. It must be evil. Why you got that John Deere shirt on?
I'm hairy.
You're busted.
I'm not wearing a shirt.
Because I'm a John
Yeah,
Deere
but-
master technician.
How stupid
Because
is
I'm a
this?
John Deere
shit?
technician.
Okay, well,
Why am I'm yelling?
yeah,
I'm
because
yelling.
listen,
Yeah, you
because
are.
you're in a cult
Yeah,
and
why
you don't know
so-
that you're
why
in
you
a
so
cult.
angry? That's what I mean.
I just-
like,
You can't challenge the cult.
Unbelievable.
I'll go to bed
Why-
right now. I'm not gonna
Of
go to
all
bed.
people-
and be
I
like,
made videos,
oh,
shitty YouTube videos exposing Drew.
no,
of all the people we could go after, why are we going after Matt?
Because that's the blind. Because
shop talk.
Hold on. Because
Yo,
it's,
I said
wait,
exactly this
hold
earlier
on.
today. No, go ahead.
The reason why we're talking about Matt is because it's a blind spot in the community. Because people say, "Oh, he's this gentle guy with cats. He could never lead me wrong." And I'm saying he doesn't necessarily have to even intentionally be leading you wrong, according to his own theory, and that's the reason it would be successful according to his own theory.
All right, well, that's reasonable, Drew, at least. I just can't believe. I mean,
I was just saying that injecting cow pus is not a sound medical practice. So don't make a video about injecting cow pus and say that you're fucking a truther or whatever the fuck you say.
Can we go after like definite bad guys
Like
before
who?
we start rooting out the Matts?
Like who?
You know,
That seems like a definite bad guy, somebody that would apologize
there are
for
much worse
injecting
threats.
cow
Matt,
pus
even
into children.
if he is a bad guy, which now you've admitted, even if he is a bad guy, there are much worse threats.
Then injecting cow pus into infant children.
80,000 is peanuts. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
You're just
but
trying
it
to
starts from the
keep
ground
them from
up,
breaking
yeah?
a million.
It starts from the ground up, though.
Yeah,
we're gonna go.
EBT to me is not making reasonable arguments.
Got
Drew.
80,000 followers.
I don't
and
think
then we build
EBT is
the
fucking.
empire up.
EBT has a definite bias.
For what? Not injecting cow pus into infants?
I don't know, EBT.
Hold on. EBT, can you respond? Do you have a bias against Matt?
Yes, I have a bias against injecting cow pus into fucking infants.
Now, I didn't see the video, so you're saying in the video that he says that's a legitimate...
Yes.
And you're saying it's not like satire or something. I didn't see it,
No.
so I can't comment.
I get satire.
I mean, there's nuance to it, you know.
No, EBT has the nuance. We know that.
Okay, so long reach one. What do you...
That was like fucking stupid.
Hold on. Long reach one. What do you say to the fact that he's saying that Matt's saying he said, she said, but that Matt's saying injecting cow pus is a valid medical procedure? That
I didn't see him say that, so I don't know what the reference is. I didn't see that.
I didn't see it
whatever
either,
that
so-
video is, I didn't see it, but it just seems crazy to. I've never. We'll say this.
Matt would never
I've
say
watched
that.
him
He would
for
never say
years,
that,
and
I swear.
I've never seen him give medical advice. Ever.
I'm gonna write him up for medical advice. I'm gonna give him a strike. Just kidding. I would never do that because I'm not that type of guy. We're talking shop here. This is what we do.
Kung Fu golf, yo. Like, I
Kung
could
Fu
consider
golf.
that.
He's a 10th level Jedi. If you're a 10th level Jedi, you can't fucking combat. You don't know combatives? You don't know combatives? Jackson knows combatives.
Jackson.
Shout out Jackson.
Shout out Jackson.
Now the chat's saying absurd. He said some vaccines work and worked. I would be.
Some people are saying that. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know.
Personally, I'm not.
I don't know if
taking
that's true. I listen to Matt's videos.
Okay,
Every one
I'll
of them.
be leaving. I'll be leaving. If I'm not going to be respected, Drew, I'm sorry.
You're apologizing for somebody you don't even listen to his videos.
I'm trying to let you get your chance to
I'm not going to be mocked like I'm a moron.
No one's
Like
mocking
that's
you.
just, that was pretty low EBT.
What did he say?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. God bless
Slapping
my
your
soul.
hand against
May God
your
have
chest
mercy
like
on my
that
soul.
person,
Yeah, whatever. Like,
I missed
he
that,
gave you
sorry.
a
Are you
fucking-
doing that retard thing?
Okay, you can't talk shop,
That's
then
the
get out.
argument.
No, and like EBT said, you can't talk shop. Like, you know, I've got a fucking retard in the next room. You want me to get my retard kid on the fucking phone? No. There you go. Like, fuck off.
Wow.
Okay, now
you
it got
guys
weird.
are great at arguing.
I'm
Amazing.
not arguing.
I really would have preferred to talk to Drew. The two of you, me and Drew could have got.
I'll mute myself and you talk to.
All right, yeah,
hop
well,
off.
here, I'll mute these
I'll
guys.
call you again sometime,
Hold on,
Drew.
we'll
but
mute these. These guys are muted, so
ridiculous.
these guys are muted. So what would you like to say to me?
I don't. I'm so distracted right now.
Okay, take a deep breath.
I'll just. Okay.
I would just say, like I've said in the past, I honestly don't think he's like, me personally, I don't think he's like military-industrial complex or anything like that. But if you go by his own theory, what I said before is if it's being promoted, it's to subvert people. And that's according to his own thing, so.
So that's a valid argument, right? Because you're going off his own argument. You're not going off his personal history or his
I do
bearing.
think that
I don't quite get what they're saying, but I mean, that is valid, because I have disagreed a lot about this don't research, you're going to get stuck in the rabbit hole kind of a thing, right? Because he does kind of say, like, don't even get started. You know, because I disagree with that. I think that a person should get started and go a little ways along that, just to get a little bit of knowledge or a little bit of their mind opened, right? So your argument, it does make sense. I don't agree, but it does make sense. I don't agree because of the way I've been watching him, you know, for this whole year, you know, and he's just not. I don't see him as a particularly malicious type of person. Like, I yell and I say he's not a bad guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just can't see that. I cannot see that. I cannot see Matt sitting on a phone call, like in some sort of conference, plotting to subvert everyone. I can't see him doing that. And I guess it's really more of an instinctual thing. You know, I do disagree with his arguments. On the other hand, though, he was stuck and now he's going somewhere with this. Right? And it is very telling to me that once he is starting to go somewhere with his chain of logic, that's when everyone is attacking him.
What would be called the attacks would be started to me, people would say it started when we're pointing out. And here's the other thing. This isn't like stuff that I found out. These are other videos that were like showed his kidnapping and ransom insurance, that showed the Kung Fu golf and everything. I didn't find any of this stuff. This stuff was all out there in public. Mm-hmm. But it's just the fact that people expect me to toe a line for him or something because he shouted me out or something like that. Like, the worst kind of person is a person that will do something for you and then like be like, expect something back, you know, like, oh, hey, remember that time I did that for you? Not that he said that himself. So I'm not saying he said that, but the what I call the Mad Earthers, that's how they come at me. Like, oh, he did this for you, so you should never investigate or say anything bad about him.
Well, point taken, because I came at you pretty much with that stance too. Yeah.
And it's a common thing that I'm seeing, and that's why I'm saying to be addressed. Is it seems like it's a blind spot in the truth community, because as soon as you point it out, people become really triggered. And I've noticed that for like a year now or whatever, maybe more.
Well, people like him. He's very likable.
Yeah, that's the point, I guess. If you're saying he is some kind of subversive agent, which I don't think that, but if you're saying
I don't think so either.
If you were to say he was, that's how it would be presented. It wouldn't be some guy like, hey, I'm fucking here to fuck you over. But again, I don't think that he is. And I've said before, and a lot of times we're just talking shit because I think it's funny. But the way EBT and I talk and stuff, it's like we're like challenge each other. You know what I mean? And it's like, hey, you're being a pussy or something. That's how we excel and get down. And I know some people aren't motivated by that kind of talk.
I kind of drew the line at the pretending to be retarded.
No, his son, that dude has a son that's like...
Come on, I am making valid points. Don't downgrade me just because I'm a girl.
No, I'm
you
not.
know?
I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Not you,
No
not
point
you,
did I
but he kind of
downgrade
was.
anyone based upon their fucking sexuality.
I mean, he couldn't. It just. I mean,
I
I
could have
love you
done
guys.
this,
I
and I
love you
could have
guys.
done
But
that.
just
I could have done a
Hold
lot
on,
of things
Bong Ripper.
different.
I'm gonna
I
mute
just.
you for a
I
second.
think he's a good. I think he. I just think that Matt is a good guy. I can't see him being that subversive. And I think that what he's doing with his channel is I think he is actually trying to help us. You know, maybe he doesn't do it the way that everyone thinks he should. Now that's a different argument, you know, but I mean, it's pretty much up to him.
Do you
It's
think
his channel.
I think it's weird that you make a video every day and then you're not monetized. To me, that's weird because that's an enormous time investment. I don't care how much money you have or anything, because do it for the cats even, man. Do it to get the cats some food or something, because the time investment is just too much, and YouTube's making all the money.
Yeah.
But that's my perspective. I mean, it's his time in the end, so it's how he wants to spend it. It's up to him.
He never really said how he was making his money, but it's actually kind of none of our business, right?
Well, that's right too. I just personally can't imagine, maybe it's just from my point of view, I can't imagine someone making a video every day for years for zero. I mean, I'm sure he gets PayPal donations here and there, but I'm saying even if you put just one ad on the front of the video, it would add up. And to me, then I could understand why he continues to put them out. And when you say it's only a half a page, then why is there an hour-long video 6 days a week if it's as easy as half a page?
Right. Well, he repeats himself quite a lot. I mean, I guess it's a business decision, because he would want to get, you know, in case he had a new person clicking in.
Yeah.
You know. And then he's able to explain what his channel is all about, and he does it every time.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, that kind of explains how he gets new subs, right?
That, I guess, yeah, because each one's broken down for the first time.
So the 80,000 number, either he's in a club and he's been given the subs, or he's just a really good marketer.
And someone in the chat too is saying like, oh, does he push merch? He should. I mean, but that again,
he could.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that's his own time. So if he decides not to, he totally could. People would totally buy a shirt with just his face or whatever, that little image you see. You could say, "Hey guys, it's Matt" under it. It would sell hundreds and hundreds of shirts. Absolutely, it would.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry. You know, it's just.
But the only other, Layla just said in the chat too, like, what about people that say don't trust the news, but then but Hollywood movies are to give you the truth. So the news is fake, but Hollywood movies is real.
Right? Hollywood movies aren't prophecy. They're not prophecy.
Right.
There's truth drops, there's distraction, there's propaganda, there's just made up filler stuff, there's good creative stuff. They're just an amalgamation of human activity.
Yeah.
I just can't. You just don't be like, oh, I mean, evil is not some monolithic thing. It's a creepy thing that creeps in, right?
Right. Over a long period of time.
Right.
And I was just gonna say something. What was I gonna say? Now I don't remember what I had a good point.
Well, somebody said on here that most shills are easily spotted, and my philosophy is, if a person is a shill, like, they give up after a while. They can't keep it up because they're not interested. The money is one thing, but they get bored with it because it's easy money, and then they just get bored, and then they drop out and do another easy money thing.
Yeah.
That's my take on that kind of a person.
And I can't speak for EBT, but maybe he'll say something. And I would say, but the way we're talking is just like, hey, like, if we're all supposedly on the same team, like Team Truther, as corny as that sounds or whatever, like, the way we're saying it is like, yo, if we're all on the same squad, then we need you to like pick up the slack. If you're on our team, you gotta, because he seems to have been stuck for a while. But you said you think he's progressing now?
I think he's progressing. I don't know. I actually would kind of like Jason's opinion on that, but he ain't been around.
Who's Jason?
J. Chris at 444, right?
Oh, I don't know that channel.
Where's he been?
I don't know who that channel is, I guess.
Yeah, okay. He's more of a Mandela person. Like I'm much more in the Mandela community than you would be, and your subs would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I just see that kind of as to me, it's a long-term, like, multi-generational psyop. So they gave you, like, for example, I don't know this, but let's say they put the mirror on the wall in the movie theater when you went and saw it, but then when they bring it out to VCR or whatever, they've changed it intentionally to create this this whole thing we're seeing them at. For whatever reason, they want you to think
right,
something's happening.
It would just be such a complicated psyop, especially for some of us that see like geography changes. And I took geography class, and I had to memorize all of the capitals and all of the countries, and I had maps on my walls when I was a kid, and it's totally changed for me. So it's the Mandela effect becomes such a complicated subject where everyone in that community knows you just cannot convince anyone, right? No one is going to believe you, right? That's kind of what bonds that community together, I would say.
Yeah.
But the interior structure organs of the human body are completely different to me.
See, I've heard that. I've never really looked into it, and I've heard of the Bible change ones, but I haven't. I didn't read the Bible when I was a kid, so I can't give my opinion on that.
The Bible changes are probably the most prolific. And it's usually one or two words that it will change the scripture from something profound to something that seems a bit evil. And it is very disturbing, actually, to Christians that are Mandela affected. So the Christians that are Mandela affected is a really tight-knit, very close-knit community. So, but yeah, I, as for me, like reading the Bible, I see about maybe half of the effects, where it really will be just a few words changed to make it look more evil than the original intent was. So it's very creepy.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the Bible to even really have an opinion, but I've heard, like, obviously, like, the Lion and the Lamb one, and then, like, I've heard of it that way, but I never, like, physically read a book. I just picked up a Bible at a garage sale yesterday from 1936, so I'll have to start looking into it and see.
Yeah. Well, when I started reading Bible, the advice I was given was just to read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and just the rest of it is more, that's filler material, like if you want to learn more, into the past or into the future, kind of a thing.
My only other thing about the Mandela effect is, like, it's all like media. Everything's media that changed. It's never someone you grew up with. They were a carpenter and now they're a surgeon or something like that. So that's why it's suspect to me, because all media is and has been controlled.
That's true. That's true. But a lot of the people in the Mandela effect community have had what we call personal effects, where something changed in your hometown and no one else would see it. In my case, there was a factory tower from a sugar factory that was It disappeared and then it came back and then it disappeared again. So there would be things like that with Mandela affected people.
Yeah, see. Who's this? Hold on. Someone's talking. Who's this? Pringle?
Yeah, Pringle.
We can
Is that something
barely.
about Matt moving to Orion?
I have you like cranked all the way up and we can't hear you.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's like I have you maxed out. It's just super, super quiet.
Something about Matt moving to Orion?
We say that, but that's one of the Mandela effects, because a lot of us remember that we were taught in school that we were on the Sagittarius arm of the galaxy, which would be the outer arm. And we were taught that we actually were on the very end of the outer edge of the Sagittarius arm. So we actually were on the very edge of the universe. And we used to have t-shirts that said, "You are here," and it would have a picture of the galaxy and an arrow pointing to that very edge of the universe. So a lot of us remember that.
I think I have
So
heard
that
of
was
that one
that was
before.
the Sagittarius arm, but now, according to science, we're on the Orion arm, nearer to the center, much nearer to the center.
And what's the consensus then in the Mandela community? What did they think?
So Matt's not a scientist.
We do not know.
There's no.
There's no consensus. No. There's no consensus. We don't know what happened to us. We all feel that something happened to us, but we don't know what it was.
Okay, I feel you. I
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
there's the certain ones that I just don't know about. But as far as the media ones, to me, it's a lot. It's a long term psyop, which
Yeah.
will lead. I would think it would culminate in something that they would say is like a time traveler or some kind of like a antichrist type figure that they would say is changing things.
Like biblically, the Antichrist, I don't know that there's any association with the Antichrist and time travel. But, my studies of the Bible, and I'm looking at what's going on, is I don't think they even have a very good candidate for Antichrist. Because in my thinking, or the way that I take the Bible, or my reading of it, is that Revelations is like a game plan that they always do.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So they always have an
acted
Antichrist
out.
figure. Yeah, yes. It's a game plan. Like I don't think they can just creatively do this. They have to have a plan, and they have to tell us the plan, and it's right there in Revelations.
But you're saying like no matter where you are in time, there will be an Antichrist figure for you. Is that what you mean?
I guess so. I've never been on any sort of a timeline where there wasn't one.
Yeah.
But I will say that all throughout my say the time that I was 7 to about 2017, so I was born in 1973. There were no two witnesses in my Bible, and now there are.
See, I've heard of the
So
two witnesses.
there are things like that. Yes.
I've heard of that, but again, I don't have the firsthand knowledge to really talk
Yeah,
about it.
That's what I'm saying. The Bible, especially the Bible, and I've heard this said about the Quran too, actually, that it changes as well. And there are passages in the Quran that talk about time changing like this.
I guess I'd have to look more into it to find, because the Bible ones to me sound interesting, because you would think people read the Bible every day and everything, and
Right, they don't anymore.
Well, yeah, not anymore.
Well, as far as Mandela effect goes, like what we tell people is if you look into something and it's exactly how you remember it, then you are from here. You're from Orion. But we're not. So that's the crazy way we think, I guess, because it's basically because we haven't come to any sort of consensus. we all know something's happened to us.
And to bring it back to Matt, I do think that's what he means. I can't say for sure, but I think that's what he means when he says don't do your own research. But it just comes across maybe the wrong way.
Well, that's a good point because Drew, the science has changed for me. Like I used to be into chemistry, and I go back and look at the periodic table, and it's wrong to me. It's not right. And a person could say, well, the scientists, they studied up between then and there, and now they changed it, and it's different, and you're just not up to date. But at a certain point, like, how many times does that have to happen?
Like,
to me,
what's
when I
different
look
about
at
it?
something,
What do you notice that's different about it?
it has like there's like a third more elements. There are like 1/3 more elements. There are like 3 more rows. It's things like that. Our blood is iron based, but what I was taught in school and what I always remember from literature, movies, and my own blood is that it was copper based, and it had a copper tinge, and it tasted like copper.
See, I've always heard of iron based, so I'm from Sagittarius then, or what?
I think that maybe this is the reason why they like dumb down people's educations. Maybe they knew this was going to happen, right? Or alternatively, they were lying to us, Mandela affected people the whole time, like maybe selectively. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just don't know enough about it. I'm not down with the media ones is all.
Right. But Matt's good for that. He's good on that, the Mandela effect, because he does tell you he does say don't bother to do your research. And if you want to look at it, if he's speaking just to the Mandela effect community, that would be saying to us like, it's going to change. And I think we all relate to that because it will change for us. It will change.
You fuckers are still talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just move it on because I don't think I'm willing to look into the Bible ones, but from there.
Well, alternatively,
totally
Drew, there is now in the DSMV a diagnosis for us called pareidolia.
Oh, you need a diagnosis?
So, maybe we're crazy.
Maybe
you're crazy.
Maybe we're crazy. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to stand up for Matt.
All right. Well,
I've been watching his channel for a long time, and I do support him.
Well, thanks for calling in, and we'll just agree to disagree.
Yeah, we will.
There's no
it was a
problem with
pleasure,
that.
Drew.
Yeah, no
it was a
problem.
Pleasure, Drew. I respect you.
Yeah, no, you were great. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah, bye. Second here.
Oh, fuck out of here.
How do I? There we go.
That was painful, dude. That was very, very painful.
I wanted to hear what she had to say. I wanted to hear. We had to
For
get
2
it.
hours?
We had to get her to calm down. She was upset. The chat's still triggered though, but whatever.
Fuck the chat.
Oh man. What else, man? Where's EBT? Get EBT back in here.
Yeah, get this.
Get EB.
You got triggered.
Where's
Dude, you triggered
EBT?
him.
I know. I just wanted to. It was too many people talking at once. I wanted to. She took the
Get
time.
Forever Conscience in here.
She took the time to call in. I wanted to make sure.
Forever Conscience versus EBT.
I sent Forever Conscience an invite, and then.
Yeah, he's in the pimp card.
Tell him to get in here. Okay, Pringle. This Pringle dude is back. What's up?
You hear me?
Barely.
Execute 66. Kill all mad earthers.
Who is this dude? Who are you?
Pringle, that's all.
All right, man.
What's up, Pringle?
I guess my mic doesn't work, so I'm just gonna leave.
It works pretty well.
You just gotta be loud. Just scream.
Yeah.
What's your take on the Mad Earthers? I think we just heard
Matt
it.
is the principal after all, so gotta give him some respect.
The Sifu?
Yeah, he's the Sifu. He's the centipede. He's real McCoy.
He was.
Yeah, EBT said, was that Jag? That's what I was thinking too the whole time.
Yeah, it's the male version of Jag.
I think that was Jag calling in. No, I don't know though.
Oh, is this Monk talking?
Oh, Monk's being a...
Oh, it's Pringle. Oh, it's Monk. You motherfucker.
Pringle Throb, bro.
This is Pringle. This
Pringle
isn't
Throb.
Monk. It's Pringle Throb. What do you got, man? You got some hot takes on the truth community? Come on, man. It's fucking Truth or Barbecue. Fucking 4th of July. We're gonna blow some fucking
We're
shit up.
barbecuing truthers.
Scorch fucking Earth 2021. Let's fucking go.
Anyone want to play some Dota 2?
Dota 2?
Dota 2?
Never heard of it.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit, dude. MOBAs suck ass.
Are you Mandela affected, Pringle?
I don't know what that means.
Which truthers haven't been fucking deplatformed yet that we can scorch?
They're all scorched, man.
The only one I like right now is Days of Noah.
Oh yeah, Days of Noah is legit.
Yeah, and he's super legit. I just don't get his weird aesthetic he has. I'm not smart enough to understand it, I think.
Have you guys ever heard of Robert Suffer?
I've heard of it, but I don't know who.
Rocky and myself.
Who is that?
He's a pretty Chad anthropologist, you know. Takes long walks on the beaches.
What about Max Egan?
Drives a Tesla.
Trust
Max
anyone
Egan.
from Australia.
Yeah, Australia's a crazy place.
No, that
Max Egan went AWOL for a minute, but I don't know.
Yeah, didn't he go
He's
nuts
just
or
honest.
something? I heard he went like crazy or something.
So he's questionable, but he's still like on the surface level shit.
I think he's ruthless. They look alike.
I love Ruthless.
What?
Max Egan's,
I love Ruthless.
Max
You love Ruthless?
He's a sweet man.
He's a blimey
He's a
cunt.
character.
He's
He is a blimey cunt. I'll take Ruthless over Bakura any day.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
fuck
Ruthless
that
over
guy.
Bong Ripper? Is that what you said?
No, Hokura. Hokura.
Queef stains.
How deep are we in this stream? Holy shit. I didn't realize how fucking late it is.
Yeah, dude, just keep drinking.
5 fucking hours. Let's fucking go. All right, man. We need some content. Come on, Pringle.
I'm playing Dota. I'm too distracted.
Oh, where's Hoove Man? We need Hoove Man in here. Where's Benton? Benton and Layla got the Rona. I was counting on.
This
them.
new one sounds scary. I don't want to get sick.
This Layla's pretty bad, man. She's can't even talk, literally.
Everyone was saying the second round was gonna be the worst.
Yeah, that's what
I can't even talk.
Bill Gates said it.
Is
Good
this the
excuse
dark
to be
winter?
high at work.
People are mad in the chat. We're just talking shit right now.
Mad about what?
I don't know. I think because we're not talking about anything. We got to push the pace, man. We got to push the pace. Let's fucking go.
I'm just throbbing over here.
Damn.
Pringle Throb.
Pringle Throbs.
That's a sick name, man. Disgusting. You need to go back.
Did you watch the Corbett report video about the cycling effect of like what happened with Q happened in like the 90s and the same exact
Oh,
sort of
actually,
story?
Did you post that? I think I definitely
Yeah,
watched
I
that. And
posted
that's
that.
one of the best videos I've seen in a long time to show how it's like a cycle of hopium to just keep these people, from
yeah,
Obama.
they always have like, it's just completely cycler, whatever, like
Cyclical.
whichever president they're gonna bring.
Yeah, and there's gonna be like Bush is so bad that Obama's gonna fix everything, and then Obama's so bad that Trump's gonna fix everything, and then Trump's not getting it done. Well, then QAnon, because his hands are tied, QAnon's gonna come in and fix everything. So the whole thing is based on hope and kicking the can down the road, and that to try to pacify people.
Yeah, the pendulum.
Yeah, and people want to be pacified to like not do anything. I mean, people know what needs to be done, and no one's willing to do it. There's only one thing.
About that Mad Earther that was talking?
What's that?
How did the chat feel about that Mad Earther that was talking?
He was fine.
No, the chat.
The chat. I don't know. I was talking. There's a few people.
Were they like pro Mad Earth or anti Mad Earth?
There's a few pros.
Okay.
Nobody cares.
Get them in here. Get in here, pro Mad Earthers. I want to learn.
You should be a not either Mad Earther.
That Orion shit, man, that was fucking. Oh, I started season, bro. Shaking in my chair.
Well, that's because you're from fucking Sagittarius. Speaking of that, also I was counting on Shannon Sagittarius to be here tonight too, and she bailed too. So all the 3 heavy hitters, I'm short tonight, but that's okay. We got Pringle Throb in the house. Let me see if I can find some video or something to talk shit about. Hold on a second.
Play Dota, dang.
What is this? No, not that. Hold on. I had something else I wanted to talk about.
Forever Conscious can't top it.
Yeah, Forever Conscience, get in here. I was looking up like the history of Mount Rushmore when I was doing this cover, and then they said it's built on this thing called what is it? It's called like the six grandfathers or something. Was the Native American name of that mountain or whatever. And then the white man, it was just like a mountain, and then the white man came in and carved in 4 faces. But I was wondering, like, why did they call it the 6 grandfathers, and are they going to end up adding more faces to this thing? Be like, so there will be 6 faces? And was that... Because now they're talking about, like, not Antifa, but, like, lefties want to, like, destroy Mount Rushmore.
Well, they saved it. No, they saved one face for Floyd.
Yeah, he'll be on there. But
yeah, that's what the last face was for.
These people,
the 100 years in the planning.
These people want to tear this whole thing down. Like all the monument tipping they did. Now this is like the final boss of like the monument tipping that they want to tip over.
Well, good luck. Go for it.
Conscious.
I don't know, man. Forever Conscious, where you at?
Jump in.
EBT, jump back in. We're treading water, waiting for you, E.
I'm wearing my performance EBT right now.
Come on.
I think a bunch of Black Lives Matter protesters are gonna like go like chisel down Mount Rushmore.
Well, they would probably just petition the government to get rid of it. I don't think they would actually take action. But it's one of these like woke talking points, though.
So.
Yeah. But yeah, I just think the 6 grandfathers. I thought that was crazy that it was called that. I don't know why.
They should take it down. Take it all down.
I've been there before. It's one of the few places I've been. It's pretty impressive to think that guys are, that skilled to be able to do it. Supposedly with dynamite or however they say they did it.
Well, got done.
Yeah, but are they gonna do anything with it? Are they
impressive.
gonna add more people in? Somebody in the chat earlier too said like the 4th of July should be a mourning day for Americans, not a day of celebration. And I totally agree. The way things...
Yeah.
The way things have gone down, it's just too much, man.
Celebrating the master taking his boot off our neck.
Yeah, well, it's just getting... It's the 1984, right? The face... Or the boot stomping on the face of humanity forever.
Well, they released like they relieve the COVID restrictions like for the summer, everyone's like, yeah,
Oh, you know it's gonna come
it's
back.
over. We can go back to the old normal.
Yeah, they already said that it will never go back to the old normal. In their own things. That's what's weird to me about like the truth in movies and all that. They tell you, Klaus Schwab, they tell you everything they're gonna do, like 100% lay it out. So why would they need to like encode something in a movie? And also like why, if they encode so they can go kill 3,000 people at once, but then their karmic debt is wiped clean because you weren't smart enough to figure out a Supertramp album cover or something. I just don't get the whole like they have to tell us narrative. Why do they have to tell you?
Because, man, I'm smarter than everybody.
Well, obviously. That's what a lot of it's based on. The truth is.
Well, I think in that sense, if they're able to like say, make a deal with the devil and get some sort of higher power, excuse me, they have to like, the deal with the devil is the Faustian deal where they have to like sacrifice something. They have to tell you what they're going to do to you before they do it.
Why though? I know.
And then you have to choose to take it for yourself. You have to want to take it.
You mean like the jab, basically?
Like they have to present it to you. They don't have to force it on you, but you have to.
Yeah, it's got to be a
decide
choice
within yourself that you want to take it, and that's the whole trick. They make everyone want to take whatever they're feeding us.
Yeah, I just don't get. Yeah,
They're not forcing it. They're presenting it, and people are just taking it. That's the bottom of the pyramid. People are feeding the whole system this way by every little fucking 10 transactions you do on your phone a day. Like you're all feeding the giant oligarchy.
Yeah, everything you do. We got Ralph Lorino in the chat. What's up, Ralph Lorino?
Hey, Drew.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you great. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. I just wanted to thank you for the invite.
Yeah, no problem.
Dude, you've been here forever, Ralph Lorino.
Yeah, you wanna drop some knowledge on these youngsters?
Where to buy land in UNC?
Hey, Drew. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nothing. I just got back from New Jersey.
How was New Jersey? Was it crazy?
No, it was nice. I was with my family, my sisters, my nieces, my nephews, and all that. So, it was really nice, and we had a great time. I just drove back. It was about 4 hours. Yeah, I'm getting a weird feedback.
Oh, drop out and come back in.
Okay, I'm going to drop out and come back in because I'm getting a feedback loop.
Okay. Ralph Lorino is a heavy hitter. If you missed him, make sure you go on the backup channel and check out the one we did, which was called Never Ending PSYOP. That was the New Year's Eve special. Ralph went crazy for 3 hours.
Make sure to stay up the stream if you're in the chat for the feedback thing.
Let's see if did he even drop out?
I'm gonna mute.
I think he's just on mute. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah, Ralph knows a lot of stuff.
Ralph.
Let me disconnect him. Hold on. I'm going to disconnect him and I'm going to send him a new invite. Hold on. Because maybe he was...
You're out of the gang, Ralph.
Maybe he was struggling with that invite or something. Hold on a second. And then I saw a bunch of the chat talking about IPS. And when I'm saying the ones I watch IPS and Days of Noah. I like IPS, and I would like to hook up with IPS and do a live stream sometime. I've talked to him about it too, and he He was all about it. He wanted me to go on his show. There we go. Ralph's back in here. So hopefully you'll see
unmute him.
You'll see he's muted on his own side.
Is that better?
There we go. I can hear you.
All right. Sorry about the glitch there.
No, you're
I
good.
guess I had to. Yeah. So I got home. I fed the cows. I fed everybody, and then I ran over to the computer to see if you guys are still going.
Yeah, we're going, man. What do you got? Some gems to drop on us, or what?
Drew, I've always got some gems to drop on you, but first I just wanted to thank you for the last time you had me on, and you know, it was really a lot of groundbreaking things happened. It was the first time in the truther community that anyone got the story of Kali Yuga right, and they didn't attribute it to some goddess Kali or something. And your thing of putting that, when you changed the thumbnail and you had the arrow pointing to the tear in the eye of the cow.
Yeah.
That was some kick-ass shit, man. That was kick-ass.
Thanks. I'll see if I can pull it
Yeah.
out so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm so grateful that for the first time ever, you gave a person who knows about these things an opportunity to talk about them. Now, listen, one thing I want to make perfectly clear here is I'm not trying to push my beliefs on anybody. I said what I had to say, and, you know, I definitely... Now, if you ask me, I'll tell you what I believe, but I'm not here to push my beliefs on anybody. Is that clear?
Yes, to me it is. I think some people need to hear that again, maybe, but
yeah, well, I'm not. But you know, this is who I am. I've been doing this for 40 years. It's my identity. It's who and what I am. It's something I believe in very deeply, and it's something that's changed me as a human being. That for the way better, way better. But yeah. So I always had two theories about why no other previous truthers. Have you ever heard of Michael Tessarian, Freeman?
I've heard of
all
them.
those. Yeah, well, when all this started with conspiracy theories and stuff, in the beginning, like 20 years ago, it was all like very esoteric, like ancient civilizations, ancient knowledge, and all those kind of things. You know, it's kind of devolved now into this, you know, it's not what it used to be. Like, people were really looking into and researching important topics. You know, even such thing. The biggest conspiracy theory of all is the existence of God, you know, that they're trying to hide that now. So, you know, that was really what it was about in the beginning. And a lot of these people were... Yes?
I totally agree. Like, when I was looking into these, like, ancient civilizations, like, now it's totally suppressed. And you look at these books, and a lot of people are, like, openly discussing this stuff in, like, the 60s and the 70s. Like, it was, like, an open topic, and now it's totally closed off and completely bonkers.
That's true. It was much less popular, though, than once the internet around 2000 started to get really popular, there was a whole resurgence of it. But this time it was for real, you know. So many people were involved, and there was so much good information and so much bad information, but that's part of the game, right? That you got to sort through all the information. But I always had two theories. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah, so I always had two theories why no other truther, so-called, and you know, all these years, never told the true story of Kali Yuga being about the cows and Kali and Maharaj Pariksit and all that, was because, for one, either they were eating cow flesh themselves and didn't want to point out that, you know, or secondly, even if they were vegetarian, which a lot of these people were, the Michael Tessarians and such, they knew a lot of people in their audience might be eating meat or beef, and they didn't want to offend them and lose audience, you know? So, Drew, you know, the first time I came onto your show, it was like so magical, and everybody, I got a lot of praise from that and stuff, but I don't do well with praise, so I wanted to make sure. I don't like praise like that, you know? We're all equals. There's no person that should be above other people. And I see this time and again with truther channels, that they latch on to people like gurus, and it's not right, because they're not deserving of that position. It always comes out that they really don't know what they're talking about. So we're all equals. We're all trying to figure this thing out together. So I just wanted to make sure the second time I came on your show, I mean, it was kind of funny for me, because it was such a personal test for me, because I didn't want to just do some bubblegum truther stuff and be popular. I wanted to make sure people knew where I stood and let the chips fall where they may, because that's always what I've done for 40 years. This isn't my first rodeo. I've been talking to people for 40 years, everybody from grizzled old farmers to New York City leftists about this for years and years. And, I know how it goes, once you start talking like this. But, I wanted to make sure I expressed who and what I really was. And it was like a personal test for me that, I have to tell the truth to the people. And I was a little controversial. I thought that, it would be fun for you and your audience. I was a little controversial and like that. So I hope that, I hope you feel like the show went well. I was so grateful, and
I loved it.
Totally kicked everyone's ass.
Yeah, I loved it.
Everyone's ass by, for the first time, putting what the real meaning of Kali Yuga is. And it's extremely important to me because it's so pivotal to me. There's other things about it, but I'm so grateful. Anyway, I'll let you talk for a while, but I just wanted to make sure I touched base with you again, let you know how I felt.
Yeah, I thought it was great, and then I'll make sure I'll have one of those like cards pop up if you guys want to go check that video out. And I learned a lot, man. I didn't know any of that stuff about those palaces or anything like that. I've never even heard of that stuff, so it was super interesting. I loved it.
Yeah, and there were other groundbreaking things I think about it. The way I tried to do the best I could. I had all that information set up for you, and you were really good at, because I decided not to look at the chat. I just felt like somebody might distract me, and then there was a person going off in the chat right away.
Yeah,
and
probably EBT.
Yes, EBT, that's who it was. Right away going off in the chat, talking all bullshit, things I never talked about, saying about Freemasons, and so I only noticed that. I only know, and Gandhi, and there's just so much bullshit. And I never talked to you about any of that stuff. So I was glad I didn't look at the chat. And I told you just before we got on the air, I said, I'm not looking at the chat. I didn't know if you think that was weird or not. But it was kind of difficult because, at times it was difficult for you, but you did really well with, it was masterful, really, how you kept up with what I was saying, even though I couldn't see it really.
Yeah, there's a delay.
Well, it was really well done. You did a fantastic job, and I'm so grateful to get my message out to a new audience. It was really something for me.
I think EBT he just likes to talk shit, and then people get triggered.
Well, I didn't get triggered because I didn't look at it.
Yeah.
But when I looked at it later, I did get a little triggered because I am not a fan of Gandhi or Madame Blavatsky or any of these idiots.
Neither is EBT.
And one thing too, Drew, I got to make clear to you. Today is July 4th. I am not a spokesperson for India. I'm a spokesperson for America. People better get through their heads. I grew up in an ethnic Italian neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York, with 4 million people. I went to a Roman Catholic school for 12 years. I was baptized, communion, and confirmation in the Catholic Church. And this is old school Brooklyn 1960s Catholicism, so there's nobody going to tell me what Catholicism is or what it's all about. I know, I've been through the whole thing. I grew up that way. If I speak for anybody, it's a portion of the people of America that are fed up with the violence and fed up with the cruelty. So I am not a spokesperson. I am a critic of India, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, listening to you, I didn't take it as you were like some advocate for India or something like that. I think some people they don't hear the message.
A lot of us just run away with like a joke, and it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I think people it's just kind of funny to heckle. I think that's what people think in the chat.
All right, well, I know. I mean, you guys are definitely a tough nut to crack. I got to tell you that, I mean, for real. And I've talked to all kinds of people, but, I like you all. I appreciate what you did for me, Drew, and your audience and the people in the Discord. Although when I gave my second talk, that was the height of the madness of your previous Discord, and it was very aggressive, and I bowed out for a while because I didn't think that we were going to be able to get down to any further truths in that atmosphere. And, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I don't want to be looked at as a person who's forcing my beliefs on anyone. I'm just trying to add to the equation.
Right.
Dude, you're the least of the people here that will be forcing their beliefs on people.
Yeah, right. Oh man, what do you think about what's been going on lately as far as the restrictions of freedom and everything? And now here we are at 4th of July, and they're basically it just happened recently. Most places they're gonna allow you to go out without a mask and everything like that.
I mean, Drew, I'll try to temper my words, but this has been the biggest bunch of nonsense that I've ever seen in my entire life. And I don't know how people, after this is over, are going to be able to look themselves in the mirror. I think, anyway, the people that said that the young ones, the little ones, should be having to wear self-suffocation devices like that. I don't know. I'm not going to be satisfied until people are behind bars, to be honest with you.
Or worse.
Yeah. I'm not going to be satisfied till that happens. I don't want to talk about anything else except that, and, as far as politics goes.
Yeah.
Until I see some action on that. And I don't know how...
You got Juneteenth, and then you got kids with self-suffocating devices walking through the streets, watching whatever the heck's going on Juneteenth Street. I wouldn't know. But there's been, a lot of controversy on that.
And they got you chanting "I can't breathe" while you're wearing a mask, and there's a respiratory thing. That's a sick joke.
So what is it? What kind of is it? Is it like the Macy's Days Parade every freaking June?
Must be.
Oh my God! Well, it's really, really gotten to a strange place, and I think that there could be a divide happening. Because I don't know if the people that went along with all of it, how they were going to have to stick together. Because in the company of other people, they're just going to seem like total fools. So there could be a time of divide here. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to.
I feel that too. I feel like a big division is coming up, and I think that's kind of why they've already had people like. Famous people like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan relocating to Texas, and then they're prompting up DeSantis and everything, and I think you're going to see a divide, and probably will be north and south again.
It's all these CEOs of these major companies quitting. They're sending Bezos into space.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
What kind of weird shit is this? And another YouTuber said that the red states will be divided between the red and the blue states will be divided between the Russians and the Chinese, and you'll have more freedoms in the red states, and then you have the technological advancements in the blue states. That's kind of interesting theory.
I don't see it that way. I see it breaking down between city and country. I think that the cities are going to be their own areas, and farmers should take advantage of this, because the exploitation of farmers occurs through the city, through the financial aspects, the markets and all that. That's where they exploit the farmer. The farmers have to take back America. It should be the cities but the country, and the farmers need to unionize and sell to the cities and cut out the city middleman. And in that way,
it's not like that, because these corporations are buying the farmlands. All this news about Bill Gates owning however much percentage of the United States farmland, and all of these corporations that are they even American? They're buying all of these subdivisions, and they're paying 30% above the price, and then they're reselling it.
They're not reselling anything. They're renting.
They're holding it as a scarcity, and so all of these cities are expanding. They're just buying everything at this point. So it's there's not. I don't want to be a nihilistic about it, but you know what I mean.
It's a wrap.
It seems like Biden too, with this infrastructure plan he's proposing, is he's talking about like no more tests. He wants to basically bring more of like the city into the suburbs.
Oh
well,
yeah,
the cities have always been expanding ever since like the first industrial age or whatever. Like Milwaukee's basically a suburb of Chicago at this point, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you think, Ralph? I want to hear Ralph's take.
Well, listen, I'm not done with America yet, and I'm sorry, I'm not done with it yet. And if anybody in this world should be done with America, it's me. Trust me, I could tell you a lot of stuff that's gone on, including when Vedic culture was spreading in America. They had an era in the 70s and 80s called the deprogramming era, where it was legalized to kidnap, soft torture people who were spreading Vedic culture in America. So that happened in the 70s. Yeah, so it happened. It was called deprogramming. It was run by Ted Patrick for the government. All your family member had to do was go to the court and say they're involved in this religion. They didn't have to say you were being abused. They didn't have to say you were being neglected. All they had to say to the court was you are involved in this religion, and then it was legal, if the judge signed it, to kidnap, soft torture you. Like, they didn't pull your fingernails out, but it was restraint. They'd scream at you. They desecrate your sacred object. I'm talking about this as a religious scholar, not on a personal level at this point. But was this a state mandated? Sorry. Was it a state mandated law, or was it like? No, it was a time when any family member of yours could go to a court and say they are involved in the Vedic culture religion, and we wanted to. It's a cult. Yeah. Law. No, there was no law. What are you? This is America. There was no law. They were just doing this was the original. This was the original beta test, I'm pretty sure, for everything that they're doing now. And even it came out with the whole Trump thing. They brought up the deprogramming thing again. But in any case, you look it up, you research it. There was a time in America when, because you're involved in Vedic culture and cow protection, that they could legally kidnap you off the street purely for your religious beliefs, soft torture you, and it was really more.
It was like the Patriot Act. Yeah,
it was before all these things. It was the beta test, and so anyway, that's one thing about it. So if anyone should hate America, if anyone should give up on America, it's me, because I've seen it all. But I refuse. I will not give up on this country because it did ultimately allow my beliefs to flourish, even though it was a 40-year struggle. Still, through freedom of speech, freedom of expression, all these things. My beliefs of organic farming, grassland farming, farm sanctuary, and Vedic culture in America, which is an important part of religious history. It's the first time true blending of Eastern and Western philosophies in a practical way, not just talk. So it's an important part of all these things have flourished after the battle. So I understand the shortcomings of America, and I understand. I just can't believe you guys don't want to learn more from me about how you defeat them. I mean, if everything I wanted to do in the beginning they were against, even organic farming, grassland dairy farming, farm sanctuary, and Vedic culture in America, and then they went so hard against it that you could be kidnapped and tortured off the street, but still these things have flourished. So, yeah. Well, the first thing is, it's just like when Biden was whispering to you some things. He was whispering about nuclear weapons and F-15s and all this. He's telling you the truth. They're out of ideas. They have no ideas left. All they've got is their military strength. But what wins this war is ideas, not violence. So they're done. They admitted it when they said that if you go against us, we have nuclear weapons and we have F-15s, that they lost at that moment. They're done. that they admitted that they're out of ideas. And I've got plenty of ideas, and I know you guys got plenty of ideas. We will defeat them.
What if they just throw us into another global conflict? Like, they just completely shake the whole jar again.
What if they threw a global conflict and nobody came?
Yeah, there you go.
That's impossible.
Oh,
What if
they
you
will.
went to a grocery store and no one had a mask on?
Right.
I do that every single day. I could go to my grocery store and there's like one fucking person maybe
But not
with a mask
everyone
on.
can.
Hey,
you go to your grocery
No,
store.
plenty of times
and-
there's nobody with a mask on. Plenty of times. It's city versus country.
Hey,
It just takes one
Ralph.
person to show up.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have a question. I haven't been keeping up on it. What's going on with that farmers' protest that we talked about last time in India?
I don't know, Drew. Drew, actually, one reason I came on the show a little hot is that I was pissed at you because other people get to come on and just talk about their shit, and I had a little, assignment, and I thought, Drew's going to read some articles, and I'm going to read some articles, and Drew will probably know more about it than I do, but no, it was like everything, it was so important to me, actually. So that was wrong. I had a wrong thought about that, but because you know how it related to the farming, nobody else has put all that together, Drew. Nobody else has put all that together. How the Sikhs were the primary force behind it because of all the things that went back to the Green Revolution in India. You know what? That was amazing stuff. I just can't believe that, that came out that way. I haven't really followed. But I remember you saying to me before that all the people gathering like that, that proves. But then they did this whole, India variant thing.
Yeah, now the Delta or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't really follow the farmers' protest after that. Then this whole thing it's so ridiculous.
They just keep turning the dial up. It seems like they're already at 10, but it just keeps going up and up.
No, how can anyone believe this at this point?
It's crazy.
No, there's something else deeper going on. It's a spiritual, existential crisis among the populace that they gave up God. They've got no direction and no purpose and no meaning in life because they gave up God and they gave up Jesus and they gave up everything that was good and right and holy and sacred, and they're desperately searching for some meaning. But this isn't it.
And they gave it away long ago.
Yeah, wasn't it enough when they did when they started murdering the babies? Come on, we waited too long. We sat on our hands. I was doing everything I could in the best way that I could, but even still, I admit that it probably wasn't enough. But there's been so many warning signs.
What do you think you're going to be able to do, man? I respect you. I've been listening, but what the hell do you think you can do? We are individuals.
What do you mean, what the hell? I just explained what the hell, that we have better food through organic farming. We protect the land better.
No, that's great.
What do you want? Then more than better. That is societal. You can't even think properly unless you have proper food.
Did you
What are
see
you talking
Kung Fu
about?
Golf?
No, I can't. No, that's not right.
What you're overhauling.
It is all overhauled, but Drew, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
I think everyone should watch Matt's Kung Fu Golf video.
You're still on, Matt.
Those are the first level that anyone should take. Just watch his golf tutorials, and then you'll already be like level 5.
Yep. No, Matt exposed himself the very first time I watched him.
Halfway to 10th level Jedi, I promise.
Is anyone there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I hear you.
Yeah.
The first time I watched Matt, he was doing that. He was saying about the 1974 or 75 committee, the Committee on Assassinations. They came out and said finally that it was probably a conspiracy. This was in 74 and 75. The Congressional Committee, House Assassination Committee, that probably Kennedy and Martin Luther King were conspiracies. And he starts doing this thing. What? Like nobody ever heard of this before. Ever. That's completely not true. I remember at the time when it was on the news, but back then it was like they put it on for 30 seconds. And at that time, everybody already felt that way. It wasn't any big news at that point. It was 1974 or 5. That's 13 or 14 years later. But he starts doing his what? And
you mean
I type.
he's saying it's like a Mandela effect?
Yes, he's saying
Okay.
it's a Mandela effect, that nobody is, that this has just popped up out of nowhere. And then all the people are like agreeing with him. And I'm like, I type in, just because you don't know about something, just because you're ignorant of something doesn't mean it never existed. And he like immediately deleted that comment with like in a minute.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is bogus. You know, this is really bogus. And then he looks into the camera and he goes, in like a really weak voice, he goes, I'm Mandela affected. And I'm like, God damn it, what's happened to men? You know, we need to get this guy out on the farm. What is he looking in his camera saying he's Mandela affected like that? This is nonsense.
Mandela
He
affected.
does that though, yeah. Any kind of negative comment he'll delete or like respond to right away. So then I noticed the other day there was some guy in there commenting basically he doesn't have the will to live. It was almost like a cry for help, like a suicide thing. And he had nothing to say, but if it was some kind of like, if it was like a criticism, he would have been in there real quick, like saying something.
Yeah, and then I check in on people once in a while, and I'm telling you, everything is just shown to me so quickly. It's unbelievable. I check in on Matt, and the first thing he says is, "You can't learn the truth from a book." Meanwhile, he just wrote a book. What is he
and a
saying?
movie.
That
A movie you can though?
anyone who writes a book and then says you can't learn the truth from a book is a rascal.
A rascal. That's a funny word. A
Dirty
I don't think he's like intentional though, misleading people. I think he's just lost in the sauce.
I don't know. He's got
I do.
CIA.
I think he's completely fucking with people.
I don't know. He's got CIA written all over him.
Nah, dude, he's been around way too long.
Uh-huh.
He peaked in 2017. He got a lot of people up into the whole fucking truth community for starters, like 30K back then. And then people just like fucking branched off into his new age book fucking shit and watched his videos every week like crack. It just turned into a fucking retardation.
People though do have some weird. They want someone to like spoon feed them everything, not just him. I'm talking about, but that's kind of
it's literally everyone in life. Yeah, exactly. And once you get to that certain point, like you're like, okay, I feel like I fulfilled enough from that, but I don't really want to look. I don't want to try any harder to like learn anything else beyond that or challenge his fucking beliefs. And then people just like end up watching only his videos every week for like fucking. They turn into fucking ruthless.
Yeah.
Well, the truth community only serves a purpose if the truths that we uncover serve the higher purpose of understanding God. And you're not going to find that with Matt.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you can't find that with him.
No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah, so if all these truths that we uncover and it just becomes like bubblegum conspiracy, we spit it out, we chew it up, we spit it out, it's just as meaningless as the other people that we're criticizing. It has to serve some higher purpose. If it doesn't serve a higher purpose, it's meaningless.
I totally agree.
That's my. I want to do music. You know, I dabble in music in my own spare time, and that's the conclusion I'm at. Like the reason I don't ever release any music, because it's like I'm not gonna release any music unless it's like basically for God. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean it would be like Christian music, but unless it's for that, it's to me it's not worth putting it out. I'll just dabble in it on my own.
Like
Praise
when
the
I'm
Lord.
making art, it's not. I don't think of it like as for God, but like when you put something into this world, I guess it is. But like when you're in a state of limbo, like what an athlete gets, or like a warrior where you get into like the zone, like you can tap into that with any sort of like skill or art, and once you get into that, I think that's when you're like truly.
Well, yeah, you're
creating something for this realm.
You are made in the image of the creator, right? So you should be creating something, and that doesn't necessarily mean art, but
you don't have to worship the created, whatever you believe in this realm. You shouldn't be worshiping anything that's in this realm.
Damn straight, you shouldn't force shipping shit. Nothing.
That's
Yeah, what Monk said.
Oh, Monk.
We got Monk and Forever Conscious in here too.
Well,
What's
Drew,
good?
if I could just say one other
Yes.
thing,
Speak up.
when I came back to the Discord after being away for a while, you guys did kind of get me with the name changes, and I'm not really sure who's who all the time. But when I came back, there was a person called Unctos, and he said that he was saving up to buy a cow. Like, that was the first thing he said to me, is I'm saving up to buy a cow. And then Zyphus said about how he's getting land. And, so I was really happy that when I came back, that's kind of like what people thought about, when they thought about me, they let me in on. And there was another, and then Bong Ripper, he is researching the piranhas. He mentioned that to me, and we had a discussion about that. So I was just happy that when people thought about me, they wanted to mention those kinds of things, positive things that they're doing in their life. So I just wanted to shout out. I don't know if Monk is Unctos or,
I think
I
so.
just don't know. Yeah. So I just wanted to say thanks to everybody. It made me feel good that that's what they thought about when they thought of me.
You need to do more videos on your own channel.
Oh, Drew, but I think I'm done with... well, then, I tried to contact Benton and talk to him on the radio, in the Discord, but he kind of big-timed me. But I downloaded the OBS thing, and I was going to say, Benton, why don't we start up the Nightmare Dystopia again? I'll record it. If you can't record it, I'll record it on my end. And maybe we'll put them up on my BitChute or something, because YouTube, I cannot. Anything I have to say right now, it's just going to get my channel, which is an amazing archive with 35 million views, and it's just going to get it taken down. I got to go in a different direction, which is like building another thing. But I was going to, suggest that to Benton, but I haven't been able to contact him for a while.
He was probably drinking. He stopped drinking now, though, so.
He broke his heel. He's been in bed for like 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. What happened to him?
He didn't cross
He
the line
jumped
as
off
bad.
of a
He drew his line
tractor
and he dropped
bucket and broke his heel.
Uh-huh.
And he said
Anyway,
he said he's got the corona.
He got the corona.
Not the real one, but he's sick, He's sick right now.
No, he broke his heel.
Right,
He broke his goddamn heel.
And he's
Listen,
sick,
I
both.
have a friend who's a roofer, and after 30 years, he fell off the roof and he broke both his heels.
Dang.
He's roofing again.
Dang is right.
That's the
That's
country
irony.
people. Yeah, that's the country people. Yeah, after we break our heels, they go roofing again.
Yeah, because you do it a few times.
Uh-huh. Oh, anyway. So, Drew, thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate that, but I kind of like talking with people. I'm going to have to try to find someone who's willing to talk with me, and I'm willing to talk with just about anybody.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you.
Start a thing or something and go on BitChute or whatever. I hear people are on Odyssey now. I've never checked it out, but if you try those platforms, I'm sure you can. I'll be glad to shout them out for you or whatever, get people over there.
Well, I really appreciate it. I appreciate everything, and I'm so grateful. And it's been fun. It's definitely been fun talking with you guys, getting to know you. And you definitely are a little bit of an enigma at times.
Why?
Just everybody's kind of hard to read sometimes, and I don't know. I'm just used to.
I'm a shill. There, I said it. No, I just, I don't know. Hopefully this, channel can continue to grow, and then, I could see different things branching out. Like you said, that YouTube, you can only say so much, man.
Yeah, well, my proposition is we get back to the real conspiracy things and try to find out about our ancient roots and our relationship with God and ancient civilizations and and try to understand what the people of the past were trying to relay to us. And we get off the, stuff that's not serving any higher purpose. That's my proposition.
Yeah, start one up, man. I'll help you however I can. If he's
I appreciate that. All right. We'll work on it. But everyone needs to work on it. Everyone, all of us together needs to work on it, because this is enough. If this isn't enough, when is enough going to be enough after the last year and a half?
Oh, I don't know. Like you said, I don't know how these people are still out here. I still see people walking outside in the hot weather in a mask.
Walking a dog, 95 degrees.
Double, triple mask.
Yeah, I saw a guy today. I've never seen nothing like it. Some guy today had this huge, thick mask. It looked like it was made out of a quilt. Outside.
Oh my God.
Outside.
That's
well,
a fair kill.
Maybe Grandma knitted it for him.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Jesus would forgive that murder, or it's not even.
That person's very low to me.
They're nuts, man. It's got to be a form of psychosis or something that could be diagnosed, I would feel like.
Yes, it's definitely some type of mental illness.
Absolutely. And I don't know what it is.
So Ralph, what's your opinion on that? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ralph, what's your opinion with the whole reincarnation deal?
Well, if I'm coming from the Vedic perspective, that we are going to say that, yes, reincarnation. Now, I tried to point out the first time I was on Drew's show that, even Christians believe in a limited form of reincarnation, that you die and you go to either heaven or hell. But, I understand what you mean as far as... So, the main proof of reincarnation is that we are reincarnating in this very body at every moment. Like, at one point, Drew and all of us, we were actually a little tiny seed at one point, but we were little babies. And every molecule in our body is replaced every 7 years. Every 7 years, all the molecules in our bodies are replaced. So Drew has a completely different body. And you say, well, the mind, that's the thing. No, because at that time, Drew was thinking completely different thoughts. He was like, goo goo, gaga. And where's mom, and all those kinds of things. So then he moved to boyhood, another completely different body that he reincarnated through, again with different ideas, different thoughts. And then he matured into manhood, and now he's making an impact, through his show and everything. But again, a completely different person, a completely different body. It's something like when you watch a movie, how the images, they pass by so fast that it seems continuous. It's the continuation of perception. It's the same thing with our bodies. They're changing and reincarnating at every moment. But it's only because we're an illusion that it seems continuous. So that is taken in the Vedic perspective as a type of proof. So similarly, as we pass through baby, boyhood, adulthood, similarly at the time of death, we pass to another body. And the whole point of the Vedas is to make sure it's not a material body, but rather it's a spiritual body, and that we go back home, back to Godhead, rather than staying and languishing in this horrible material world.
I'm with you. I'm with you on most of it, except the only thing I'll add is going somewhere I'm still kind of on the fence with. I mean, yes, I would love to be united with my creator, or however we want to word it, God. The only thing is you should check out my channel sometime. You might find something. Forever Conscious Research Channel. I do. Okay. I cover the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, and I throw a lot of evidence out there to, and we're in alignment with a lot of things. The only thing I'll add is that, like you said, we want to get out of here. We don't want to end up back here. That's for damn sure. And the point would be is, well, not the point, but the issue that could arise at the time of bodily death is that we run into a being that will make us feel like it's God, or feel like it's some deity or the creator, for instance, whatever it may be. So I think that's everything. Well, I don't think, I know that everything comes down to us declaring our sovereignty and denying consent against these fucking assholes that the
Well, if
system
you're gonna go in that
controls
route, I would say recommending the Book of the Dead, and
I've
like
been down that. Yeah, that's I've been through that. I was down that a while ago. Been down the Book of the Dead.
because like at that point, like if you're accepting that this is a place where it's just them against us or them against your soul or whatever, like there's no defeating this place, no matter what you say.
Mickey Mouse is gonna get his way.
There is defeat as long as you're not consenting to go along with some bullshit illusion.
There's defeating it in a sense where you can transgress or pass on.
Nobody can hear you, Monk. Your thing's way too quiet.
Fuck.
What was the last question?
I don't know, Ralph. Is there any to what he's saying?
Right,
There's a false entity or something like.
Well, I'm Drew. I'm going to try to speak from the Vedic perspective, not my own. Yeah, the idea that the whole purpose of our existence in the material world is to defeat it. That's the purpose, is to defeat the material nature and go back home, back to Godhead. The proof of our soul, as I was giving the analogy of the changing bodies, is the constant witness to the changing bodies. That's the soul. The soul is eternal, ever existing, and it will continue to exist after the death of the body. It's the question of the destination. The whole Vedic perspective is that you can, you must, you will defeat the illusions of the material nature and understand your true nature in preparation for going back to Godhead.
I agree with that.
And fighting against the illusions that will tempt you in an effort to get you back in the body.
Yeah, but the point is to defeat the temptations. The temptations are the illusions. It's like the news giving you a persuasion on what to do.
And,
so it's the same
all
concept.
the attachments that we...
So it's a matter of semantics.
Well, that's one thing about the Vedic perspective as well, that you don't have to be a monk or a saint or a holy man. You can realize and understand God through your occupation. Just like the most famous literature in the Vedas is the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord, spoken by Krishna to Arjuna. Arjuna was a warrior. The most important texts in the Vedic literatures weren't spoke to a saint or a holy man, or it was spoken to a warrior on the battlefield, and the ultimate advice was to engage in your occupational duty as a warrior and to fight in the battle. And in that way, through your work, you can understand God, if that work is dedicated to Him, and if that work is righteous. Even if you work in a warehouse, even if you work on a farm, even if you work at a school, if your consciousness is, this is not for my personal sense gratification, but rather, this is my service to the Lord. He's given me these abilities. I'm using these in His service. That is a path to liberation. It's not, and even if you give into a temptation, all right, you gave into a temptation, but you're on the path. And once you're on the path and your consciousness is changed from I, me, mine to now I'm serving the Lord, even in every activity that I do, whether it's mowing the lawn or going, anything, going to mass or everything you do, if you see it as connected and that's an offering to God and you're going to do it to the best of your ability, and you're going to be doing, even if it's working in what would be considered a mundane, just like Arjuna was a warrior. You don't have to be...
I totally agree. I agree with everything you're saying. I just disagree with the semantics of offering to God. I think if you're in your element and you're in a place where you're not thinking and you're just fluidly acting, that could be articulated as a commitment to God.
Right.
But
well, that in the Vedas,
so your theory, I think, is totally correct, and it can transcend through different other theories where they can understand the concept of what you're saying.
Right. Well, the Vedas would agree with you that there are different levels, and the highest level would be when you are in that flow, and it's no more about temptation and wavering between material and spiritual and being confused sometimes. Yes. So yes, The Vedas would agree with you on that. That would be the higher level.
Yeah, you just got to throw out the worship and all that stuff. And, yeah, I'm in agreement too.
But worship may be useful on a lower level.
That's right.
Sure, and whatever gets you through the day, you know.
Well, it's a stepping stone to a higher level.
Oh, for sure. No, I completely agree. I guess as long as you're not entangled with it, you know, on your way out, sure.
What he's saying is that you're not going to spend your whole life dedicated to the ship, whereas in other instances you could be an artist. You know what I mean? You can get away that way.
Yes, the Vedas would recommend
As
that.
long as you're not as long as you're not worshiping like usury, and the government that's employing you, like if you use it to get by and you make your way up in your life and you do well in your life, it doesn't matter in the end that way.
No, the Vedas are against usury, just as Christianity is.
I think most moral concepts are.
Absolutely.
We got to go 10 more minutes so I can hit 6 hours, baby.
Oh my God.
How can we help bring these people closer to God?
Well, you have to do what's interesting to people. So if people are interested in conspiracy theories, I say we do the important ones, the ones about ancient culture. Really, I say the biggest conspiracy theory
I agree.
is the existence of God is the biggest conspiracy theory. And we need to get to the bottom of that, whether God exists or not.
Have you listened to SQS?
I don't know SQS, no.
SQS covers a lot of these like fundamental questions where you can kind of interpret it in any way you want. So he takes like the fundamental levels
and channel by the date added last. Start from the beginning on SQS's channel.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Start from the beginning. I got you.
Okay. So he covers like the fundamental aspects of reality. So the surface level aspect of flat Earth is like, oh, is it flat or is it round? Blah, blah, blah. Argue between these two things. But where he takes the flat Earth is that the reason why they would give us a global central model, however the fuck you say that, and it would completely deroot all the fundamental history of the world civilizations, which is in what they believed in. So it would completely disconnect by saying that we live in a heliocentrical model. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I winded myself right there.
Life's tough in the Corolla.
I know, man. But yeah, did I make a statement that made sense?
I think so.
So they take the flat Earth, they paradigm it with the flat Earth versus global Earth, and it really doesn't matter what it is, as long as you know that you're in a realm, and all these fundamental histories that our whole realm was before us, the old age or whatever, they're all based on that ideology of what the world was based off of. Like Plato was probably the latest. Does that make sense? So
Yes,
if they say that, so they bring in this new religion of science, and then everyone worships like whatever the stars are, or like whatever they want to fucking worship, which is mostly atheism because they don't know what to believe in because they're just being told what the TV is telling them to do. So that even further divides the globe Earth versus flat Earth with like just the general populace. So this is a complete a dilution of history, which is fundamentally back to source.
Yes, and I say that, a group of people researching these things can set things straight about history. And the idea that we weren't having an impact And everyone who says that we weren't having an impact, are always like, oh yeah, the flat earth or something. In the beginning, it was so much deeper. It was chopping at everything, their whole foundation. It was gaining strength. And then you look at this whole thing that's happened. It's basically come down to, okay, there's certain people that are going to do it as far as the medicine, let's call it, fake medicine. Certain people are going to do it and certain people not. The people that aren't going to do it, chances are they're going to tend to be skeptical of the government. That's going to be the people that don't do it. So basically what we have right now, there's basically economic and travel sanctions against people who are skeptical of the government. That's how scared they are.
That's right.
I mean, I can't believe people are like ready to quit and they feel defeated and they don't think we can beat them. I've never seen them so scared when they're saying that, oh yeah, try it, we got a nuclear weapon. I mean, they're scared. And then,
What are they scared of? What are they scared of?
They're scared of people with ideas.
Which is how many people in this country can
it only takes
into
one.
it only takes one to follow an order.
That's a July.
My whole life story is that it once takes one person to change a corrupted system. And of course,
once
that one person gets rolling, then people want to jump on because a certain number of people always love a challenge and they always love the truth and they always want to strive for something better. But in the beginning,
just like the tank man when in 1990.
That was I saw a documentary.
It just takes one to stop it up. No, it wasn't real. It doesn't fucking matter.
Exactly. 33 has it right. July.
So this country doesn't matter if you're gonna defend it or you're gonna fucking buy back land or whatever. The cycle's gonna happen, and you're gonna deal with it. And the strong people will fucking deal with it, and the weak people will fucking cry about it. And whatever happens is gonna happen. It's not like a fucking you're gonna fight the dark side. It's fucking retarded. You can't win. You gotta remain. And like I'm not shitting on what you're doing, Ralph Reno. I think it's what you're doing is awesome. You're growing land, you're a healthy person, and that's amazing. And
it's way beyond that. Drew, could you explain to them the societal impact of all the things?
What things?
Oh, when I started, there was only one farm sanctuary. Now there's thousands across the country. It's a total change in consciousness. It's a change in consciousness. It's not a change in what people eat. The consciousness is totally changed. How are you saying that? You're just like, oh yeah, good, you're healthy. No, millions of people are more healthy, and the land is healed.
Can you give us fundamental numbers on what you've personally changed?
That's a big question.
Yeah, well,
was it you or are you Big Bear? Are you Big Bear?
Listen,
did he change more people than you did?
I was the first person to do successful large-scale farms.
Hold on, let him talk.
You were the first person to farmstead and speak about it on YouTube.
I got to mute Dang. He won't let him talk. Hold on.
I was the first person to successfully do large-scale farm sanctuary in the United States of America. Now, of course, in India, there's always been farm sanctuary in India. I'm talking about the USA, my country. I was the first person that did large-scale farm sanctuary. It's all on my website, all the pictures, all the articles, all the everything. I hate talking about myself, but it's such an important part of religious history because for the first time, philosophies of East and West were blended with a practical result of large-scale, and then the agriculture was also advanced. We introduced grassland farming, dairy farming into this country.
Yes.
Which protects the land. What is that?
Love cows.
Huh? But what do you think that's a joke? You think agriculture is a joke, or what is? I don't understand.
Let me unmute him. I had to mute him so that you could talk because he's. I don't know if he's.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, and also when I started, there was practically no vegetarians, and we did all this food for life. We would deliver vegetarian food. elderly
Hold
people
on.
to poor people. We popularized vegetarianism in the United States of America. What are you talking about?
Hold on now.
Because you fucking never did anything. Then you say I never did anything. Fuck you.
Damn.
That's right.
That's right.
You never did anything.
This guy lives in a Walmart.
Hold on. Let's see what he's got to say. Ralph gets fired up, man. I love it. Ralph is the man. All right. Dang.
And what's up?
What's up?
I live in a car. What have you done?
Dang probably dropped out.
No, he said he lives in a car. At least he's
I
honest.
said I live in a car.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. What have you done for this world?
I'm not asking, and I'm not
He's
trying
just
to say
being
that
a
I'm
troll
better
now.
than.
He's just being a troll.
All right. Listen, I hate. This has been the most difficult thing for me. I don't like that. Well, why would you?
Okay. Let me get ready to shut it down, man. I'm at 6 hours. I got to work tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'm glad we got that last part in.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I like ending with Ralph's vibe because Ralph shows you you can make a change. You can do a lot of things all by yourself. You don't have to sit and whine and cry. And
Drew, I want to help people. I want to, I just want to help out.
No, I can tell by the passion in your voice and everything. It's great. I love it.
And all of us together as equals.
Yeah, and there's no masters, no slaves, right? Like they say.
No, that's not the Christian ethic. That's a different ethic.
Oh, that's
Anytime you get into that, yeah, it's not the Christian way. The Christian is we all gather together to worship Christ. Or I say worship. I hope no one objects to that. I say, yeah, get together to worship Christ.
That's really all we can say. I'd like to leave it on that note. Thanks to Ralph Lorino that was here. Bong Ripper held it down with me for a long time. Dang. We got Pringle. Go follow Forever Conscious Research channel on YouTube. I'll leave that link in the description when I'm done. We had Long Reach 1 called in and represented for Matt and for the Mandela effect. So I wanted to make sure she at least got to voice her opinion, which was good. We got to hear that side of the equation. Of course, we had EBT, the reason the channel's not exploding, according to the chat. Who am I forgetting, man? I'd hate to forget somebody important. I feel like I've shouted everyone out, though. If I did forget you, I super apologize. And I've been sitting in my room all night with the air conditioner off because it's so loud in the mic, and I'm just like dripping sweat right now. I have to go jump into the shower. So yeah, again, thanks to everyone that was here, especially the chat. I know there was some people that were in the chat from the very, very beginning, and that's tight, man. And then I'll do my little plug here, I guess. Go to chalkbodyoutline.com. All my links are there. The merch tab up top. And make sure you add that backup channel on there. And then Ralph Lorino and I have a 3-hour one we did on New Year's Eve. You'll see that. It's called Never Ending PSYOP. Fireworks are going off outside my house. We'll let the show end with that, I guess. Thanks to everyone that was in here. Yo, I appreciate everyone's time. That's right. It's a good end with the fireworks. All right, man. I'll catch you guys. I'll be back soon. Peace out. Sorry, I'm doing this wrong.